Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Night. The middle of the 20th century, 1954, the 9th year after the end of World War II. In the western North Pacific, the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. In the place where the deepest ocean trench is currently known in the world, a series of deep-sea cracks suddenly began to spread at the bottom layer, constantly extending from a length of only a few hundred meters at the beginning, and finally became a huge crack with a length of several kilometers. The depths of the fissure constantly tilted outward with a blue light, and the respective invisible radioactive material began to diffuse outward constantly. The respective marine creatures were contaminated by this radioactive substance and immediately struggled to death. It has to be said that this energy substance is too lethal to conventional creatures. In less than half an hour, a large number of fish and seabed creatures died. 2,000 or 3,000 meters above the crack, there is a giant whale diving. The sperm whale is fighting with the king squid. The sperm whale with a body length of more than 20 meters is also a behemoth in the ocean, and the king squid is obviously a part of the deep sea. Tyrant, but when encountering natural enemies sperm whales, they can only flee in embarrassment. The speed of the sperm whale is very fast, and the giant squid just twisted and was bitten by the giant mouth of the sperm whale to the torso. At that moment, the giant squid's thick noose-like tentacles also entangled the sperm whale and blocked the blowhole on the top of the sperm whale's head. Now is the time to compete for endurance, either drown or be torn to shreds by sperm whales. In this way, the two behemoths were entangled, fighting, rolling over and over, gradually diving to the depths, and unknowingly approaching the huge crack. Suddenly, the sperm whale let go of the king squid and swam outside in horror, and the king squid also forgot that the sperm whale began to run away. In the terrifying ocean crack, a terrifying monster with a strange appearance and a faint blue light radiated out. The king squid bit in its mouth and tore it to pieces. At the same time, the terrifying tooth began to chew like a human, and along with chewing, a lot of blood and broken tentacles came out from the gap between the teeth. A dull strange sound rang out from the monster's body. This strange and terrifying dull sound echoed throughout the deep sea, and the sound like a low roar made people shudder. I do not know how long it has been. When the deep-sea monster with a terrifying body, a huge mouth, and a streamlined head was full, it slowly returned to the depths of the nearby trench and continued to sleep. Lun Yuan seabed. Luo Chen watched this scene in horror. Endless darkness enveloped him. When his consciousness recovered, his brain was dizzy, and a sense of panic from the bottom of his heart flooded his body. Frightened, it desperately swung its numb tail for a long time and began to swim. Through the body that has not yet evolved eyeballs, rather than seeing, it is Luo Chen's perception of the existence of the behemoth through the fluctuation of the sea water. Really, so scary. After calming down, Luo Chen slowly moved his body and tried to move. Weak and limp. The painless body lies near the crevice of the rock on the seabed, surrounded by fossil-like debris from ancient times, with stones in the shape of eggshells. Overall, it's like a night out. But it is very strange, the surrounding silence is terrifying, but from time to time there are fearful rhythms and screams that make people's back chills. Suddenly, an unknown creature floating like a fluorescent light floated from not far away, and then slowly swam in front of Luo Chen, who was hiding in the gap. With the rare fluorescence in the deep sea, Luo Chen probably saw his own appearance. It was a tadpole-like monster with a thin, flat tail, a small mouth with fine teeth, but no eyes or any fins or anything like that. Based on this alone, Luo Chen understood the current situation. He turned into a viviparous deep-sea reptile. As people say, whether it is time travel or rebirth, it is a new beginning and a new experience. But no one wants to be reborn as an animal in their next life, right? No one is willing to reincarnate into a low-level marine creature with eyes, limbs, and even brains that are not very developed. Just when Luo Chen's heart collapsed, despair and helplessness. A strange voice echoed in his mind. The physical condition has been tested, and I am extremely weak. Please eat as soon as possible to complete the evolution of the first form. When the mysterious voice ended, a data interface appeared in Luo Chen's mind. Host, Luo Chen, Godzilla. Form, infancy. Height, 0.1 meters. Weight, 250 grams. Attack method, none. How it evolved: ingests living things, direct ingestion of radiation or indirect ingestion of radiation. Have you really become a low-level creature? Luo Chen, who finally realized the seriousness of the problem, did not panic. As the saying goes, it is better to die than to live, and while you are still being eaten, you must first find a way to eat and grow up, and then evolve. In other words, you have unlimited possibilities, right? Then Luo Chen began to roll his body desperately, and it quickly swam on the bottom of the sea, rushing towards the flesh and blood of the king squid. Many of the flesh and blood pieces were swallowed by many small deep-sea creatures similar to Luo Chen, but fortunately, there was a flesh and blood piece that just landed near Luo Chen, and Luo Chen also quickly bit the end of the piece, and began to desperately pull towards his blade. Then, start eating. I'm ingesting bioenergy. The satiety feeling of the food and the emerging warmth spread throughout the body, making Luo Chen extremely comfortable. Although Luo Chen can't feel the temperature of the sea water yet, after all, it is a deep-sea creature, and the body it has evolved is to adapt to the deep-sea environment. It ends with the first meal. Tiredness struck, driving Luo Chen to sleep. In order to prevent sneak attacks while sleeping, it found a comfortable position on the Liuan sand in the deep sea, then buried itself in it and began to sleep. While sleeping, Luo Chen had a dream. He dreamed that he kept eating, and then he grew bigger and bigger. Then he left the sea and came to the land, causing countless human beings to fear it, and many malicious people to attack him. Later, the angry Luo Chen destroyed all the human weapons and destroyed the entire surface of the earth with the breath of blue dim light. The dream may be illusory, or it may be a harbinger of certain pictures in the future. After all, Luo Chen is different from ordinary deep-sea creatures. Because he doesn't know his race yet, let alone that his future self will actually evolve into the Godzilla that makes all life on the planet fear. During sleep time, Luo Chen digested all the food, and also absorbed a lot of biological energy from the flesh and blood fragments of the king squid. Time passes slowly. I do not know how long it has been. Luo Chen was awakened by the violent movement around him. When he opened his eyes, he saw that in the dark deep sea around him, the terrifying fisher monster with a faint blue light on its head attacked a huge sperm whale again. The terrifying explosive force and biting force of the deep-sea giant beast directly bit off the body of the whale. Then the monster crocodile-like head bit the torso of the sperm whale and slowly dragged it towards the bottom of the deep sea. Luo Chen, who was frightened, wanted to escape from here in horror. But its body can't move, it seems to be stuck by a stone. Wait, it's weird. This rock crevice shelter was very big before, why did it suddenly become so small? Luo Chen looked down and was stunned. Where the gap has become smaller, it is entirely because his manifestation has become too large. Nearly 1 meter long, the body like a salamander in the deep sea has grown sharp teeth like serrations, as well as fins and eyeballs. The current Luo Chen is no longer that tadpole-shaped low-level creature, but initially looks a bit like a carnivorous creature. While looking overwhelmed with surprise, Luo Chen looked at the falling whale fragments from above, and hurriedly picked up the sand under him and forcibly pulled his body out. At the moment when the head of the whale fell, Luo Chen quickly fled to a far distance. Immediately after, the giant beast in the crack bit the whale's torso and returned to the nest. Luo Chen also stared at the huge whale head in front of him in a daze, but soon, when he saw other deep-sea predators approaching, he quickly bit the whale's head, and then pulled away near the gap. Others are afraid of the giant beast in the crack, but although Luo Chen is afraid, he knows how to use its coercion to disperse other predators. In this way, taking advantage of his lack of body size, Luo Chen began to feast on his teeth again, and quickly cleaned up the leftover meat. Time flies. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years. Luo Chen didn't know how long it took. He already knew about the abyss. There was more than one guy like the three-mouthed crocodile monster, but he was the only one in this sea area. Every time this guy hunts, Luo Chen hides in the dark and waits for food. Soon, his body size also changed from the initial slap file size to today's 10-meter level slightly larger deep-sea predator. During this time, nothing major happened on land. A few years ago, in 1949, SHALD was formed, and then started the Paperclip program, recruiting former Hydra scientists and transforming Captain America's best friend into the Winter Soldier. Then, in 1954, the Winter Soldier began a political assassination mission for HYDRA. In 1954, Godzilla Luo Chen was born on the seabed. In recent years, there have been no large-scale wars, and the industrial technology of various countries is developing rapidly. In Howard Stark, the rich man, arms dealer, genius, creator of Stark Industries and father of Iron Man, Tony Stark, began to constantly research new technologies. The weapons and equipment he designed have changed the world's industrial equipment and involved government program. For example, Captain America's shield was completed during World War II. It is worth mentioning that the Iron Man and Hulk of this era have not yet been born. 3 years later, a 1957 Soviet survey ship came to the Mariana Trench. In this sea area, the largest aircraft carrier battle in history broke out during World War II. At the same time, in the well-known history of Luo Chen, the survey ship detected a record depth of 10,990 meters in the Mariana Islands in the western North Pacific. Even though it's pretty unbelievable for this day and age. However, at this depth, it is impossible to even detect the edge of the abyss, let alone the monster lair with 3 flaps. Even so, Luo Chen caught this signal unexpectedly. This was also an important turning point in accelerating Luo Chen's evolution, allowing Luo Chen to come into contact with nuclear radiation again, this delicious and nutritious good thing. Today, Luo Chen, who is more than 10 meters long and weighs dozens of tons, can no longer stay near the original crack and abyss. The three-mouthed crocodile sea beast had already sensed his existence. Maybe it used to think that Luo Chen was too small, not enough to eat, too lazy to work hard, but now that he has grown up, it can be regarded as a kind of snack. But run away. The key is that Luo Chen doesn't know where he should go. He didn't even know if he was Earth or an alien, or whether it was the 21st century or what age. What's more, they don't even know where they are. But despite this, Luo Chen immediately followed the signal after he caught the signal from the marine survey ship. Although he is not very big, Luo Chen's swimming speed in the sea is like a dragon. Its current appearance, according to human aesthetics, is ferocious and terrifying, ugly and scary at the same time. Like a combination of plesiosaurs and mosasaurs. But more slender, like marine iguanas, but more inclined towards ichthyosaurs. Because Luo Chen in this form is evolving towards the second form, and after he truly completes the evolution of the second form, Luo Chen will be able to reach the ocean overlord level of a behemoth with a height of 30 meters and a body length of 60 meters. The current Luo Chen is more than 3 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It also belongs to the category of large sea monsters. What's more, in the middle of the 20th century when the technology was not very developed, it was difficult for ordinary weapons to kill this kind of monster, unless it was a firearm with high firepower. Asterisk. One morning. With the humming sound resounding through the ocean, many schools of fish suddenly retreated in fright. In the foggy sea, a marine exploration ship came, attracting Luo Chen's attention. After capturing this signal and sound, a voice appeared in Luo Chen's mind. The detection sonar is captured, the host's concealment ability is enhanced, and new abilities are inspired. What the hell? Luo Chen listened to the sudden voice in a daze. This is not the first time he has heard it, every time it appears suddenly, startling him. During the review state, Luo Chen stared at his panel. Host, Luo Chen. Form, growing. Size, 3.5 meters high and 12.8 meters long. Weight, 63 tons. Attack method, bite, tail strike, impact. Radiation, low. Ability, sonar, uses the propagation of sound waves underwater. This is a very practical skill. With this sonar, Luo Chen seems to be arrogant. Creatures and objects within a certain range of the water cannot escape his radar perception. At the same time, using the anti-sonar ability, facing this kind of ocean exploration ship, it is also equivalent to stealth, becoming an underwater ghost, approaching silently and undetected. Boom! The detection ship pushed the rolling white waves forward, and Luo Chen kept following it. The huge shadow of the ship covered the sea, while Luo Chen pressed against the bottom of the ship underwater and began to move quickly in one direction. Night falls. While those on board patrol the sea with binoculars, others in the control room stare at contemporary, more advanced instruments. There were suddenly many bubbles on the edge of the ship, and a terrifying monster head floated on the sea, staring at the ship. Not having evolved claws is a headache. However, this did not affect Luo Chen's ability to use his flippers to jump from the water. With the violent tumbling of the waves, a huge monster fell heavily on the deck in an uproar. Bang! The startled crew members ran out of the deck in horror, and a group of people stared at the wet deck, looking at each other in surprise. What happened? Looks like you hit something, go check it out over there. They communicated in a language that Luo Chen could not understand. At the moment, Luo Chen was on top of these people's heads, biting the railing and curling his body, thanks to the night, otherwise it would be easy to spot. When the suspicious crew members began to run to other places to check, Luo Chen gradually fell down, and then he flapped his flippers and drilled into the ship. Although its size is large, it is fortunate that its body is slender and will not get stuck in the cabin. After entering, Luo Chen found a lot of physical instruments that tended to be modern but still far behind, as well as some mechanical instruments. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen understood two things. First, these human beings are not people they know well of that era. Second, it is still the Earth, but it may be in an era like the mid-20th century. Crack. Suddenly a teacup fell to the ground, a blonde and blue-eyed human woman wearing headphones and listening to the undersea sonar stared blankly at Luo Chen. She met the deep-sea monster who broke into the room, and then her expression changed from shock to surprise. Stunned, his face full of horror, then he covered his mouth and screamed. Ah! A harsh scream sounded, and the crew with guns rushed over in panic. What happened? Anyone attacked? Pirates? Or illegal militants? But when they came here, they found nothing, a puddle of water on the ground, a fainted blonde woman and indescribably huge footprints. My God! One of the crew members crouched down slowly, wiped the sticky water on the ground, his pupils shrank, and then looked out the window. With a puff. The sound of some kind of heavy object falling into the water sounded, and at the last moment, he only saw a thick and terrifying tail flashing past. Wait until they look at the water again. The unknown strange creature has long since disappeared. On the contrary, there was an interesting anecdote that made people laugh after tea in the news a few days later. It was said to be the news of a sea monster, but its appearance was not photographed, only the scribbled style showed the submerged water. Stout tail. It's weird. Luo Chen pondered in disbelief. He dived into the ship just now, and based on just a few short face-to-face contacts, he judged that it was a marine exploration ship around the 20th century, and stared at the template drawn on the nautical map. Luo Chen, who is familiar with the world map, immediately recognized where he was. It was the ocean with the largest, deepest, and most marginal seas and islands in the world, the Pacific Ocean. And, farther north. The place where he was born, without a doubt, is definitely the Mariana Trench. Luo Chen, who was full of thoughts, slowly calmed down after swimming for a few kilometers. Clearing his thoughts, he stared at his state. Radiation value, low. Evolution method, absorb radioactive substances. Why should it evolve in this form? Normally, creatures can't bear this kind of power. Wait, the size of the three-petaled chrysanthemum monster at the bottom of the sea is too big, right? Will it be too big? It is a mutant species. If you say that, it is not impossible for you to evolve into its body shape. Luo Chen thought of this, and suddenly understood what he should do. Now, head to the Pacific South now. If it was the mid to late 20th century, the United States would have carried out 67 atomic and hydrogen bomb tests on Bikini Island in the Marshall Islands from 1946 to 1958. As long as the Marshall Islands is located near the Marshall Islands, where there is a strong the nuclear radiation area of is enough to complete a qualitative evolution by yourself. Dense nuclear radiation zone. Luo Chen's eyes showed anticipation, and then he surfaced to the sea. After judging the position, he quickly swam in the sea towards the South Pacific. Since the north and south are diagonally opposite, Luo Chen needs to swim for a long time. When tired, find an underwater cave to rest for a while. When hungry, catch sharks and large fish to eat. Thirsty, well, that doesn't exist. While honing its skills, it also continues to evolve in the direction of land-based creatures. At least, amphibians must do it. After all, Luo Chen couldn't take a plane, unless he stole a large cruise ship to the South Pacific on the way, or at the current speed, it would take at least half a month. No nautical chart, no way to identify the location. You can only rely on feeling, relying on sonar to identify the approximate direction. In addition, the nuclear test in the United States is a nightmare for ordinary human residents, but for Luo Chen, the strong nuclear radiation is the biggest nutrient, delicious food. Perhaps directly hunting powerful monsters, get stronger power. However, as long as he absorbs enough radiation, Luo Chen can quickly grow into a terrifying and powerful beast. I don't know how many fishing and cargo ships I have encountered. When a strong, special smell wafted from the surrounding waters, Luo Chen knew that he was about to reach his destination. Today, the islands in the South Pacific have become the largest nuclear pollution areas. The organisms in the surrounding seawater are polluted to varying degrees. Most organisms die directly, and some organisms suffer a large proportion of genetic damage. Through the transmission of radioactive substances between the food chains, more and more marine organisms are ingesting plants and small prey that have been exposed to nuclear radiation. The pollution is like a bottomless pit, swallowing up intact life one by one, allowing the pollution area to continue to expand until all affected radiated organisms gradually age and die. The pollution continued for years, and as the archipelago of nuclear tests, the entire sea was dead. It's better to arrive early than by chance. Just as Luo Chen was about to stop on an island, he noticed that an extremely dazzling light suddenly erupted from an island a few kilometers away, destroying its vision. Boom 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 boom. With the catharsis of terrifying power, the sun is spinning, and the hot air waves are coming. The skies seem to be on fire, the distorted air rose with thick smoke, and the terrifying atomic bomb exploded, interfering with the surrounding light. The raging fire burned, and countless creatures in the deep sea fled wildly. Among them, Luo Chen saw some starfish with dozens of legs, strange fish with huge heads, and eels with strange bodies. These creatures whose genes were mutated due to radioactive substances also began to twist and run around. Although the sea water close to the island was emitting white gas as if it had evaporated, although the poisonous gas and radiation had already swept in. But on Luo Chen's side, not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he was extremely excited. High-level radiation detected, absorbing. Radiation value, 55, 67, 103, 189. Activate the new ability, Radiation Stream. The unstable gas generated by the radiation reaction bag in Godzilla reacts with the friction of the air when it is sprayed out, producing a high-heat mist-like flame, and the dorsal fin flashes and glows. Activate new ability, Supervision. Godzilla activates supervision, including night vision, heat sensing, Hawkeye, hunting vision, etc., while evolving into a film that protects the eyes. Detected that the host has absorbed too much radiation and is about to enter forced evolution. Seeing that there were some warships floating on the landing and the sea, the flags of the United States were hung on them, and the soldiers began to move in an orderly manner, carrying boxes to and fro. They should be thinking of another nuclear bomb experiment. Without thinking much, Luo Chen dived into the sea. Approached slowly from the bottom of the sea, and then found the leaked nuclear radiation-rich area, and slowly lay under the rock. At first, the roar of the nuclear bomb and the aftermath of the shock would cause Luo Chen's body to partially feel uncomfortable. But later, with the influx of rich warmth, the G cells in Godzilla's body have fully evolved, and they no longer worry about nuclear radiation posing any threat to the body. When people eat too much, they tend to get sleepy. And Godzilla is similar. The main reason is that the body needs to evolve greatly, any extra consumption is unnecessary. Luo Chen, who is drowsy, quickly closed his eyes in the deep sea of this archipelago. Time passed slowly. Luo Chen, who woke up from time to time, began to eat around, and then continued to absorb radioactive substances. Now he has a dorsal fin and a coral-like ridge extending to his tail on his body. When Luo Chen was sleeping, huge energy flowed from time to time on his back, which was a rare source of light in the deep sea. At the same time, the skin covered by sea sand and lime-like substances became dark and mottled. The successive nuclear tests are becoming more frequent and more powerful. A few months later, researchers at the U.S. Nuclear Weapons Laboratory finally couldn't help but want to try the long-awaited heavyweight hydrogen bomb. Asterisk. And Luo Chen, who couldn't wait, also smelled some kind of tempting breath. After seeing the U.S. military evacuated a lot, he dived into the sea and slowly approached the island where the experiment exploded. Now Luo Chen can't handle this terrifying power with an equivalent of 15 million tons, but he doesn't need to use his body to resist, he just needs to wait for the explosion before breaking in. It was the most terrifying loud noise that Luo Chen had ever heard. When the roar shook the sea, Luo Chen immediately surfaced and stared at the huge mushroom cloud rising into the sky. As expected of nuclear weapons, the ultimate weapon of mankind. When the mushroom cloud rose to the sky, a terrifying shockwave that was visible to the naked eye hit, Luo Chen splashed the waves on the beach, and then dived. Not long after the tip of his tail sank into the sea, he felt a violent shock coming from the top of his head, and in an instant, it seemed like 1,000 layers of waves were rolled up, causing a large splash of water. It took about 10 minutes. Luo Chen immediately surfaced, and the intense radiation rushing towards him was madly absorbed by the G cells in his body, and his body shape also changed significantly again. 20 meters, 25 meters, 30 meters. Activate the new ability, Atomic Breath. This Godzilla's signature skill was finally succeeded by Luo Chen, and until this moment, all the original guesses were confirmed. Luo Chen understood that his identity as Godzilla was already obvious. He was not disappointed or overly excited, but rather calm. Because as early as the beginning, Luo Chen had some guesses. After all, Godzilla is the most representative of the creatures that need to absorb nuclear radiation to evolve. But there is still some joy. At least Godzilla is the overlord of the Earth. When he is an adult and reaches his peak, there is almost nothing that can kill him. Besides, the evolution of Godzilla is inseparable from nuclear radiation, so Luo Chen does not plan to leave here until he evolves into the result he wants. After all, this is a rare nuclear radiation location. It seems that the concentration of nuclear radiation under the sea is not enough. At the moment, Luo Chen began to climb ashore for the first time. Whoa! On the sea, huge amounts of black monsters raised the waves, heavy sols stepped on the beach, leaving huge amounts of terrifying footprints, while the thick and long tail dragged the ground. The long-lost, standing action made Luo Chen big roar enjoyable. The huge height changed his vision, and the size of a human was now as small as an ant. Looking at the distant sea and the distant U.S. warships, Godzilla's chest seemed to have a surge of air, like a boiler that was about to burst due to excessive pressure. Hoo-oh! Suddenly Luo Chen couldn't help but let out a loud and domineering roar to vent his inner emotions at the moment. The wind is howling, the atmosphere is screaming. The residual energy of the hydrogen bomb explosion has not yet dissipated, and countless thick smoke trembled because of this loud roar. Boom, boom. Every step can make the trembling footsteps of the earth reverberate on the island. In order to receive better radiation, Luo Chen came to the hot ground of the island at the moment, and gradually walked towards the center of the smoking nuclear bomb explosion. The further you go, the higher the temperature, and even the soles of your feet feel the faint pain of burning heat. Then, Luo Chen continued to move forward as if ignoring these pain sensations, because the nuclear radiation at this time was the most intense, and it was also the most suitable time for wanton absorption. Activate the new ability, heat-resistant skin. These reminders sounded in his mind from time to time, which also made Luo Chen understand that he had come up with something new inexplicably. However, after the heat-resistant skin is unlocked, the soles of the feet are indeed not hot, but very warm. Then, Luo Chen inspected the surroundings. It was impossible for there to be living creatures here, and no one approached in a short period of time. With such a strong radiation, normal creatures would die instantly when they arrived here. This actually made a good bed for Luo Chen, enough for him to lie down here to rest and absorb a good time. Radiation is still continuously absorbed by G cells. The body size was also increasing rapidly, and the sleepy Luo Chen also fell into sleep drowsy again. This sleep was very comfortable, but when he woke up, Luo Chen felt that he had grown taller again. At the same time, with the onslaught of hunger, Luo Chen had to go to the sea to find something to eat. At the same time, the nuclear radiation in this area was also much duller, and it seemed that most of it had been absorbed by himself. So what is your current manifestation? F****************** G this, huge. Come to the sea. Luo Chen stared at his appearance and seemed to be frightened. Speechless, the obsidian-like skin hardened, the third form stopped growing and began to evolve. The legs have been separated from the fins of the sea lifestyle, and have become thick legs and short claws like the Tyrannosaurus rex. The dorsal fin is high and the tail is very long, and it has become very flexible in order to maintain the balance of the body. However, due to the rapid evolution, the body's cooling system cannot support Luo Chen's land operations and has to go to the sea to cool down. Luo Chen of at the moment. Height, 50 meters. Length, 120 meters. Belongs to the mature posture. Asterisk. At the moment Godzilla went into the sea, with a vigorous tail swinging. The pitch-black hardened skin merged with the dark deep sea, the limbs were coordinated, the swimming speed was extremely fast, and a creature resembling a mutant shark was bitten into pieces in an instant. Godzilla is Luo Chen. The terrifying teeth became extremely sharp, as if they could bite rocks and steel. And his size is 50 meters upright on the land, and 120 meters long including the tail foot, which belongs to the real sea monster-level creature. The body tends to be more streamlined and not bloated. It is not as balanced as a whale, nor is it as slender as a sea python, like a wingless dragon, a sea dragon in the deep sea. Hungry, 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 hungry. Not enough, still not enough. Eat, eat, and eat more flesh, more food. The body has already issued an order, and Luo Chen, at the moment, ignores everything else and concentrates on finding prey in the deep sea. The ecology of this sea area is not very good, so Luo Chen needs to find food far away from the nuclear radiation zone. Wow! With a roar, Luo Chen caught the trail of a huge creature. He began to quickly approach his prey, closing the distance with his dexterous and powerful body. There was a constant tearing sound in the sea water of pest, and the creature seemed to have found Luo Chen's figure, and started to flee as if startled. But how could its speed be comparable to Luo Chen's at the moment? In less than a few seconds, he was approached by Luo and bit the neck of the whale-like creature with his teeth, and then scorching hot, mist-like flames spit out from his mouth, instantly steamed the head of this creature. Then, the dead ocean beast was torn apart by Luo Chen, and its extremely sharp teeth with terrifying bite force ripped apart the flesh and swallowed it. The flesh and blood stimulated its senses and attracted many marine carnivores. The sharks followed. It seems that he wants to snatch food from Luo Chen, but who is the prey, you can tell at a glance. Hungry, hungry. There is only this concept in my mind, the blood stains the surrounding sea area, no matter how many ferocious fish come, it is only the food of this huge deep-sea beast. Every time it is swallowed, the flesh and blood will be quickly digested and then converted into nutrients. With the increase in size, the appetite also doubled, and the weight and strength also increased rapidly. After eating and drinking, Godzilla quietly stayed in the depths of the sea and went into hibernation. While sleeping, Luo Chen had another dream. He dreamed that he was once the ancient behemoth, Godzilla, the ancient beast of the earth. In the era before the dinosaurs were destroyed, Godzilla fed on nuclear energy while supplementing energy by hunting big dinosaurs. However, after the extinction of the dinosaurs, Godzilla decided to choose to rest in the depths of the Earth's oceans, while absorbing the abundant nuclear energy of the seabed, while recuperating. After modern times, the great development of the nuclear energy industry gave Godzilla signs of recovery. However, in this world, the awakened Godzilla is only Luo Chen, who is unique. Luo Chen thought about his future more than once. From the standpoint of a former human being, oneself is a taboo, a terrifying and restless element that is never allowed to exist. Humans have no tolerance for monsters. Any creature that threatens human existence will find a way to go extinct. In this era when the war just ended, it was very difficult to survive as an alien species. If it was Godzilla Luo Chen when he was young, if he was discovered by fishermen, he would probably be served on the table or killed directly. If you are lucky, you may also be taken away as a new species for research and made into specimens and the like. Luo Chen didn't want this, so he was so eager to evolve. And in this dream, Luo Chen also dreamed that the planet was sick and the virus was human. The Earth is giving it instructions, hoping that it will salvage this planet. Whenever the Earth is in danger of extinction, these monsters will wake up. Because they are the only guarantee for the continuation of life. And Godzilla, this is just one of the monsters. In the depths of the dream, Luo Chen saw dozens of giant beasts similar in size to himself, giant butterflies that were pupating, strange birds that had been tempered by volcanoes, and terrifying long-tailed giant snakes. And the three-headed dragon that made Luo Chen feel restless and uneasy in the dream. There are various signs that his time is running out. Before the catastrophe comes, at least, you have to become strong enough, even if you become a monster, you have to be the king of monsters. The king of monsters. Huo. In the storm, Godzilla's roar pierced the sky. The awakened Luo Chen appeared on the sea, and the long and high roar alarmed the people in the surrounding waters. When the strange roar was caught, people didn't know what happened. When they were about to trace the source of the sound, the roaring giant beast had long since disappeared. Departing Godzilla. Luo Chen remembered something. There is a place in history that Godzilla must go to. Ghost Town of the Future. Forbidden Area Chernobyl. On April 26, 1986, Chernobyl was the worst nuclear accident in world history. The detection equipment exploded, and the whole of Europe was almost destroyed, and human beings were also threatened to a certain extent. The city's name was once synonymous with mystery and taboo. Go, definitely go. But not now. Because Luo Chen still didn't know where he had drifted in the Pacific Ocean. He was very comfortable, taking one step at a time. Eat wherever you go, and go wherever the radiation is strong. In the future, I may go to Nihon, Japan, country. I may also go back to Huaxia to have a look. I wonder if the future, human beings, will be born in this world. With his 50-meter-tall body, Luo Chen was simply unscrupulous in the sea, and even if he was to return to his hometown and face the three-petaled chrysanthemum beast, he was not at all cowardly. In the ocean today, few creatures dare to provoke themselves. Not to mention the atomic breath, the high-heat mist-like flames emitted by the radiation stream alone can cook all kinds of fish. Definitely. The most powerful one is the perverted move called atomic breath. The nuclear material is very stable in the stomach, and when needed, it is compressed through the throat. After the atomic nucleus is compressed and fused, it releases energy in the mouth, showing a faint blue color, like a laser, and its destructive power is devastating. But this is a big move. Like the ultimate skill of the hero character in the game. Under normal circumstances, Luo Chen seldom used this move. First, it was unnecessary, second, it was a waste of resources. Third, few enemies could force him to use his atomic breath in anger. Luo Chen felt that the Godzilla bloodline came from the true Godzilla. Higher level than Godzilla in previous dynasties, those are all engaged in nuclear fission, and in his body there is a thermonuclear energy conversion organ of the biological atomic furnace, that is, the conversion of nuclear fusion, carrying new elements. Nuclear fission is used to make atomic bombs, while nuclear fusion is used to make hydrogen bombs. The power of the hydrogen bomb is thousands of times that of the atomic bomb in World War II, and the process of the nuclear fusion thermonuclear reactor is similar to the process of generating energy from the sun, which is a truly destructive and useful energy source. Now Luo Chen belongs to the third form of true Godzilla, the mature stage. But the real form that can be unscrupulous on this earth is the fourth form. This form of evolution requires more nuclear energy, and at the same time, the absorption and sleep time may be very long, it may be several years, 10 years, or 20 years or even longer, depending on the measurement of nuclear energy in nuclear radiation. And Luo Chen put this goal on the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. But the existence of the system made Luo Chen puzzled. Because it always unlocks various novel abilities inadvertently, for example, it will evolve heat-resistant skin and ability near volcanoes, adjust its shape in the deep sea, and evolve into anti-beating skins if it is attacked more. If there is more blood flow, then self-healing will evolve. While thinking about where he is going next, he wandered aimlessly. Luo Chen felt that it might be difficult for him to hide his identity. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, such a huge body might be exposed if he appeared in a place where humans lived. I just hope these humans don't focus on themselves as well. When thinking about it. Sudden. Luo Chen, who was swimming in the Pacific Ocean, stopped, and the huge dark back surfaced out of the sea, and then stopped. Nuclear radiation source. In Godzilla's brain, who was naturally able to sense this kind of breath, a radar display appeared. At the same time, there were several fluctuations of nuclear radiation sources in different directions. One of them came from the vicinity of the Arctic Ocean, but it was not obvious. The other came from the east and west sides of the Pacific Ocean, namely Dacia, Japan and the United States. But now, Luo Chen was unmoved by it for the time being, he was attracted by a strange aura. And that breath is in the South Pacific where he is. Nightfall. On the other side of the coastline, behind the reef, the waves surged into the sky, raising hundreds of feet. A behemoth with a height of more than 50 meters stood up from the sea and swam towards the shore. It was covered with dark rock-like skin, a strange dorsal fin, long and sharp claws, and a pair of huge fierce eyes. Frightened and violent. Wow la la. The strong and powerful giant tail is raised from the sea, setting off a lot of waves. With the push of the sea water, Godzilla walked towards the shore step by step. Fortunately, at night, not many people noticed its existence. Asterisk. Luo Chen wasn't sure if the watchtower and radar could capture his presence. At least in its senses, there are not many human figures presented by the surrounding thermal induction, and most of them are in the buildings of distant cities. At the same time, even if there is a radar or the like to capture his own trace, it is based on the level of his unknown technology. Very unlikely. Because Luo Chen had avoided the eyes of most people and quietly went ashore. Godzilla's movements are fast and concealed. Unless it is a close contact, when many people are not aware of it, a giant shadow passes over his head. Coupled with the good digging ability that Luo Chen acquired when he was in the cracks of the seabed, it was easy to get into the sewers of the city. Boom, 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 boom. Even in the middle of the night, many people were still awakened, but when they opened the window, the strange figure had long since disappeared. Like a ghost, Luo Chen was walking on the edge of this city, where houses and high-rise buildings were still sparse. It seems to be looking for something that it knows to recognize the difference between the world and its own impression. At this time, in a high-rise residential building, a room on the 10th floor opened the window. The young girl opened the window and stared at the situation outside the house. And Godzilla, just looking at her with those cold vertical pupils. Whether it was because of fear or excessive fright, the girl stared blankly at the black shadow outside the window that was like a giant pillar approaching unhurriedly, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, every heavy step could stop the trembling footsteps of the earth. Luo Chen stared at the human girl. The other party did not bark, nor did it roar. The quiet look at each other seemed very harmonious, no, it should be said to be very strange. Maybe due to various factors, the girl didn't scream because of fear, or it was because of the transitional horror that she couldn't make a sound, and she just stared at the gradually approaching monster like that. He opened his mouth, but Luo Chen didn't make a sound. He seemed to want to ask the girl a few questions, but he didn't know where to start, and his intention was obvious. Hello. The girl no longer asked why, but she always felt that the eyes of the giant beast were full of wisdom and curiosity. However, when the words were spoken, she regretted it. The monster didn't respond. No, it's the best response so much as no response. Because Luo Chen wanted to answer her very much, but when he opened his mouth now, it would surely wake up countless people. At that time, it will cause a lot of trouble, but despite the shock that just happened, it is estimated that many people have woken up, and they need to leave as soon as possible. Anyway. System, can't you evolve an ability like telepathy for me? Just thinking of this, a voice echoed in Luo Chen's mind. Activate a new ability, super perception. Super perception includes telepathy, perspective power, the ability to predict the future, and the ability to go back to the past, but currently only simple telepathy can be used to convey meaning. This can make people extra sensitive. Luo Chen couldn't help complaining about what he really wanted. When he wanted to make a pair of wings, the system ignored him. Newspaper. Staring at the rather cute girl, Luo Chen conveyed such a message to her. The other party was also stunned, as if she understood something like an electric shock. She looked strangely at the stack of newspapers on the bedside where her parents slept in the house. Then he looked at Godzilla outside the house. She didn't seem to understand why this monster wanted a newspaper. A monster who reads newspapers. Newspaper. This time, a stronger thought made her horrified, and she quickly picked up the newspaper by her parents' bedside table and stuffed it out the window. Thanks. Luo Chen took the newspaper with the paw covering the file size and stuffed it into his mouth. 8. The girl stared at Luo Chen's movements in astonishment, and the other party turned around slowly as if he was no longer interested. Wait a minute, Mr. Monster. The girl couldn't help but shouted, which made her parents wake up and quickly turned on the light in the room. What's wrong? What happened? A thief. The girl's parents woke up and immediately became alert, but at the moment the girl turned back and pointed her parents out the window. Mom and Dad, there are monsters outside. Monster? Father screamed in surprise, then looked out the window. Except for the wind blowing the smell of the sea, there was nothing unusual. Good, baby, have another nightmare. Monsters only exist in the virtual world. Don't be afraid. Mom and Dad will protect you. The mother ignored the father's surprise, because she was also worried that her daughter had a nightmare. Out of love for her daughter, she explained it rationally. It is true. The girl said seriously, seeing that her parents didn't believe her, she quickly pulled them to look out the window. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and it took a few seconds to see that there was nothing but darkness outside, the lights were sparse in the distance, and there was no abnormal figure. Roar, poor boy, aren't you too nervous? Forget it, you don't believe me if you say it. The girl lowered her head in despair and broke free from her parents' embrace. Now she is less afraid of that monster, and more curious, and wants to prove that she has indeed seen it with her own eyes. It turned out that she was not alone in seeing the monster that night. On a fishing boat. The crew members who were fishing at night on the deck also witnessed the terrifying shadow. The shadow of a giant pillar crossed the coastline into the deep sea. The telescope clearly saw that the dark scale skin was covered, and the sharp claws were terrifying. Finally, under the dim light, a pitch-black head in the sea with a chilling aura slowly emerged from the sea, and those frightening eyes were staring here. One day later. A man running a ship offshore, acoustic experts claim to have debunked the mystery of strange noise, and placed monitors, and in a nuclear reactor nearby, caught it. Experts don't know what it was, but can confirm, it was a roar from a behemoth. Also this time. The shadows of giant beasts in the dark, mysterious noises, and terrifying pitch-black monsters seen by eyewitnesses first entered the human field of vision in the 1960s and 1970s. 3 months later. A group of mysterious organizations came here and found the girl who claimed to have seen monsters. Later, they took her away. And the mysterious organization, Emperor Organization, which tracks the footprints of giant beasts like Godzilla, began to search again. But nothing. Until 10 years later. In 1973, the Emperor organized the Earth Resources Team and the Air Force to form a helicopter formation to the secret Skull Island, in the South Pacific. On the island they found huge amounts of footprints, and broken mountains, as if there were traces of giant beasts fighting. But before they could investigate carefully, they were attacked by the mysterious creature King Kong, and they immediately realized that there was no one left here and evacuated urgently. But the pictures I brought back show that Godzilla had been on Skull Island. Back to normal timeline. After Godzilla left the island, she started swimming toward a mysterious island in the South Pacific. Noon. The waves surged, and the black shadow like a giant pillar stood up from the sea and walked towards the shore unhurriedly, getting closer and closer. The heavy footsteps on the island can make the surrounding earth tremble for a short time. Luo Chen looked around at the moment. The island was lush and charming, there were towering giant trees everywhere, and the vines were messy. It didn't look like a place where people lived. There are unknown storms lingering in the surrounding seas all the year round, and the magnetic field here is also a bit strange. But unfortunately, this is nothing to Godzilla who swam from the sea. Is this the island that attracted me, an uninhabited island? Deep roars sucked up, and Luo Chen, who had either spent time in a modern city or lived under the sea with sonar and radar, couldn't help but be fascinated by the beauty in front of him. Primeval forests, jumbled bushes, huge amounts of vines, grotesque creatures. People can't help but wonder if they have traveled to the Jurassic era, but it is really similar to the ancient era. Gah! At the moment, the unknown strange bird flew from the sky, and under Godzilla's gaze, it flew quickly towards the depths of the island. Hoo-oh-oh-oh! The sky roared, and countless birds flew up in terror. Then, close the sound. Godzilla began to walk deep into a mysterious canyon full of lush forest vines. The loud rumbling sound made the surrounding birds and herbivores startle, and along with Godzilla's advance, it caused a riot in the mountains and forests. In the lakes and tributaries in the southern part of the island, the prehistoric giant crocodile species, Dead Soul Island monster, surfaced and opened its terrifying eyes. The swamp giant squid, not far away, spit out a series of bubbles, the huge, cry vulture, and Icarus wings, flying in the sky like to fall vertically from a high altitude to attack their prey. The knife-backed jackal, holy tiger, and lonely reef bull demon running wild in the forest, and the ancient creatures such as badwater acacia lurking underwater, all of them are hideous. But Luochen didn't know anything about these creatures. I don't know how many original residents on this island were disturbed by his arrival. At the moment, Godzilla came to the high cliff. Looking at the greenery all over the sky, under this pleasing scenery, it lay down on the spot in a comfortable mood. Then, the broad back leaned against the boulder of the cliff, like a human sitting on a recliner. Luochen slowly opened his mouth and took out the newspaper from between his teeth. Then he spread it out with some effort, and stared at the densely packed small print with supervision and read it. His mother is in foreign languages. Cannot understand. However, with the numbers and pictures, as well as the little English that Luochen knew, he could probably guess the meaning. The newspaper is from 1963. It says something about Stark Industries, and it is said that there is some progress in the reactor that Howard Stark is working on. History Stark. Nuclear reactor. Godzilla. Luochen tilted his head, somewhat inexplicable. This name is a bit familiar. Luochen remembers that this is the name in Marvel. Wait, shouldn't it be true? Since he can become Godzilla, it might be possible that this is the Marvel Universe. Asterisk. Since Luochen couldn't communicate with the human world, he didn't know much about the information about the human world. If it is really the Marvel world, then my leisurely days may not be too long. It doesn't take much to explain where the Marvel Universe is. In this world where superhero is everywhere, villains and alien life are as many as dogs. If he didn't become strong enough, he might be beaten by a certain purple potato essence named Thanos with a snap of his fingers. But it's a little exciting to think about it. If it really is the Marvel Universe, it can explain so many incredible things. In the same way, he also has more evolutionary directions. For example, Planet Godzilla. Fun, fun, fun. Godzilla seemed to think that when her future self would become extraordinarily large, she suddenly felt amused and swayed her tail. Right at the moment. Luochen thought he was wrong. There were tearing air sounds in the sky, and an upside-down flight's giant tree fell from the sky and smashed towards him. What the hell? Even the mutated trees can fly this year. Luochen, who was startled, hurriedly rolled on the ground and stood up, dodging the giant tree sideways. At the moment. In Luochen's perception, a handsome boy from Skull Island carrying a giant tree walked over aggressively. Just got up. I noticed that the stones on the edge of the cliff trembled constantly, and there was a faint tremor on the ground. Bang bang bang. The vibration was getting closer and closer, and after a while, Luochen saw a 30-meter-tall, huge, appalling terrifying beast walking from the depths of the valley. Gorilla? No, it's King Kong. With another giant tree flying over his head, Luochen looked at the King Kong again. His pupils were full of ferocity, and King Kong not only had no fear, but roared at it even more viciously. Bang! 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 King Kong seemed to be angrily hammering his chest. At the moment, he ran beside the lake, the ground shook violently, and the lake was turbulent, and Godzilla rushed towards King Kong with a long roar. Nemas! When I come up, I will plant a tree upside down for Lao Tzu to see if I will not beat you to death. The angry Luochen didn't care about anything, he just went up. Communicate. Communicate shit. There is no need for communication between the behemoths, and the fight is over. However, when Godzilla thought that King Kong's brain was not working well, when he rushed up, he was crouched by King Kong to avoid the claw attack, and then turned around and hugged Godzilla's giant tail, and then a passionate over-the-shoulder fell directly higher than himself. A giant beast, Godzilla, fell blind. What's the situation? Luochen reacted immediately, could it be said? Have you been beaten by King Kong with experienced martial arts? Although the body does not hurt or itches, it is still very embarrassing to be knocked down in a single encounter. Fortunately, no one sees it here. Luo Chen thought of this, and resolutely rolled on the ground. While its huge and heavy body overwhelmed many trees, it swung its giant tail and swept King Kong across the ground. Hoo-oh-oh-oh. Godzilla's roar was like a tyrannosaur, with a long and loud roar. Roar. Although the voice of King Kong's roar is short, it is also oppressive. Although I don't know where this King Kong jumped out from, Luo Chen didn't care about it, and if he provokes himself, it's okay to beat him. Both giants have extremely high IQs. This is not only a training in combat experience, but also a game of wisdom. The roar continued to resound in the valley, and the hand-to-hand combat made Luo Chen feel refreshed. This kind of real battle is enjoyable. But, compared with King Kong, today's Godzilla has an advantage in body size without calculating energy emission, and the rest is nothing. Because King Kong is closer to humans, with a flexible body, plus it has fought with other giant beasts more than once, and has strong combat experience. And what about Godzilla? Luo Chen has a lot of combat experience in the sea, but the combat experience on land. It seems that this is the first time. Therefore, it is normal to be thrown over the shoulder by King Kong. Bang! Luo Chen, who was punched in the face by King Kong, shook his head in confusion, and continued to charge with a roar. Then King Kong started to grab Godzilla's shoulder, but Godzilla's brute force also made King Kong feel difficult. His footsteps began to slide backwards, and then hit the boulder on the cliff, and countless gravels fell into the valley. Skull Island pretty boy, you succeeded in angering me. Godzilla didn't speak, but the fierceness in his eyes conveyed the meaning. And King Kong is also aware of the danger. The next moment, starting from the tail of Godzilla, a terrifying blue light lit up, and those lights lit up little by little along the back, like a rhythmic rhythm, and the sound became louder and louder. Buzz 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 buzz. In the end, the terrifying blue light became more and more dazzling, and the sense of crisis that King Kong felt became stronger and stronger. Atomic breath. A humming sound shook the air. The surrounding dust and air glowed with blue fluorescence. Unpredictable, a terrifying breath spit out from Godzilla's mouth, and a huge blue light beam shot towards King Kong. King Kong, who was shocked, quickly released Godzilla's body, and rolled away to one side in embarrassment. Then the terrifying breath sprayed along King Kong's side, towards the other side of the island, and swept across the valley and the sky along the way. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, and the energy generated by nuclear fusion swept across the battlefield in an instant. Roar! Where the atomic breath passed, the light in the sky distorted, the ground exploded and roared, and the monstrous flames rose. This terrifying power ravaged the island and stretched for several kilometers. The entire forest exploded and was in a sea of fire. Countless creatures were destroyed one after another. The charred corpses were burned to ashes one by one, and the collapsed boulders were also smashed. The metals and the minerals are also dissolved. Everywhere he went, he turned to ashes. Ow ow! King Kong looked at the burning island, and roared at Godzilla in anger. It was already panicking. When Godzilla saw this scene, she was also at a loss. I didn't expect the destructive power of my atomic breath to be so powerful, but when I saw that part of the forest started to catch fire, it was not good, and it hurriedly ran to the side of the sea, then swam to the depths of the sea and began to move towards the shore. Charge! Region! With the momentum of Godzilla's ferocious charge, the surrounding sea also rolled up huge waves and began to rush. Whoa, whoa! Huge waves, accompanied by heavy rainfall, doused the burning trees. Seeing this scene, King Kong also reacted and hurriedly started to set off a flood of water in the lake to put out the forest that was on fire. A few minutes later, the fire was out, but thick plumes of smoke rose into the sky, making the sky darken. Liangzi, look at what you've done. Godzilla at the moment walked ashore from the sea and roared at King Kong. And King Kong, who was resting on the side, also stood up and glared at it vigilantly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kong also growled, as if to say, "You did this." But Godzilla's roar was louder, as if to shirk responsibility, saying, "You forced me." The two giant beasts stood on the east and west sides of the island respectively, roaring in a stalemate. Soon after meeting and fighting, the two finally agreed to a temporary truce to communicate. This is the way of communication between giant beasts. The first wave of the meeting, the one with the bigger fist has the right to speak. But now, Skull Island Pretty Boy is not convinced. And Godzilla also felt that it was a bit unfair to bully it with the atomic breath, because it was a pity that such an interesting King Kong was killed by himself. On Earth, such creatures are few and far between. Suddenly, Godzilla had the idea of wanting to accept King Kong as his younger brother. But King Kong Boy is not convinced, and if Godzilla doesn't use atomic breath, he won't have much advantage in mobility and hand-to-hand combat. Thought here. Godzilla asked why King Kong attacked him. King Kong said, "This is its territory. It is the Asgardian of Skull Island, the largest monster on the island, shocking the other ferocious monsters on the island. And when Godzilla comes, King Kong is the second largest monster." Luo Chen thought. It is a pity that such a beautiful island was destroyed by itself. Therefore, when the island was on fire just now, its immediate response was not to continue fighting with King Kong, but to find a way to put out the flames. After seeing this move of Godzilla, King Kong Liangzi's impression of Godzilla also changed. Godzilla's first impression of King Kong is the intruder. It's still the kind of intruder who is short-tempered and likes to promote himself as a powerful intruder. As soon as he debuts, he provokes a riot in the mountains and forests, as if everyone knew that it was coming. As the patron saint of Skull Island, King Kong Liangzi is definitely not convinced, as if he was provoked. Then, two grumpy old brothers meet. It's time for the giant beast war, but due to Godzilla's terrifying atomic breath, the original life-and-death battle turned into a temporary truce. It seems that the King of Monsters has not yet been selected and needs to fight another day. And King Kong is also willing to take a step back and give up half of the island to Godzilla's rule. And they had an appointment to fight, and they said that they have been rectified for a while, and they will compete near the Death Canyon. Who is the King of Monsters on this island? See you then. And Godzilla resolutely agreed. It didn't think this King Kong handsome boy could cultivate any powerful moves. Unless it can transform into a Super Saiyan. And what about yourself? Deep beneath the island's ocean floor, there are naturally occurring radioactive materials near submarine volcanoes. During this period of time, it was enough to absorb and digest a lot of atomic energy and evolve towards the fourth stage. But it didn't even think about it. This sleep alone is 10 years. The lifespan of giant beasts such as Godzilla cannot be calculated by the human concept of time. Godzilla has a long lifespan, almost immortal, and it is no problem to sleep for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. After becoming Godzilla, Luo Chen felt that his concept of time became very strange. Normally, it spends 90% of its time dozing. Before you know it, the Earth has passed a long time. Until, later, humans discovered the island. Run, keep running, constantly run. Even so, the terrifying shadow behind it was still in hot pursuit, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the footsteps behind him that were so heavy that the ground trembled stopped and never sounded again. Did it leave? The humming air vibrated. The surrounding air twisted, and terrifying blue light beams swept in. Too late to run, too late to escape, the girl shrouded in the huge blue beam, unable to even scream, turned into ashes. Hey suck! Roar, roar, roar! The terrified girl suddenly woke up from her nightmare, sucked deeply, covered her forehead, and cold sweat dripped down her arms. Her body was sticky, and her pajamas were soaked with cold sweat. At the same time, she looked up at the window, where the sun was shining directly. Covering the harsh sunlight with her hands, she lifted the quilt, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. It's been 10 years. This nightmare has been haunting me, the shadow like a giant pillar has been haunting my mind since childhood. She has been working here for several years, and the more she understands, the more she feels that the monster she saw at that time is real. After being taken away by the mysterious group at the time, they told their parents that they had been selected to study at the most famous academy abroad. But at that time, she was less than 10 years old. If it weren't for the fact that those mysterious people left a lot of money for her parents, she really thought she was taken away by terrorists. After taking a bath, the girl covered Miamon's figure with a bath towel, rolled up her long golden hair, and looked at the newspaper on the wall. Those are all news about monsters in the past few decades. Although many of them are fake, some of them have research value. Dong dong dong. A hurried knock on the door interrupted her memory, then she opened the door, and her female colleague came in. What's the matter? Seeing how anxious you are, is something wrong? The visitor's expression was a little dignified, which made the girl feel that something was wrong. Found it. The woman gasped, as if she had just been exercising. At the moment, she took a breath and said, Amanda. Found it. I can't do it. Do you have water here? What did you find, such a fuss? Even so, the girl handed her a glass of water. Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, it seems that something special has happened. Come on, what's going on? Staring at Golyulu's female colleague who finished drinking water, Amanda asked in a hurry and doubt. Seeing Amanda like this, the female colleague stared at her excitedly, and pulled her to explain, it's the trace of a monster. Air. What? Where? Amanda was stunned and asked excitedly. If this statement were placed elsewhere, it might be regarded as a neurotic. But here. Monster. That's what they study. The institution is called the Emperor's Organization. The female colleague glanced at Amanda, then spit out a name, Skull Island. The Imperial Organization is one of the most mysterious organizations in the world, and it is as authoritative as SHIELD. Perhaps everyone is familiar with the name SHIELD. What does it do? The full name of SHIELD is Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. The main antagonist is HYDRA, an evil organization that Red Skull formed with Nazi funds and continues to this day. And the Imperial Institution. It's special. The organization's job is to track down mysterious creatures and protect humans. Mysterious creatures have been occupying the Earth long before human beings, and the Emperor organization is to hunt down unknown mysterious creatures on the Earth. In 1915, Einstein's theory of relativity guided mankind to develop the atom, and the dawn of the atomic age began. The development of this technology also marks the awakening of ancient creatures by atomic energy. In 1943, the ship USS Lawton was attacked and sank by a giant creature. In 1946, in order to cover up the USS incident, President Truman secretly established the Emperor Organization. A team dedicated to investigating unidentified life on Earth. In 1952, a huge fog enveloped London, which the monarch believed to be the air pollution caused by the wings of giant creatures flapping the cloud and fog. In 1954, the Imperial Organization went global. At the same time, the age of the atomic bomb began. And the footprints of unknown giants, Godzilla, were captured on the island after the nuclear explosion. In 1959, Soviet aviation planes photographed the construction of a huge facility on an ice shelf in Siberia, with a cover marked by the Monarch Organization. In 1963, on a South Pacific island, fishermen spotted monsters at night. See Godzilla for details. 10 years later. In 1973, the Emperor organized the Earth Resources Team and the Air Force to form a helicopter formation to the secret Skull Island in the South Pacific. This action is a record to prove the real existence of monsters. At the same time, that's what's going to happen next. In 1973, Washington signed the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. In the same year, Howard Stark of Stark Industries discovered an element, but could not produce it due to the age. And his son, Iron Man, Tony Stark, is 4 years old. The other side. The protagonist of this action. The headquarters of the Imperial Organization. Conference Hall. Because there is no strong evidence to prove the monster for a long time, it's said that the Emperor's plan will be terminated, so they are facing the brink of bankruptcy at the moment. We're running out of time. If we wait until the war is over, we'll never get approval again. Someone just finished speaking. At the moment the news broadcast on TV said, the US military wants to end the South War and withdraw its troops. Snapped. They turned off the screen. The small island in this satellite photo is located in the South Pacific. It is an island we have never discovered before. Many ancient civilizations have mentioned it, Skull Island. The island that God has not created yet. It's famous where a lot of ships and planes go missing. It's like Bermuda's Mystery Triangle. But it's more dangerous than Bermuda. On this island, science and mystery coexist. After a woman asked her question, she stared at the people sitting in the audience. What do you guys think about the mysterious newly discovered island, Skull Island? Behind her are huge amounts of screens marked with the location of Skull Island on the map, in a hidden spot in the South Pacific. There was a messy discussion in the entire hall, and Amanda was also sitting in it. Although her status was not high, she was more persistent and hardworking than anyone else in dealing with monsters. People with outstanding achievements in these fields sat together. Explore Skull Island. I suggest sending a helicopter formation to explore. If there are ancient creatures alive, we will make a decision. The speaker was a middle-aged man from the Earth Resources team who was in charge of a lot of duties. I agree too. The aviation force has no opinion. Rather than directly landing on a large scale, it is better to explore it first. In this era, there are no developed drones, and there are no high-tech weapons. Helicopters are already a very powerful weapon in this era, and fighter jets are not popular. Who else has an opinion? The woman asked everyone loudly. Since there is none, then I announced the official launch of the Skull Island project, and the specific planning copy has been printed and handed over to you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask us. Let's solve it together. Without further ado, I intend to get started as soon as I'm ready. Okay, so who will be the CEO of the Skull Island project? I. Amanda raised her hand at the moment, but when she saw the big guys sitting around looking over, she shyly backed away, coughed lightly and said, I am not feeling well, sorry. At the moment these people stared at each other and quickly ignored the girl's situation. In their view, the sooner they get involved, the sooner they can make money. The genes, blood, hair, bones, and even feces of monsters have research value and can bring unimaginable wealth. Therefore, everyone wants to participate in this program. In the end, after some discussion, a helicopter formation was formed by the Earth Resources team and the Aviation Department, and it officially set off 3 days later. During this time, Amanda applied multiple times to follow. But all were rejected. Because she was young, had a low position, and was a researcher and secretary, not a combatant, the upper management decided not to allow her to get involved. That's all. The helicopter formation to Skull Island will take off soon. South Pacific. The mysterious unknown island, Skull Island. For thousands of years, Skull Island has been shrouded in strong storms, and humans have been unable to set foot in it. But now, human technology has developed rapidly, and it is no longer a race that was used as food by beasts in ancient times. After finding the coordinates of Skull Island, the people from U South Air Force Base and local residents spent a day and night searching for all the ways to get to the island, and finally chose the best air route, taking advantage of the weakest storm. Rush in. Go. 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 With the buzzing sound, the helicopter formation began to take off under the instruction of the instructor. The helicopter in the air left the huge ship like an aircraft carrier, and then began to fly towards the chaotic storm turbulence with a slight bump. At the moment, before entering the storm, I felt a strong wind blowing around. Helicopter is like a lonely boat on the sea. It cannot be said that it may be overturned at any time, but it also brings pressure to people's mind. Keep the target sight distance. Colonel Packard gave orders over the walkie-talkie. He is a U.S. military commander and the soul of this Devil helicopter attack team. He has the ability to fight in extremely dangerous environments and is determined to protect the safety of everyone in the team. Group A number 5, let me know when you approach. Other helicopters also began flying low over the sea, watching the surrounding storm. The helicopters were arranged in an orderly line, and the distance was within sight to avoid confusion after the radar failed. Then they started rushing towards the storm area as planned. Asterisk. Group A number 5 arrives at the location. Very good. All attention, keep the flight team, and don't get lost. More than 10 helicopters were flying in the sky, and a woman was sitting on one of the helicopters. At the moment, the helicopter was taking pictures of the horror of the storm area. Her name is Weaver, an anti-war journalist who uses her camera to find hidden truths in the world. Hired to form an expedition to scout mysterious islands in the South Pacific. Came with her. The professor named Randa, a middle-aged man, is an archaeological scientist and a member of the Emperor organization. He's been looking for evidence of the monster's existence. Believing that monsters are real, it is for this reason that they reported to the organization and assembled an expedition team composed of scientists and soldiers to come to Skull Island to find out the truth. Professor Landa is in charge of this operation. At the same time, he is also Amanda's boss, and Weaver is the woman who notified Amanda of the monster before. Look, this terrifying storm. Dark clouds cover the sky, hide the thunder and lightning. Amanda, you made the right choice not to come, it's too dangerous here, I can feel the bursts from this distance. Unease. After taking the photo, Weaver sent it to Amanda's email, because he might lose the signal due to the impact of the storm, so he took advantage of now to get in touch with his friends last. Less than half a minute. Amanda, who has been following the operation, also responded to the email. The content is, it's amazing. But you also have to be careful. I remember when I was a child, I used to look out of the window, and on the other side of the distant horizon, there was always a tall and crooked tree standing alone. Down, the back of the tree was no different from the ridged and sharp spine of the monster I encountered that night. Seeing this, Weaver smiled. She replied, you only have monsters in your heart, no wonder you haven't found a boyfriend for so long. Okay, let's not talk anymore, we will reach the destination soon, the signal may be lost, I will report the situation to you after I come out. Then, Weaver turned off the computer. At the same time, the helicopter formation began to change the flight speed, start to act. A mere storm, this little thing can't trouble us. Friend, have you seen the center of a storm? Sometimes I just want to rush in. Ha! We are doing this kind of thing now, hurry up. The helicopter began to enter the storm area, and the terrifying thunder and lightning flashed in the dark clouds, which was terrifying. The helicopter maintained its course and passed through the storm area in a quick and orderly manner. Follow closely. The thick fog dissipated as it rushed out of the storm. Everyone was shocked and stared at this scene in stunned silence. Mysterious islands. With pristine forests, lush intertwining bushes, huge amounts of vines, and enchanting lakes, this island is full of life. Ooh! Weaver and others couldn't help but let out a sigh, and the scientists in the expedition looked at this unseen scene in disbelief. Music. I don't know who shouted, and the helicopter pilots all looked at each other and laughed. Accompanied by the loud and cheerful music on the helicopter, they roared as if they had discovered a new world. With the arrival of these helicopters, flocks of white birds flew on the island and flew towards the other side of the sky. Spread apart and act separately. Colonel Packard communicated the order on the walkie-talkie, and the helicopter split into several squads in an orderly manner. Group A, Number 7, let the detectives go down. Received, landed in District 6. With the landing of several helicopters, the group of people began to carry equipment and moved very quickly. Then, after the system is deployed and the detectors are in place, drop the vibe maker. Then, a scientist picked up the walkie-talkie and gave instructions to the people in the helicopter group above. Receive. All members, launch the vibe maker. On all helicopters, an armed man pushed the missile head and then dropped it. The missile spun in the air and fell straight into the lush forest. Boom! The first missile exploded, creating a terrifying flame, burning the surrounding trees, and causing the beasts who traveled several kilometers to run around. Then go on. Boom, boom, boom. Missile after missile fell from the helicopter. Along with the explosive devices they threw, the detectors below were all excited, rock formations, vibe, etc., all made them feel unbelievable. As expected of an unknown island, the underground level here is actually hollow. But the unscrupulous destruction of human beings and the actions of coming to Skull Island have successfully awakened the king of the island, King Kong, who was sleeping on the other side of the island. When he saw that the forest in the distance was on fire, King Kong immediately got up. He thought it was Godzilla that started to destroy again, but when he got closer, he found some steel birds he had never seen before flying over his own territory. Fly away. And dropped bombs one by one, causing the forest to burn. After the last Godzilla destruction, it took a full 10 years to restore the island to its original state. And now the destruction of human beings' disagreement directly angered King Kong. Boom boom boom. There were smiles on everyone's faces as the explosions and flames rose. The music also entered its most intense moment. Just when this moment began to sublime, tearing air sounds came. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, an upside-down giant tree with dirt from the sky, like a javelin, fast and precise. Attack! The enemy is attacking. The flight attendant shouted, and then, there was no further sound. Boom kacha, boom. A helicopter was hit and a terrifying explosion occurred, killing people on the spot. The music stopped abruptly. What followed was the roar of the giant beast that shocked the sky. Roar! King Kong ran wildly from the other side of the island, while huge amounts of palms grabbed the trees around him, uprooted them, and smashed them towards the helicopter in the sky. The head-on conflict between the largest King Kong in history and the human helicopter group presented a crushing situation. King Kong's offensive was mixed with anger and was extremely violent. Its attack shocked the human beings and fled in a hurry, causing heavy casualties in an instant. Group A number 8 fell. Group A number 9, Group B number 10 fell. An emergency siren sounded. The detectives on the ground also stood up and looked at King Kong, who was beating his chest by rage in the distance. Oh my God! Weaver stared blankly at this scene and became incoherent. Does anyone know what this is? I don't know, damn it. My God, I've never seen anything like this. Professor Landa used the camera to capture the picture of King Kong, and he was also stunned to see this scene. With its back facing the sun, it looks like a mountain. The helicopter flew over King Kong's shoulder, and the giant beast seemed to be on the same level as the dim sunset. This scene is unforgettable. Is this a monkey? I've never seen anything like this. A siege is formed, the machine guns are ready. Helicopters began to spread out and surrounded King Kong, while the machine guns were deployed. Faced with these pesky flies, bug-like things, King Kong clenched his fists. For the first time, he felt that there was a creature in this world that he hated more than Godzilla, human beings. Fire with all your might. Da-da-da-da. The machine gun on the helicopter burst into dazzling fire, and the dense bullets shot at King Kong. These bullets are like stones, and the skin of King Kong hurts. Roar! King Kong roared, at the moment dashed towards one helicopter, grabbed its tail, and threw it towards the other helicopter. Boom! The two helicopters collided and fell in the blast of fire. What kind of monster is this? I have no idea. Two helicopters flew from both sides again. But the King Kong at the moment is no longer the King Kong he used to be. Godzilla after World War I. In the past 10 years, King Kong boy has honed his skills a lot, especially that big mouth. Oh no, it's Iron Sand Palm. As the king of Skull Island, King Kong Liangzai has more human ancestry than gorillas than all primates. It can be said that it is the only human god. That is, a giant beast belonging to human blood. The wisdom possessed by King Kong needs no further explanation. Originally used to deal with Godzilla's Iron Sand Palm, at the moment was used by King Kong on these helicopters. Just like slapping a mosquito, if you slap it down, a helicopter must crash. Fist is its strongest weapon. Roar. King Kong's roar startled Professor Landa and others on the ground in the distance. They watched this scene in horror. I understand. Professor Landa absent-mindedly gave a reasonable explanation for the existence of King Kong. There have been many cases of missing ships and planes near Skull Island. They did not crash because of the storm, but because, this monster, they're all ruined. Oh my God. Another woman with an Asian face also looked into the distance in disbelief, chasing King Kong who destroyed the helicopter. That giant beast is more agile than humans. Coupled with such a large size, the helicopter is like a slow-moving flying insect to it, and it can be chased and destroyed without much effort at all. Even if the helicopter was raised, it was futile. While the helicopter is flying high, the target is also more conspicuous. No one wants to be exposed to King Kong's field of vision from the front and suffer an attack from an inverted tree. It can be said that the inverted tree javelin is King Kong's specialty move, and it is the most impressive. It's Godzilla. Skull Island, seabed rock formations. Below the reef. The huge and disordered rock has the appearance of a towering arc, and a large amount of sea sand is piled up on it, obscuring its original appearance. The weird thing is, there are not many schools of fish passing by this seamount rock. No, even other creatures are rarely seen. Looking closely, this dark rock is rather strange, like a giant monster sleeping on its stomach, more than 300 meters long, and more than twice the height and physique of Godzilla, the third form. And this beast? It was none other than Luo Chen. Because, previously unable to cool down on land, it had to continue to evolve the next form in the sea. Today's Godzilla's legs have been able to support heavy and become thick, and it is reasonable to say that the hands are not necessary for melee combat and become continuously short, but Luo Chen is not like this. Luo Chen has the living habits of human beings and likes to use his forelimbs. Therefore, slightly different from the common Godzilla, Luo Chen evolved forelimbs and claws that are stronger and sharper. The long, domineering tail has become stronger and stronger, used to maintain balance, and can be easily lifted above the head. The height and physique are nearly twice as high as before evolution. Even though it has become so powerful, it still retains the habit of turning its eyes to be alert to the surroundings, so its eyes are sharp and compelling. Not only that, supervision has also evolved a crocodile-like waterproof membrane to protect the eyes. Countless tiny teeth are intricate, and the black epidermis of the whole body is like the product of interlaced collagen fiber bundles. The underside of the skin on all parts of the body glows red. Relying on blood circulation and dorsal fin heat dissipation to prevent hyperthermia, it can freeze itself in an emergency to shut down the biological atomic furnace. The epidermis is extremely tough, recovers super fast after injury, can evolve infinitely in self-split, cells cannot be killed without destroying all cells, and fallen cells can grow new individuals. The new individuals are called subspecies. Godzilla cannot reproduce, only divide. This kind of cell division can allow Luo Chen to have the most loyal subordinates, but division and self-proliferation will consume a lot of physical strength. Under normal circumstances, Luochen will not do this. Unless it is injured and has to split up some subspecies to act as guards and protect themselves. Data today. Height, 118.5 meters. Body length, 333 meters. Weight, 92,000 tons. Belongs to the fourth form of Godzilla, true Godzilla, a perfect creature similar to God, Godzilla of God. In the setting of the past dynasties, this Godzilla also hangs the Godzillas of all dynasties, and can be called the strongest Godzilla in history, not counting Planet Godzilla. The range and power of the rays are also the strongest in history. A lot of ray beams can also be emitted from the back, and even the tail can emit ray beams. Even if it stops moving after all the rays are emitted, it can freely attack everything around it. As long as there is water and air, it can live anywhere. Shape changes can be made freely. The length of the tail is also the longest in history, and the hardness of the body is also higher than that of Godzilla in all dynasties. Appearance is even more terrible. It has a dark appearance, and the dark red blood-like substance emits a faint red light on the chest, limbs, tail and even around the neck. At the moment, it is sleeping on the seabed, and it will light up red light with the sound of heartbeat from time to time, especially scary people. As for the fifth form above this form, Luochen didn't have any clues yet, but his intuition told him that the process of evolution would be extremely difficult. Definitely, the fifth form will also be outrageously strong. At the moment. Suddenly, there was a trembling sound from Skull Island. The explosion of the bomb, the roar of King Kong, the shaking vibe. Wave after wave, sounded again and again. Layer upon layer came. Finally. At the end of the last roar, the terrifying beast sleeping in the deep sea suddenly opened its terrifying pupils. Luochen woke up. As if he hadn't responded yet. It lay on the bottom of the sea for a few seconds, and then perceived the situation on the island. What happened? How did King Kong Liangzi's temper become so irritable? What is it fighting? What was the vibe just now? Driven by various doubts, Luochen decided to stand up and go to the island to take a look at the situation. Thought here. The mountains extending in the deep sea suddenly stood up, and that was the giant tail of Godzilla. At the moment, the gray sea sand was thrown away, revealing a terrifying dark appearance. Then, the terrifying claws and forelimbs supported the upper body, slowly stood up from the bottom of the sea, and then swam towards the sea. Boom boom. The sea was rough, and at the same time as the waves rose, a huge black back surfaced. Then, Godzilla swung her giant tail, pushing away the waves on both sides and swimming towards Skull Island. Vibe is from the other side of the island. The position of Godzilla is the opposite of King Kong. After the last fight with King Kong Pretty Boy, the eastern forest became King Kong's territory. The swamps and seas to the west became Godzilla's turf. To the south are lakes and tributaries. To the north is Death Canyon. Emergency roar, repeat, is there anyone else in the air? In the rainforest, the expedition team kept checking the situation with the walkie-talkie. Everyone, all dead. At the moment, a man replied. He calmly watched King Kong go away silently after destroying all of this with his binoculars, and whispered, "We are now in the south of the island, there is a river a few kilometers away, if we go along the as we move forward, we can reach the evacuation point in the north. But our helicopters are gone. But there is still a boat. We sent a distress signal on the boat, and someone came to search and rescue." The man's words made the others look at each other, and it seemed that this was the only way. At the same time, on the West Island, Godzilla also began to swim toward the shore. Asterisk. The time limit has come. Godzilla vs. Kong's final battle, it's about to begin. As for these humans who may be involved, it can only be said that they are unlucky. Group A number 1 roar called all members, whoever can hear please answer. Colonel Packard asked with a walkie-talkie near the ruins of a helicopter, receive. A weak voice sounded, and the soldier covered in blood whispered. Group A number 6, please report the last position. I'm on a highland 4 kilometers to the west, about 300 meters high, finished. Received, the highest point of the western mountain peak, it's over. Colonel Packard replied. Group A number 6 confirmed that the Sea Warhorse helicopter is also here. Chapman, stand by, we'll find you, the ammunition on the Sea Warhorse is enough to kill the beast. Look around and find a suitable ambush point, over. Speaking of which. Colonel Packard paused for a few seconds, then turned on the intercom, Group A number 6. He called roar several times in a row, but no one answered him. Only the faint rustling of electric current. West Island. After the soldier named Chapman found that the walkie-talkie was malfunctioning, it seemed that something had interfered with it. Alerted, he immediately left the helicopter ruins. Then he pulled out the machete from his waist and carefully observed the surroundings. Except for the small burnt caused by the helicopter crash, it was basically some rocks, and the other side of the mountain was the sea. There are some grass and vines around it, which should be able to cover his figure. Sudden. A gust of gloomy wind blows, making Chapman, who is a human, suddenly refreshed. Who? He looked in one direction in horror. There was a swishing sound in the grass. That thing was very fast, and its size was huge. There are dangers in the jungle, not to mention that this island has even creatures like King Kong, even some small monsters can kill people. Damn! The soldier swallowed and spit, then clenched his machete and walked forward slowly. Crack! With the accidental stepping on a broken branch, the movement in the jungle suddenly stopped. Then. Ow! With the roar of the beast, a huge monster suddenly sprang out of the jungle and appeared in front of the soldier who was slumped on the ground. Oh my goodness! It was a strange wolf about 3 meters high, like a monster of a mutant giant wolf. The spine of the creature is partially exogenous, covered with fibrous spines, as sharp as iron wire. They have been in a cruel and ferocious state for a long time, and they attack the same kind of cannibalism, and even cannibalize themselves when there is nothing wrong. This is a monster that was later called the knife-spine jackal, by the Imperial Organization. The knife-ridged jackal is the most energetic creature on the island, with the agility of a leopard and the bite force of a great white shark. Its nature is extremely ferocious, and it will show a cruel side to any creature it encounters. It makes it hard for researchers to imagine anything other than hatred flowing through its veins. Damn it, damn it! The soldier had gone mad, just as he was about to fight to the death. Many pairs of eyes lit up in the jungle. 1, 2, 3, 5 sword-ridged jackals emerged from every corner of the jungle and had already surrounded him. Didn't kill him outright. It must be the first bite of food to be dedicated to the sword-ridged jackal king. Those green and strange eyes were staring at the soldier. He had no way to escape. With only a small knife, he fought 5 monsters more than twice his size. And its 5 heads. A dead end. I shouldn't have participated in this operation. When the desperate soldiers were about to scream in horror, the knife-ridged jackals moved suddenly. When they were about to rush up, their footsteps stopped abruptly, and the sharp spines on their backs stood up like fried hares, and those dimly lit eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Stopped. The soldier's closed eyes slowly opened, and he couldn't help but have doubts when he looked at these saber-backed jackals who were constantly crouching and retreating slowly. Why are they so afraid of themselves? Wrong. Shadows gradually covered the top of the soldiers' heads. Immediately following, like the dowback jackal pack, the soldier's body was stiff, and he slowly looked back in cold sweat. The shadow of a giant pillar of the sky, Godzilla standing tall like a mountain, is staring at this side. It is a terrifying pitch-black monster, dark red like blood-like substance flowing on the body, emitting a terrifying red light. The soldier stared blankly at Godzilla. Afterwards, the terrifying pitch-black beast slowly lowered its head and sniffed, as if observing the soldiers and the saber-ridged jackals at close range. Suddenly, it opened its mouth. Wow! Godzilla let out a roar at the human soldiers and the group of blade-backed jackals who refused to retreat. The long howl that shook the sky made the air tremble, and the strong wind mixed with the smell of the sea came towards him, shaking the mountains and forests. Ow ow! Even the savage sword-backed jackals knew that the monsters in front of them were not easy to mess with, so they screamed in embarrassment, and they all fled to the depths of the jungle with their tails tucked. Ah! The human soldier screamed as if he couldn't accept a certain fact. At the moment the walkie-talkie accidentally fell to the ground, and he stepped on it. Group A number 6. What happened? Please answer. The colonel questioned anxiously on the other side of the walkie-talkie, while the soldier dropped his dagger in a daze and kept retreating back. No, no. No, ah 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 ah. The screaming soldier turned and ran desperately behind, but soon slipped and tumbled toward the bottom of the valley before crashing his head against a sharp rock, killing him instantly. And the walkie-talkie, followed by a scream, completely interrupted the signal. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was stunned. What's the situation? Before he could make a move, he roared and told those scythe jackals to roll away. But I didn't expect this unlucky guy to suicide himself. Well, forget it. To die is to die. Luo Chen understood something when he saw the first sight of a human being. 80% of the time, it was a good thing they did, the irritated King Kong boy. Buzz, buzz. Closing your eyes, the bioradar begins to search for kilometers around you. Afterwards, Luo Chen opened his eyes, and the humans in this area were already dead, and a small part of the remaining began to evacuate toward the north and south sides. King Kong Liang was located in the east, and now he was very short-tempered. However, it's almost there. The body begins to store energy. Hum, hum, hum hum. The bright blue fluorescence started to light up from the tail, and the rhythmic buzzing converged towards the head, followed by blue fluorescence in the surrounding water mist and air. A humming sound shook the air. Atomic breath. With the end of the energy storage, a terrifying blue beam of breath spit out from Godzilla's mouth and shot towards the sky. With a long and loud roar, this momentum instantly spread throughout the entire Skull Island. The human expeditions in the lakes and jungles in the distance hurriedly stopped. They looked at the terrifying blue light beam rising into the sky from the West Island, widened their eyes in horror, and froze for a long time before they could react. What is that? Scientists are also unable to understand. It is like the terrifying beam of atomic energy. If it is attacked on the island, how terrible the consequences will be. The remaining soldiers of the Tianma helicopter attack team were also in a cold sweat and had never seen such a scene. But Godzilla's signal, only one creature can understand its meaning. That is, King Kong. At the moment when Godzilla's atomic breath shot into the sky, King Kong stood up and realized that the war was coming. This is Godzilla's signal to declare war, and then the two behemoths will head to the northern Death Canyon as scheduled. There, it happens to be the only evacuation point for humans. Near the helicopter ruins. The surviving human soldiers sat together, alerted the surroundings, began to eat, collect supplies, and organize the remaining armaments. At the moment Professor Landa is with Colonel Packard. After Packard gave instructions to his subordinates, he came to Professor Landa alone, took out a pistol, and pointed it at him. Tell me, what the hell is this? Tell me all the things I don't know, all of them, don't miss a single one. Or I'll shoot you to death. Packard's tone was calm, but there was an incomparable anger hidden in his voice. Professor Landa sorted his things, and then heard Colonel Packard's question. He raised his head and stared blankly at each other. Then Professor Landa explained, monsters do exist. Nonsense, what are you talking about? Colonel Packard said coldly. No one believed me, I was considered a lunatic a few days ago, but today. Professor Landa smiled slightly insane. So it's not G geological prospecting at all, you're throwing bombs to get it out, right? Colonel Packard's eyes grew colder, and he said, what is your true identity? Have you heard of the Vlotten? No one has. There were thousands of young people on that ship and I was the only survivor. They told my family that the Lawton sank, but I know what did you see? Professor Landa sat on one of the boxes, then explained, with more and more excitement, it's crazy. No reason, only destruction. I spent 30 years trying to prove that what I saw that day was true. Speaking of which, Professor Landa took a deep breath and calmed down, and explained patiently. The earth does not belong to us, the ancient creatures owned this land long before humans, and if we continue to do so, they will retake it sooner or later. After a pause, Professor Landa continued. My department is codenamed Project Emperor, and we are dedicated to finding large, unknown terrestrial creatures. Hearing this, Colonel Packard interrupted him, so, you already knew it was here? Asterisk. Sorry, I feel sorry for your people, Colonel. Professor Landa shook his head sadly, and then stared at the Colonel deeply, but, we have to go back with the evidence. Only then will they send a large army over. With that, Colonel Packard stood up and pointed a gun to his head. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Professor Landa was already sweating, and his body trembled involuntarily. Humph. Colonel Packard put away his gun, then stared coldly at Professor Landa, turned around, and said as he left, don't bother, we'll do it ourselves. Hatred. Colonel Packard is now full of resentment against King Kong. But it is this intense revenge mentality will lead to his eventual demise. Today, Skull Island is a mix of fish and snakes. It is roughly divided into 5 tributaries. The first is King Kong, located in the east. The second, Godzilla, is in the west. The third is the Human Expedition, which is currently in the south. Fourth, Colonel Packard's military department, with Professor Landa on hand, is heading north. The fifth is the wild monsters on Skull Island, all over the island. The monsters on Skull Island, don't underestimate them. If Godzilla and King Kong were to lose both, or if there was an opportunity for them, then there was a good chance that something would go wrong. Not all monsters are loyal, submissive and powerful, and monsters are similar to humans, insidious, cunning, and ferocious. For example, the skeleton monitor lizards underground in the western Death Canyon, they are the mortal enemies of the King Kong family, and it is very likely that they will come out to attack them during the war between Godzilla and King Kong. At the same time, the Human Expedition is heading to the northern evacuation point. The others were contacted by radio, but there was no response, but despite this, their speed did not stop. Please answer if you hear, we are heading to the northern evacuation point. A soldier kept radioing Colonel Packard's side. At the moment, the leading man replied calmly while walking, we are outside the communication range, let's talk when we get closer. Damn. The soldier shook his head regretfully, then turned off the radio. This calm man is James Conrad, a former British Air Force Special Forces agent, a tracking expert who has participated in important battles. Now the protector of a scientific expedition team, ordered to investigate the mysterious island of Skull Island. Quack 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 quack. A flock of white birds flew up on the lake, making strange calls. A group of people was advancing along the lake, led by 2 men with guns, followed by 2 women and 2 male expedition members. Suddenly, boom 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 boom. The lake caused waves, and the frightened Air Force soldiers quickly raised their guns and aimed at the strange figure on the lake. Everyone, don't move. The tracking expert man quickly stopped his shooting. Then, a huge beast stood up in the lake. It was a huge amount of water buffalo, with a body length of 13 meters and a horn length of 19 meters. Its back and flanks are covered with hard bones and lush foliage, and its coral-like back exposed above the water is perfect camouflage. Relax, don't be nervous. As it got up, the other expedition team members stiffened, not daring to move rashly. But it doesn't look like some ferocious monster. If you guessed correctly, this creature is docile, but can also be very dangerous if threatened. As the man guessed, the lonely reef bull demon who inhabited the lake and the river system stared at the group of strange humans, then shook his head and walked away. Weaver quickly took pictures with his camera and recorded the monster's side. After this terrifying contact, they understood that it seems that not all monsters will take the initiative to attack humans, they are more like animals from ancient times. Compared to here, the actions on Colonel Packard's side were very aggressive, and they committed to killing King Kong and began to form a revenge team. They then headed west, found Chapman's body, and were relieved to find that the ammunition near the helicopter was still intact. Bury Chapman's body. They returned with ammunition as soon as possible. When they left, they found traces of some kind of giant beast moving on the edge of the sea, and there were also signs of being crushed around. Seeing this scene, Colonel Packard felt uneasy. It seems that there is more than one big monster similar to that King Kong, and the next actions need to be more cautious. But despite this, it still did not stop them from needing revenge. But he really didn't think so. Can these monsters be slaughtered by anyone? A strange atmosphere pervaded the bamboo forest. The soldiers moved cautiously and slowly, and in order to ease the tension, some people talked and chatted. The soldier who was trailing at the end of the team was thirsty, so he opened the kettle to drink water. Then, when he raised his head to drink water, his expression froze. Don't wait for him to react. The bamboo that fell from the sky in an instant, pierced through one of his body, and penetrated through it from beginning to end. Asterisk. Pat. The kettle falls to the ground. The strange scene behind them made the soldiers slowly turn around and look at them. After seeing the soldiers pierced by bamboo, they raised their heads in horror. They saw it. That monster with a body nearly 7 meters high, disguised in the dense bamboo forest on the northern edge of Skull Island. What just penetrated the soldier's body was its long limbs. This is a monster named Long-Legged Mother Monster. At the end of the monster's long limbs, there are 8 sharp long knife feet, and the tip of the knife is highly poisonous. When it was completely still, its long limbs had no flaws under the cover of the bamboo forest, and the entire bamboo forest instantly became a deadly trap. The prey is stabbed into the ground unsuspecting and unable to move. The long feet, on the other hand, suck the prey dry like a straw. Brush. The long-legged female monster's thorny long blade was pulled from the soldier's corpse, and then began to attack the other soldiers. Get out of the way. Damn, watch out. The soldiers fled in panic. Watch out for the top of your head. On the tree. The bullets began to shoot frantically at the top of the head, and the long-legged female monsters that were hit attacked even more frantically. More tentacle-like tongues grabbed the soldiers' bodies, lifted them, and sent them to their mouths to prepare. Bite him. No. Stop shooting. Cut off its legs with a knife. Following the order, the soldiers rolled on the ground in an instant, looking for the monster's legs and then cutting them off. Immediately after, when the hostage was rescued, they concentrated their firepower and shot desperately at the head of the long-legged mother monster. After all, this monster is still flesh and blood, and it is difficult to resist the intensive shooting of bullets. With a lot of disgusting mucus falling, the long-legged female monster finally fell to the ground dead, becoming the worst monster killed by humans on Skull Island. But nonetheless, in the brief few minutes of fighting, 3 soldiers were still killed. Current Skull Island human survivors, 20. Holy Tiger. Known as the most elegant and extraordinary creature on Skull Island, when members of the expedition first saw the Holy Tiger, they mistook it for an illusion. In the forest. Its skin is covered with sawtooth-shaped leaves that gleam under the blowing wind from the mountains. When the sacred tiger is observed at close range, it will bring many physiological phenomena to the members of the expedition team, such as dizziness, excitement, and even hearing the heartbeat of the sacred tiger, as if it is close to the ear. The people of the primitive tribes on the island are in awe of the Holy Tiger and named it, His Royal Highness in the Wind. At the moment's expedition. As early as a few hours ago, when I crossed the forest, I was ambushed by the primitive tribesmen of the island among the remains of the ancient building. Fortunately, one of these primitive residents was killed by a helicopter and crashed on Skull Island during the war. Fighter. After 28 years and 11 months, the veteran finally waited for the arrival of another batch of humans. Ecstatic, he hurriedly took the expedition members to explain, and vented all the emotions he had accumulated over the past 28 years. He tried several ways to escape from Skull Island, but all failed. Ironically, the island where he couldn't escape no matter what, was found by a group of outsiders. But luckily, this group of humans has found a temporary shelter, which is a certain level of life protection compared to another group of Colonel Packard. South. In the streams of the canyons and lakes, King Kong waded in the lake water with his footsteps, stared at the surroundings, and slowly came to the vicinity. The decisive battle is tomorrow. Godzilla noticed that King Kong had consumed a certain degree of physical strength after a battle, and was injured by a cannonball in part of his arm. For the sake of fairness, Luo Chen gave King Kong Liang Zai a night's rest. Showdown tomorrow. The identity of the true Skull Island Monster King will be determined. Boom, boom. With the movement of King Kong, the lake water set off waves, and the mountains and plains, between the canyons, the lake water swayed with ripples. It's like awakening some kind of monster sleeping at the bottom of the lake. King Kong squatted down slowly, put huge amounts of palms into the lake water, and then held them to his lips. Then, King Kong also seemed to have noticed the movement at the bottom of the lake, and then launched an attack before the monster attacked it. The huge black palm suddenly grabbed the monster's thick and long arms and legs. Boom! Along with the stormy waves of the lake, a huge amount of swamp giant squid was caught by King Kong. Screeching. The swamp giant squid made a harsh cry, and at the same time, he suddenly wrapped the many tentacles and feet around King Kong's arms, neck and chest. The size was not inferior to King Kong's swamp giant squid. Trying to strangle King Kong here. This creature hiding in the lake is a close relative of the North Pacific giant octopus, the kraken, but it has evolved and mutated in many places. It has both biological functions of squid and octopus. When threatened, it will emit thick black ink, but this ink has a high temperature like a fire. In this way, the swamp giant squid will spray the hot black ink on King Kong's face. King Kong, who felt the intense burning pain, roared, then opened his mouth to bite on one of the arms of the swamp giant squid, and tore it off suddenly. Jaya. The swamp giant squid's unique scream resounded in the lake between the canyons, and it began to roll violently. At the same time, the complex and self-rotating muscle group, like an electric fan with blades covered with blades, began to tie the diamonds. Entangled to the point of immobility. Then he opened his eagle-like teeth, and bit down on King Kong's neck. Next moment, King Kong rage broke free, followed by grabbing the soft cortex of the giant spherical head of the swamp squid, and punched it hard, bloody in an instant. Then a terrifying brute force erupted between King Kong's arms, tearing the swamp giant squid in half. Whoa! King Kong, who was holding the corpse of the giant squid in the swamp, shouted in the sky, declaring his strength. Although this monster is not weak in size and strength, it is still not good enough compared to King Kong. It can be shredded by brute force alone, otherwise, King Kong is not qualified to be the king of the mountain of Skull Island. It was a good night. The swamp giant squid becomes King Kong's food to replenish his stamina. The revenge team led by Colonel Packard found enough ammunition. Weaver's expedition team lived in a tribe of primitive inhabitants, and found a large ship that sank more than 30 years ago, and found the history of King Kong on it. Primitive people worship King Kong as a god. In the past, King Kong drove out the monsters that ate humans, so the primitive humans on this island were all King Kong's subjects. It can be said, in this game of Battle of Kings, they are not the only ones who are lucky. The other side. Godzilla also discovers something mysterious that surprises him. Luo Chen has guessed more than once that it is impossible for such a strange island to appear inexplicably when looking at the Earth. It is full of various mutant monsters, and both animals and plants are very strange. Bioradar is unresponsive. The atomic energy detection radar is unresponsive. The natural perception of nuclear energy is also ineffective from time to time, which means that this island should not be caused by nuclear pollution. What kind of energy is that? 10 years ago. What is it that attracts you to this island? For Luo Chen, after fighting with King Kong and sleeping together, it seems like it happened yesterday. Therefore, Luo Chen's first thought was not arguing with King Kong about who is the boss, but what was the secret of this island and where the mystery was. Disembark from the west. And after walking for a while, Luo Chen noticed that a superheat energy was radiating from the ground. Weird. With the fluctuations from the vibration feedback, Luo Chen can understand that the island under his feet is hollow to a certain extent, as if inhabited by living creatures, and also like a natural cave. His eyes swept around, and he soon had a guess. If we assume the island's unique superthermal energy may be related to the unique huge size of various creatures, what is the thing that emits superthermal energy? This island is not like a place where humans have come. Unless it is in ancient times, but how could human beings in ancient times have the technology to create superheat energy? Is it natural radiation? If so, it can be explained clearly. The natural radiation, nuclear radiation, etc. of radioactive substances are all perceived by Luo Chen, and this perception range evolves as the body size increases and the shape becomes stronger. At present, Luo Chen's radar sensing range for radiation is about 5,000 kilometers. The more intense the radiation source, the more it can attract Luo Chen's attention. But Skull Island, it's really weird. The storm outside Skull Island blocked most of the radiation from leaking out, which made Luo Chen's radar system misjudgment and mistakenly thought that there was not much radiation here. But after breaking into Skull Island, Luo Chen didn't pay attention at first. He thought it was a strong radiation source near the bottom of the sea, and then went to absorb the radiation for a whole 10 years. But now, not only did the huge radiation source not weaken in the slightest, but it was not much different from before. At this moment, Luo Chen understood. The source of radiation is not from the bottom of the sea, but somewhere on the island. Brother King Kong. You are actually hiding in a golden house. No, it's really disrespectful for you to hide such a good thing and not come to honor your brother. Thought here. Luo Chen's temper came up. It seems that the fight with King Kong is a must. Evening. The squad led by Colonel Packard moved slowly near the swamp pool. However, the surrounding jungle is not quiet, and sometimes strange roars can be heard. Birds and insects swarm the water and small islands, making the noise non-stop. Deep in the woods. This army of soldiers walked in algae-covered water that covered their knees, knives raised and ammunition plentiful. This pond marsh is full of green algae, filled with fishy smell. There were people on the front and back, alert and ready to fight. Colonel. The soldier in front said, reminding Colonel Packard, who was guarding the surroundings with a sniper rifle goggle behind him. Colonel Packard aimed his gun at what the soldier said. In sniper scope. A strange bird tilted its head and squatted on the branches of the water, as if it had noticed the movement here. Asterisk. Oh, what an ugly bird. Colonel Packard squinted at the bird's head, observing its appearance. This ugly bird's skin is yellow and gray and black, and its mouth is full of serrations. Boom! 100 meters away, Colonel Packard shot the strange bird aimed at with an 8-fold scope in the head. Gunshots. In an instant, countless frightening birds flew up, and the thousands of ugly birds that were entrenched in the big tree spread wildly, like a swarm of bees, all lifted into the air. Densely covered the sky and the sun, making people with esophagus feel numb in their scalps. Boss, this movement is really not small. The surveyor standing on the water pool spoke again and reminded. Really? This land is hell. Colonel Packard put away his gun and gave the order to move on. And at the moment, the soldiers around also began to question and fear Colonel Packard's decision. They all wanted to go alive, while Colonel Packard was like killing the monster gorilla. But neither them nor the expedition. All had to arrive at the northern evacuation point within 3 days. According to the movement speed of human beings, coupled with environmental obstacles, etc., it is basically impossible to reach the north within 3 days of land travel, unless it is by boat and water. But according to the movement speed of Godzilla and King Kong, not counting the night, they will officially meet at noon tomorrow. If the northern evacuation point is destroyed due to the fighting, then the group of humans will be completely cold. Night. The sky was shining brightly and beautifully. This is a colorful glowing phenomenon, also known as aurora. That's a picture of a stream of charged particles and a magnetic storm forming. This is also a unique beauty of Skull Island, and other places on Earth. The North and South Poles may have seen similar situations. After all, Skull Island is isolated from the outside world. This is an unforgettable beauty for the human beings who saw this scene. For Godzilla, it fully explained the source of the electromagnetic storm outside Skull Island, and also confirmed Luo Chen's guess that there is definitely a huge amount of electromagnetic storm-generating material nearby. In the dark, Godzilla's huge body is like a mountain moving in the middle of the night. Every step of it brought an extremely huge vibration, the ground shook and the mountains shook, causing the creatures in the jungle to startle and retreat. Luo Chen just walked. As he walked, he looked for the source of the radiation, but suddenly, he felt something bite his foot. Head down. Luo Chen stared in astonishment at a strange creature with a body length of 10 meters that could not stand up to the height of his calf and gnawed at his tough skin. It was a huge creature with a snake-shaped tail and a skull-shaped face, and its eyes were eerily green at night. Leng Tong stared at this skeleton monitor lizard-like creature. Luo Chen raised his foot uninterestingly, then took a wrong position, trampled it to death at will, and then continued to devote himself to the task of finding the radiation source. But what makes Luo Chen uncomfortable is that after the death of the skeleton monitor lizard, 2 identical monsters came from nowhere. The 2 skeleton monitor lizards began to attack and bite towards Godzilla respectively. They have a very strong bite, but are too different in size from Godzilla. Biting on Luo Chen's body was like being bitten by a non-venomous ant. Although there was no major problem, it was still a little painful. Suddenly, Luo Chen's anger rose from his heart. He grabbed a skeleton monitor lizard, put it to his mouth, and bit it fiercely. The terrifying teeth shattered the skull monitor lizard's skull like beans. The rich sour taste and the fleshless body mixed in the mouth. Vomit. Unexpectedly unpalatable, Luo Chen spit out the limbs of the skeleton lizard, stuck out his tongue and spit out a few mouthfuls, staring at this creature with a strange expression. What the hell? If you don't agree to attack yourself, will you die? Moreover, the quality of the meat is extremely poor, and it's not even a matter of bones. It's still bitter and bitter. This creature is simply anti-human, no, anti-Godzilla. Thereafter, Godzilla grabbed the remaining skeleton monitor lizard with another black giant claw, pinched its body, and immediately the skeleton monitor lizard struggled and was sent to his eyes to observe carefully. This little thing is quite unique. It has a long tongue, a head like a bone, a slender body like a snake, and no hind limbs, but its forelimbs and claws are quite developed. And the character displayed by the skeleton reptile is quite ferocious and brutal, giving people the feeling of the most ferocious creature on the island. Although they are not very big, they should be gregarious creatures. The 3 skeleton reptiles are currently in juvenile form, but despite this, the appearance is still chilling. They are the overlords of the Skull Island underground. There is no basic awe of other types of creatures, which Luo Chen has no doubts about. This thing is crazy, and other normal creatures and monsters are so frightened that they don't know where to go. Even the ferocious ones will show hostility, intimidation or surrender only after they have entered their territory. But this little thing, the skeleton reptile, has no fear and no awe. They are not afraid of death, no matter what kind of creature you are, whatever you can bite will want to destroy. Thinking of this, Godzilla grabbed the front claws of the skeleton reptile and started to exert force. Pust. The terrifying power that erupted from Godzilla's front claws instantly crushed the skeleton reptile, and the flesh and long tongue were squeezed into a pulp, and then the bones of the whole body were shattered. So disgusting. Luo Chen threw the corpse of the skeleton crawler out, then bent over on the ground and rubbed the blood on his hands, as if he was disgusted. Dawn. Among the expeditions in the primitive tribe, this group of people was lucky to find a ship that was dilapidated but still able to be repaired. All-night effort, many failures. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, the expedition team repaired the ship. When leaving, the villagers of the original inhabitants all gathered here. They did not understand smiles and had no other expressions on their faces. But the sincerity in those eyes means that they are saying goodbye to the veterans who have been together for many years at the moment. With a 20 to 30 meter high spiked wooden wall opening a waterway, the restored old ship officially set off from the waterway and headed to the northern evacuation point. At this time, the music of the relaxed rhythm and melody should be sounded to embark on the journey and set sail. As the boat moved, the two waves were slowly pushed away. Look into the distance. The green hills on both sides of the strait confront each other, and the green trees are green. The peaks are stacked, the clear water is like a mirror, the green mountains are floating in the water, and the reflections are graceful. The scenery on both sides of the strait is like a paradise. With close viewing, the waterfall pouring down from the top of the mountain is like a cliff headed by a knife and axe, and the towering mountains in the distance are covered with a golden halo under the sunlight, which is particularly beautiful. The members of the expedition team sat on the boat, with one person guarding each on the top of the bow and stern, and several scientific expedition personnel sitting on both sides. Weaver held a camera and took pictures of the mountain. They seemed to have discovered something incredible and pointed to somewhere on the mountain. The cliff of the gorge seemed to have been hit by some kind of giant beast, showing a wide ridge like a ridge. At the same time, there were scratches of the giant beast on the cliff, and along with the laser-cut traces, it stretched to the horizon. It's spectacular. This kind of trace that fully shows the existence of the giant beast and the fierce battle is a rare and precious material. But if you can capture the real monster battle, it will be even more surprising. Look along the rays of the sun. Forming a diagonal line from the sky, on the other side of the cliff waterway, is a grassland. On the grassland, Colonel Packard's airmen marched in an orderly line, walking beside the surrounding Pang file-size puddles. Professor Landa stared at the odd-shaped puddles as he walked. Looking closely, they were not puddles at all, but the footprints of giant beasts, primates, obviously left by King Kong. Looking at this body shape, it is about 50 meters, the original set was 30 meters, but now it is 50 meters. By water, by land. On both sides of the island, humans have begun to set off. On the cliff at the top of the mountain, the wings of the air killer Icarus also began to hover, making a harsh scream, and their spiky proboscis containing powerful anesthetic ingredients aimed at the figure below, as if they might attack at any time. Suddenly, the radio on the floating boat responded, and along with a roar cry, the soldiers on the boat quickly answered. Roar called Group A number 5, please answer, did anyone hear? This is Group A number 5, received. The young soldier quickly put the radio to his ear and replied excitedly. Report location. We're on a boat, heading north from the river. A boat? Where did you get the boat? We met a strange-looking time traveler, and this is his ship. He's from World War II, and you'll meet him. The young soldier looked at the veteran who was smiling at him on the bow, and reported his position. What kind of ship? It's more like a converted plane than a boat. They call this thing a pontoon. Yes, it's a pontoon. Hey, we need their spot. The experienced stalker hunter in the group reminded him. I need your location, let's fire a flare and let us find you. At the moment, Colonel Packard on the other side took the radio from the soldier's hand and said to the young soldier, "Received, Group A number 5. Then he raised the flare gun and fired it into the sky. Like a rising red meteor, a signal flare with a long tail lights up high in the sky. Seeing this scene, the expedition team on the ship could be sure that the military team was not far in front of them, and all of them suddenly became excited. Look! It's there! Hey, I see the signal. It's about 2 kilometers north of us. Received, meet in an hour, and it's done. Radio turned off. Yeah. Oh roar. The members of the expedition were all smiling, they felt they could go home, at the moment there was joy in their hearts. Just as they were about to high-five to celebrate. Swooping down from the sky, an ugly monster bird penetrated the shoulder of a male scientific researcher in a flash, and then grabbed his bloody shoulder and flew towards the sky in an instant. At the same time, another Icarus the wings also swooped down quickly, grabbed the man's other shoulder, and carried it into the air. Ah 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 ah. Mixed with screams of pain and fear, the voices of the male expedition personnel were getting farther and farther away. The whole process has taken place in less than 3 seconds, which is suffocating fast. When people reacted, from the other side of the sky, the darkness was overwhelming, and a flock of terrifying strange birds began to approach quickly. Get down! Soldiers and tracking hunters raised and aimed at the scientific researcher who was captured. At the moment in the sniper scope, they saw that the man was surrounded by more and more strange birds. Sure, his head and limbs were separated in an instant, and he didn't even have time to splatter blood. What the hell is that? It can't be saved. The man shook his head and sighed, and the 2 female members of the at the moment boat came out dumbfounded, staring blankly at the male scientific research personnel who were eaten by the dismembered corpses in the sky. Just a moment ago, Roar was about to go home. The next moment the heads are separated. This sudden and terrifying scene also officially told them that there is still a long way to go home, and the next thing they have to face is the survival battle in the monster paradise, which is crueler than hell. Everyone is in their place, we have to act as soon as possible to meet Packard. No, you don't wait, he can't be rescued. We are approaching the shore soon, and those birds who enter the jungle will not be able to track us easily. Flare. No dazzling, or is it a special ability of some monster? Luo Chen was in the distance of the cliff and noticed the signal flare rising from the sky in this area. With human wisdom, he quickly thought about it. Since I met an unlucky human soldier yesterday, it is understandable that a flare appeared today. There are human troops on Skull Island. This is not good news. If these people leave here, it is very likely that things about this island will be leaked. This will bring more human troops, as well as more powerful weapon support. At that time, the monsters may become the object of research, and the place may be swept by war and razed to the ground by nuclear bombs. But either way, Luo Chen, who used to be a human being, is 100% sure that human beings can definitely do this kind of wicked thing. He didn't slander or hate humans, after all, Luo Chen was once a human. The reason for this thought was because Luo Chen was reluctant to destroy the ancient natural ecological environment of Skull Island. Therefore, it seems that I have to save a snack. Thought here. Luo Chen took a step and began to change direction, walking towards the place where the human signal did not pop up. And King Kong Liangzi also noticed the movement here. The two were far apart, and they sensed the other's situation. When he saw the change in Godzilla's trajectory, King Kong was immediately puzzled, but he also accelerated his pace to follow. In the jungle. The expedition reunites with Colonel Packard's army. The two sides immediately showed a happy expression when they met, and the familiar comrades in arms embraced each other. James is a master tracker, he appears to be a lot more mature than the others, at the moment came to Packard calmly. How many people are left? He asked so, and Colonel Packard gave him a look and looked behind him. That's all. James looked at it. Altogether, there were probably 5 members of the expedition team and 10 members of the military, for a total of 15 members. Okay. He nodded, watching the people. At the same time, the veteran, Lieutenant Marlowe of the Flight Brigade in World War II, stepped forward and fought roar with Colonel Packard. "We're going to take him home, down the river, to the North Bank in time." James said this, and Colonel Packard stopped looking at him. "Sounds good." The colonel stared at the gun in his hand, then shook his head at him. "But we couldn't leave. We investigated Chapman, he was dead, and his body was eaten by monsters. But helicopters and more the weapons were still there and we didn't have time to take them." "Where is he?" "West." "Wait. West? You can't go anywhere. Those damn skeleton lizard dens are west." The old soldier cried out in exasperation and said loudly, "There is an old saying here, the east is the best, the west is the worst. You can't go anywhere. To the east is King Kong's territory, the ecological environment is very good, and there are very few dangerous monsters. To the west is Luo Chen's site, the ecological environment is harsh, and the skeleton reptiles live underground." But Luo Chen didn't know that King Kong deliberately gave himself the bad place, because Luo Chen usually sleeps in the sea, and the skeleton lizard can't go into the sea. "Everyone, I think I should listen to Marlowe this time." Weaver stood up and said to the soldiers, "This is crazy. This is a wrong decision." Even though she knew she couldn't control what these people thought, at the moment was worrying. But their decision was good and bad. The bad place is because they're going to the west, where the skeleton monitor lizards are, and where Godzilla happens to be. The good thing is, because of their change of direction, Godzilla also changed direction, and King Kong who was tracking Godzilla also began to chase to the west, so that the human evacuation point has not been discovered by the monster. But if they die before reaching the evacuation point, that's another story. Packard and others acted immediately after speaking. They had to get back inside the ship before dark, so they started heading west. The west is the land of death. There are no jungles, no lakes, there are endless grasslands and huge dead bones. It looks like a monster's ribs covered with green moss. Not far away, there is a primate-like skull, which is the King Kong family who once died. The ground is full of potholes and there is no even place. There were small raised mounds all over the place, like the entrance to the lair of some kind of subterranean creature. Do you smell it? The smell of death. The veterans took them to the area covered by the thick yellow-gray fog. This was a basin with countless skeletons that had been dead for a long time. Asterisk. P.S. I don't dare to water anymore, the official plot begins. I won't be able to water anymore. What the hell is this place? These are the bones of King Kong's parents. I've photographed many places where bodies are buried and I've never seen anything like this. The female reporter said here and looked aside. The helicopter crash site is on the other side of the valley. We have been there together, and there was no abnormality at the time. So, we are going to cross the valley today and go to the highest point in the west. Colonel Packard had a determined look on his face, and he didn't think this place was so terrifying. 2. After all, the last time they went, it happened not long after Godzilla woke up, and the skeleton monitor lizard in the ground had not yet crawled out unscrupulously. But now, they were all awakened by the shaking of the island. No, 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 this is not a place for people at all. We must go north now. Veteran and another person hastily vetoed. You are free, if you want to go, go by yourself, if you want to go with me, come here. Hearing that, the others looked at each other in dismay, and decided to follow the advice of the army. Upon seeing this, the veteran smiled bitterly and said sarcastically, I have been here for 28 years, and I don't know anything. 10 years ago, the fire that fell from the sky swept the forest. Do you know how it happened? The monster that has been cultivated is 100 times more terrifying than the skeleton monitor lizard. It lives on the seabed in the west. Now it has woken up. If you want to die, then go to die. Anyway, I will die with you. I'm not complaining either. In dense fog. The effective line of sight is less than 3 meters, and people carefully shuttle in the valleys of these toxic gases. The soldiers spread out to explore, while James, the master tracker, stopped and crouched near a giant footprint to observe. He touched the soil next to the footprints, and his pupils shrank, which was left from last night. Look, here. Suddenly, I don't know who shouted, James also ran over and found a strange monster corpse. When the veteran saw the corpse, his expression changed greatly. It's it, the skeleton monitor lizard. The words of the veteran are creepy, but the corpse of the skeleton crawler at the moment is extremely confusing. Because it is not complete, but as if it was crushed by some larger creature, the flesh was penetrated by hard bone spurs, the long tongue and eyeballs were shattered into blood, and what was even more terrifying was that there were no flies around. There's more here. About 100 meters apart, another corpse of a horrific skeleton monitor lizard was found. See here. The veteran fully understood, he looked up in despair and looked to the horizon. What's wrong? James asked him suspiciously. Seeing the veteran like this, his unease became more and more obvious. It's awake. The veteran shook his head and sighed, then continued, 10 years ago, it came here and had an earth-shattering war with King Kong, almost razing the eastern forest to the ground. 10 years later, you came here, you not only woke up the skeleton reptile with bombs, it's even woken it up from its slumber. Who is that? James asked. At this moment, an explosion suddenly occurred behind him, and a soldier threw a cigarette butt into the pothole, which mixed with the methane gas and exploded. It was this roar that made the skeleton monitor lizard aware of the humans here. 5 seconds later. Accompanied by the whistling, on the other side of the thick fog, the terrifying skeleton reptiles running quickly approached with their long tails swaying. Run! The veteran shouted anxiously, and then took the soldiers to hide. They hid behind the skeleton of King Kong, and then signaled everyone to stop making a sound. These skeleton reptiles catch their prey based on sound, and their vision is not sensitive because of their long-term exposure to the ground. As I said, this is not a place for people. At the moment, a skeleton monitor lizard crawled near these people and vomited. The skeleton reptiles have no excretory system, so they will spit out the prey they eat after digesting, so the reason for the stench of methane here is also Godzilla thinks the reason why the skeleton monitor lizard is extremely unpalatable. With the vomit of the skull monitor lizard, a human skull was spit out, and when they saw the necklace hanging on the skull, Packard and others recognized that it was the missing soldier. They're gone. When they noticed that the skeleton monitor lizard left, everyone went out of the hidden place and went to the target point. But at this time, Professor Landa planned to take a picture of this place with a camera. The camera seemed to be broken, and the flash kept flashing. Seeing this, he looked ugly and realized the seriousness of the question. The next second, the returning skeleton monitor devoured him. The soldiers shot towards this side in horror, and the bullets shot densely at the skeleton monitor lizard, but the skin of the monitor lizard was very tough and bullets were impenetrable. The skeleton monitor lizard soon disappeared. Then, undetected by humans, more and more skeleton monitor lizards began to pour in. They overturned the offensive set up by the soldiers, and then the long tongue locked on a soldier and devoured it. At this time, some people used flamethrowers and grenades to blow up the cave, triggering a violent explosion of biogas. The flames spread over the skeleton monitor lizard, the monitor lizard screamed, swung its long tail to instantly kill a soldier, knocked it out, slammed into the bones, and finally exploded together with the grenade on its body. The roar attracted the attention of the strange bird. The wings of Icarus, who were sleeping in the cave, came frantically and joined the lineup of skeleton monitor lizards to attack humans. It seemed that they also regarded humans as prey. In an instant, the number of deaths rose rapidly. Almost every moment, people were killed because of this, and the survivors began to throw gas bombs out. Wearing gas masks, they slashed wildly with long knives and daggers at the incoming Icarus wings and skeleton monitor lizards. At the moment in the encirclement. In the face of the skeleton monitor lizard shot by the rifles of 6 or 7 people, there was no casualty, and only one swept the group of humans. Totally crushed. Finally. After realizing the attention of the skeleton monitor lizard, Weaver and others threw the lighter into the biogas hole, and used the violent explosion it generated to instantly engulf the skeleton monitor lizard, and the terrifying flames burned it out. But it's just a skeleton monitor lizard. The movement caused by this battle will draw more skeleton monitor lizards out of the cave. Boom. Boom. Suddenly. The screen freezes. The sound of shaking the earth came from a distance. The crisis disappeared in an instant, replaced by a heavier aura. The skeleton reptiles, who are usually unaware of awe, also screamed at the moment, seeming to sense some kind of terrifying breath, and moved their eyes to the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was shaking, and the calm lake was rippling. Is this an earthquake? The expedition team and the soldiers looked at each other. In the next few minutes, it was as if they were sent to the end of despair and then rolled into hell. The giant beasts finally reached the battlefield. The decisive battle begins now. The dense fog filled the air, and the skeleton reptiles screamed and ducked to the side, as if they had received some kind of order, and began to quickly give up an open space. My God, what is that? Weaver stared dully at the other side of the thick fog. The shadow of a giant pillar came towards this side. Every time it took a step, the earth was shaken. As the giant monster approached, the dense fog was also blown away by a huge airflow generated by stirring the air, and the instant flying sand and stone blew the people on the ground screaming and crouching behind the obstacle, unable to open their eyes. Boom! The giant beast's footsteps stopped, and the people at the moment were able to roughly see what the monster looked like. Almost twice as big as King Kong. The appearance is even more ferocious and terrifying. On the dark exterior, the dark red blood-like substance emits a faint red light on the chest, limbs, tail and even around the neck. At the moment, its chest cavity glows red with the sound of roar's absorption, which makes people horrified. I originally thought that this kind of existence could not exist except in video games, but I just watched monster movies through the screen. Now I am in it, in a human position. The only difference is that there is no shutdown screen. With fear and horror, began to sweat. Desperate, timid, unbelievable. Come, look ahead and take a step. James knew that there were unknown creatures on this island, but he never thought that there would be King Kong, let alone Godzilla on Skull Island. This mysterious and unknown giant monster. As an experienced tracking master, who has been fighting in complex terrain such as jungles all the year round, James knows that if he wants to survive at this time, he must not let his companions collapse. The moment they looked forward, a black shadow covered the top of their heads. Immediately after, the dark Godzilla took steps like a giant pillar, stepping on them a few hundred meters away, and suddenly the bones and rocks on the ground suddenly trembled, and waves of vibrations hit. On the dark exterior stands a hideous ridge that reflects strange colors. Numerous tiny teeth are intricately intricate, and the black epidermis of the whole body is like the product of intertwined collagen fiber bundles. The energy generated by the biological atomic furnace in the heart makes the lower skin of each part of the body glow red. The sky-high beast has an unparalleled size and a horror beyond words. Even if it was only close, the ground cracked open, overwhelming the human troops with an absolute presence. It's here. The veterans grumbled timidly, and some even let out a scream. What the hell is it? Damn, we can't beat this monster. The soldiers did not expect that this would be the case. Just the first time I saw it, my body kept shaking. The whole body is dominated by fear. You can't be wrong, it's that way. Only this monster, Godzilla. Only then can human beings have such awe-inspiring psychology. It is the king of monsters, the former ruler of the earth. Hoo-oh-oh-oh. Accompanied by a long and loud roar, this terrifying aura instantly spread throughout the entire area. The roar trembled the air, and a strong wind mixed with the smell of the sea rushed toward the face, blowing away the thick fog and shaking the hiding humans. What is it doing? No, don't tell me. The stupid message that popped up in my head didn't ease the fear at all. Fear. Yes, everyone is now feeling the horror that they have never felt since birth, and even their teeth are creaking. Impossible, can't fight this monster. It is an existence that human beings absolutely cannot overcome. The soldiers in Colonel Packard's team have begun to retreat. As soldiers, they are not afraid of death, but what they are most afraid of is dying at the hands of monsters without any resistance. The reality is so ruthless. At the first moment of exposure to Godzilla's eyes, the thought of human beings is despair. It is impossible to run past it, and it is impossible to escape between its sturdy giant tail. However, the nightmare has just begun. Weaver and the other Asian woman look east. Following their line of sight, Colonel Packard and others also looked to the east. There was another creature, a monster they were familiar with. Almost every moment, people were killed because of this, and the survivors began to throw gas bombs out. Wearing gas masks, they slashed wildly with long knives and daggers at the incoming Icarus wings and skeleton monitor lizards. At the moment in the encirclement. In the face of the skeleton monitor lizard shot by the rifles of 6 or 7 people, there was no casualty, and only one swept the group of humans. Totally crushed. Finally. After realizing the attention of the skeleton monitor lizard, Weaver and others threw the lighter into the biogas hole, and used the violent explosion it generated to instantly engulf the skeleton monitor lizard, and the terrifying flames burned it out. But it's just a skeleton monitor lizard. The movement caused by this battle will draw more skeleton monitor lizards out of the cave. Boom! Boom! Suddenly. The screen freezes. The sound of shaking the earth came from a distance. The crisis disappeared in an instant, replaced by a heavier aura. The skeleton reptiles, who are usually unaware of awe, also screamed at the moment, seeming to sense some kind of terrifying breath, and moved their eyes to the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was shaking, and the calm lake was rippling. Is this an earthquake? The expedition team and the soldiers looked at each other. In the next few minutes, it was as if they were sent to the end of despair and then rolled into hell. The giant beasts finally reached the battlefield. The decisive battle begins now. The dense fog filled the air, and the skeleton reptiles screamed and ducked to the side, as if they had received some kind of order, and began to quickly give up an open space. My God, what is that? Weaver stared dully at the other side of the thick fog. The shadow of a giant pillar came towards this side. Every time it took a step, the earth was shaken. As the giant monster approached, the dense fog was also blown away by a huge airflow generated by stirring the air, and the instant flying sand and stone blew the people on the ground screaming and crouching behind the obstacle, unable to open their eyes. Boom! The giant beast's footsteps stopped, and the people at the moment were able to roughly see what the monster looked like. Almost twice as big as King Kong. The appearance is even more ferocious and terrifying. On the dark exterior, the dark red blood-like substance emits a faint red light on the chest, limbs, tail and even around the neck. At the moment, its chest cavity glows red with the sound of roars absorption, which makes people horrified. I originally thought that this kind of existence could not exist except in video games, but I just watched monster movies through the screen. Now I am in it, in a human position. The only difference is that there is no shutdown screen. With fear and horror, began to sweat. Desperate, timid, unbelievable. Come, look ahead and take a step. James knew that there were unknown creatures on this island, but he never thought that there would be King Kong, let alone Godzilla on Skull Island. This mysterious and unknown giant monster. As an experienced tracking master, who has been fighting in complex terrain such as jungles all the year round, James knows that if he wants to survive at this time, he must not let his companions collapse. The moment they looked forward, a black shadow covered the top of their heads. Immediately after, the dark Godzilla took steps like a giant pillar, stepping on them a few hundred meters away, and suddenly the bones and rocks on the ground suddenly trembled, and waves of vibrations hit. On the dark exterior stands a hideous ridge that reflects strange colors. Numerous tiny teeth are intricately intricate, and the black epidermis of the whole body is like the product of intertwined collagen fiber bundles. The energy generated by the biological atomic furnace in the heart makes the lower skin of each part of the body glow red. The sky-high beast has an unparalleled size and a horror beyond words. Even if it was only close, the ground cracked open, overwhelming the human troops with an absolute presence. "It's here." The veterans grumbled timidly, and some even let out a scream. "What the hell is it? Damn, we can't beat this monster." The soldiers did not expect that this would be the case. Just the first time I saw it, my body kept shaking. The whole body is dominated by fear. You can't be wrong, it's that way. Only this monster, Godzilla. Only then can human beings have such awe-inspiring psychology. It is the king of monsters, the former ruler of the earth. Hu-oh-oh-oh. Accompanied by a long and loud roar, this terrifying aura instantly spread throughout the entire area. The roar trembled the air, and a strong wind mixed with the smell of the sea rushed toward the face, blowing away the thick fog and shaking the hiding humans. What is it doing? No, don't tell me. The stupid message that popped up in my head didn't ease the fear at all. Fear. Yes, everyone is now feeling the horror that they have never felt since birth, and even their teeth are creaking. Impossible, can't fight this monster. It is an existence that human beings absolutely cannot overcome. The soldiers in Colonel Packard's team have begun to retreat. As soldiers, they are not afraid of death, but what they are most afraid of is dying at the hands of monsters without any resistance. The reality is so ruthless. At the first moment of exposure to Godzilla's eyes, the thought of human beings is despair. It is impossible to run past it, and it is impossible to escape between its sturdy giant tail. However, the nightmare has just begun. Weaver and the other Asian woman look east. Following their line of sight, Colonel Packard and others also looked to the east. There was another creature, a monster they were familiar with. Almost every moment, people were killed because of this, and the survivors began to throw gas bombs out. Wearing gas masks, they slashed wildly with long knives and daggers at the incoming Icarus wings and skeleton monitor lizards. At the moment in the encirclement. In the face of the skeleton monitor lizard shot by the rifles of 6 or 7 people, there was no casualty, and only one swept the group of humans. Totally crushed. Finally. After realizing the attention of the skeleton monitor lizard, Weaver and others threw the lighter into the biogas hole, and used the violent explosion it generated to instantly engulf the skeleton monitor lizard, and the terrifying flames burned it out. But it's just a skeleton monitor lizard. The movement caused by this battle will draw more skeleton monitor lizards out of the cave. Boom. Boom. Suddenly. The screen freezes. The sound of shaking the earth came from a distance. The crisis disappeared in an instant, replaced by a heavier aura. The skeleton reptiles, who are usually unaware of awe, also screamed at the moment, seeming to sense some kind of terrifying breath, and moved their eyes to the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was shaking, and the calm lake was rippling. Is this an earthquake? The expedition team and the soldiers looked at each other. In the next few minutes, it was as if they were sent to the end of despair and then rolled into hell. The giant beasts finally reached the battlefield. The decisive battle begins now. The dense fog filled the air, and the skeleton reptiles screamed and ducked to the side, as if they had received some kind of order, and began to quickly give up an open space. My God, what is that? Weaver stared dully at the other side of the thick fog. The shadow of a giant pillar came towards this side. Every time it took a step, the earth was shaken. As the giant monster approached, the dense fog was also blown away by a huge airflow generated by stirring the air, and the instant flying sand and stone blew the people on the ground screaming and crouching behind the obstacle, unable to open their eyes. Boom! The giant beast's footsteps stopped, and the people at the moment were able to roughly see what the monster looked like. Almost twice as big as King Kong. The appearance is even more ferocious and terrifying. On the dark exterior, the dark red blood-like substance emits a faint red light on the chest, limbs, tail and even around the neck. At the moment, its chest cavity glows red with the sound of roar's absorption, which makes people horrified. I originally thought that this kind of existence could not exist except in video games, but I just watched monster movies through the screen. Now I am in it, in a human position. The only difference is that there is no shutdown screen. With fear and horror, began to sweat. Desperate, timid, unbelievable. Come, look ahead and take a step. James knew that there were unknown creatures on this island, but he never thought that there would be King Kong, let alone Godzilla on Skull Island. This mysterious and unknown giant monster. As an experienced tracking master, who has been fighting in complex terrain such as jungles all the year round, James knows that if he wants to survive at this time, he must not let his companions collapse. The moment they looked forward, a black shadow covered the top of their heads. Immediately after, the dark Godzilla took steps like a giant pillar, stepping on them a few hundred meters away, and suddenly the bones and rocks on the ground suddenly trembled, and waves of vibrations hit. On the dark exterior stands a hideous ridge that reflects strange colors. Numerous tiny teeth are intricately intricate, and the black epidermis of the whole body is like the product of intertwined collagen fiber bundles. The energy generated by the biological atomic furnace in the heart makes the lower skin of each part of the body glow red. The sky-high beast has an unparalleled size and a horror beyond words. Even if it was only close, the ground cracked open, overwhelming the human troops with an absolute presence. It's here. The veterans grumbled timidly, and some even let out a scream. What the hell is it? Damn, we can't beat this monster. The soldiers did not expect that this would be the case. Just the first time I saw it, my body kept shaking. The whole body is dominated by fear. You can't be wrong, it's that way. Only this monster, Godzilla. Only then can human beings have such awe-inspiring psychology. It is the king of monsters, the former ruler of the earth. Hoo-oh-oh-oh. Accompanied by a long and loud roar, this terrifying aura instantly spread throughout the entire area. The roar trembled the air, and a strong wind mixed with the smell of the sea rushed toward the face, blowing away the thick fog and shaking the hiding humans. What is it doing? No, don't tell me. The stupid message that popped up in my head didn't ease the fear at all. Fear. Yes, everyone is now feeling the horror that they have never felt since birth, and even their teeth are creaking. Impossible, can't fight this monster. It is an existence that human beings absolutely cannot overcome. The soldiers in Colonel Packard's team have begun to retreat. As soldiers, they are not afraid of death, but what they are most afraid of is dying at the hands of monsters without any resistance. The reality is so ruthless. At the first moment of exposure to Godzilla's eyes, the thought of human beings is despair. It is impossible to run past it, and it is impossible to escape between its sturdy giant tail. However, the nightmare has just begun. Weaver and the other Asian woman look east. Following their line of sight, Colonel Packard and others also looked to the east. There was another creature, a monster they were familiar with. King Kong, here we come. Asterisk. It's King Kong. It has a huge size that humans can't imagine, standing up to more than 50 meters, and has half the size of Godzilla. The thick hair fluttered in the wind, and the pupils stared at this side. Strong muscles cover the body, and the surrounding air is distorted by its rapid roar inhalation. And then, no need to roar at all, that sense of presence is no weaker than Godzilla. It started running around the lake and landed. That position is on the other side of the human race. It happened to sandwich them, facing Godzilla against each other. Damn, my God. Don't trap us, everyone wants to call it that. Ah, ah, ah. We shouldn't be here, it was the worst decision ever. The veteran's face turned pale, and people couldn't help but think of what he and others would face next. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, his face contorted in despair. It seemed that this man knew the enemy that King Kong faced. No, and fear from the bottom of your heart. King of Destruction. Destroy the King of Destruction. I understand why the King of Destruction is here. God, King Kong is going to fight it to the death. What the hell is the King of Destruction? Just the first step in making a decision. A group of human beings were caught by two big monsters, King Kong and Godzilla. What to despair? Or do you do your best to try to escape while the monsters are fighting? However, the skeleton monitor lizards are still waiting in the surrounding crypts. Now, we're dead. The veteran stared at Colonel Packard, who was stunned, as if to say, "You're happy this time." Godzilla's long howl resounded through the sky. King Kong's roar shook the earth. The strange bird, Wings of Icarus, flew high in the sky, swinging its sharp serrated proboscis, hovering above the two giant beasts, the ancient mutant crocodile species, Dead Soul Island monster, in the swamp surfaced, staring into the distance, the streamlined body in the air, the black, cry vulture, makes strange noises, and the giant wings are like metal pieces, easily coping with the raging strong winds on Skull Island. This bat-like winged predator may be the first creature on Earth to exhibit psychopathology. It actively eats a highly poisonous puffer fish unique to Skull Island to activate its violent and manic mental state, and can use unique thermal sensing to detect the temperature of the blood of the prey. More and more monsters were attracted by these two powerful roars. Behind King Kong, the beasts roared, and in the forest, the beasts roared. Behind Godzilla, the dominion of the sky, more and more carnivorous dangerous predators are approaching. When the two super monsters battled, the monsters on Skull Island also chose the king they supported and served. Led by the holy tiger, monsters such as lonely reef bull demon, giant tree bird, rogue mantis giant monster, and long-legged mother monster chose to support King Kong, and the lineup was located in forests and lakes. And gregarious carnivorous species such as horror vulture, Wings of Icarus, saberback jackal, and even aquatic monsters such as Dead Soul Island monster and swamp giant squid, chose to take refuge in Godzilla. By quantity. There are very few King Kong beasts hidden in the forest, most of them are herbivores, hunted by traps, and lack aggression. Behind Godzilla, there was a flock of birds that was suddenly crowded by a black army, and the sound of the water monsters that rolled over the sea and the lake and stirred up the giant waves made the movement far surpassed that of King Kong. Humans watched this scene in shock. Weird? No, it should be said to be the effect of the king of the monsters. Compared with ordinary creatures, many monsters on Skull Island have wisdom that is close to, or even surpasses, human beings. Although they can't know how to make tools like humans, and they don't have regular behavior. However, just like humans, monsters also choose to rely on the powerful side to obtain survival resources. They want to win or lose. The air was twisted. Just like a weird and twisting style of painting, the sky and the earth are twisted in a spiral and terrifying. This unrealistic scenario obviously cannot be reality. Illusion. This is the illusion caused by the horror of human beings because of the fighting spirit emanating from King Kong and Godzilla. In fact, the air has not changed. But on this occasion, everyone had the illusion that the height of the two giant beasts seemed to stretch to the top of the sky, instead of facing each other on an island, like monsters facing each other in the twisted border of hell. We were ignored. Humans or anything did not enter the sight of King Kong and Godzilla at all. They just wanted to confirm each other's appearance, and didn't notice the existence of humans at all. The unfortunate human being caught in the middle of the valley is suddenly as small as a grain of sand to the two. Godzilla kept staring at King Kong. Roar. Soon, Chang Shao broke the silence. Kong then responded with the same growl. It's incredible, it's like communicating and greeting each other over the past 10 years. Humans saw the dialogue between the monsters, and although they couldn't understand it, they seemed to understand the general meaning. "Brother King Kong, I haven't seen you for a few days, you've grown taller." On the surface it was just a simple growl, but in fact the battle had already begun. Monster duel, focusing on momentum. King Kong's chest-beating demonstration, Godzilla's roar trembles the mountains and forests. The stronger the momentum, the stronger the odds of winning. Humans have a more straightforward name for this kind of momentum as roar, coercion. Asterisk. King Kong also replied, as if to say that Godzilla was much bigger than him. After all, a height of more than 50 meters and a height of 118 meters were almost twice the difference. Both parties understand that battles are inevitable, just as a greeting. Tragic humans are caught in the middle, not only have nowhere to escape, but also dare not attack either side. In this case, Colonel Packard still proposes that they must find weapons to have a chance to kill them and get out alive. Right at the moment, the roaring communication of the giant beast came to an abrupt end, as if the negotiations had broken down. Godzilla, attack. It has started. The human body felt excited, and had a premonition that the battle was about to begin. Now, here it is. Ongoing. It is a head-to-head confrontation between monsters and monsters that humans have never seen in thousands of years. The peak matchup that no one has ever seen. Quick. God, it's coming. Run, dodge. God, help. Ah. Coming from a distance, the earth shook like an earthquake, and the shadow of the giant pillar was approaching quickly. Colonel Packard and others who reacted immediately panicked. Everyone did not follow the start of the front and back to avoid the stone cracks on both sides, and ran around like crazy. It turns out that their panicked flight was justified. Next second, the giant feet that fell from the sky smashed the boulder they were originally on, and the ground was sunken. The impact of the mountain-like body directly trampled the surrounding valley into a pile of ruins. Ow! King Kong roared, beat his chest and roared, and ran quickly. A sudden frontal collision. The terrifying energy burst out towards both sides. King Kong was less than half the size of Godzilla, like a bullied child. Hit. Keep rushing. Although the body of King Kong is large, it is more flexible. Godzilla watched King Kong dodge, not daring to fight head-on with himself. It seemed that he wanted to fight a guerrilla war. But immediately swinging the giant tail, crackling tearing air sounds attacked. If it was hit by this tail sweeping, it would be a terrifying force of tens of millions of tons, even King Kong would shatter bones. I don't know if he underestimated King Kong, or if Luo Chen did it deliberately. With a swoosh, King Kong jumped up high, then grabbed Godzilla's giant tail and jumped in front of it, crossing his fingers and clenching his fists, slamming down heavily. Boom! The blow landed on Godzilla's head. Just when King Kong thought the attack was effective, he suddenly lost control of his body. Godzilla's forelimbs suddenly exerted force, and the sharp claws clasped King Kong's neck, hitting him on the side of the mountain. Follow closely. Ow! King Kong roared, and Godzilla responded as well, at the same time releasing the ability of hot rays from the end of the tail. The tail radiated the air to generate a crackling thunder-like power, and then swept towards King Kong's body. No, 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 damn it! Seeing this scene, human beings screamed in horror. But Godzilla Luo Chen ignored them at all. However, when the humans began to flee into the cave, suddenly Godzilla's tail radiation stream swept across, and then gathered into a slender light-like radiation stream, and terrifying flames erupted along the way, which can melt and vaporize almost any substance. Originally, Godzilla wanted to use this trick to completely incapacitate King Kong, but he didn't expect the moment it was just released. In an instant, the methane and flames exploded violently. Boom! Boom! Godzilla, which detonated the entire valley's biogas with its tail radiation flow, was directly blown to the ground. The surrounding flames melted the surface crust, and it fell on the ground in a daze. Humans stared at this scene in amazement. What kind of magic operation is this? I kill myself? No, not right. Godzilla shook his head and stood up quickly, as if the explosion of fire just now was to him, like a hot shower. And that explosive force almost knocked King Kong unconscious. Follow closely. The sober Luochen stared at the burning air around him and realized that there was methane everywhere, and it would explode if it caught fire. And from the underground caves, similar gases are constantly emitted from time to time. Fortunately, the meat outfit I made has thick skin and is resistant to beating, and has heat-resistant skin and super metal hardening mode, otherwise there will be problems. Because Godzilla's cooling system is not very good. However, the unintentional explosion caused a great impact on King Kong and other creatures. Roar! King Kong struggled, rolling his body on the ground to suppress the flames. But at the moment's roar is no longer as loud as before, it looks a little weak, and the bloodshot eyes are full of unyielding anger. How? Skull Island pretty boy, you're not convinced, are you? Godzilla roared and rushed over, then rode on King Kong. The terrifying tonnage squeezed King Kong out of breath, and then waved his thick forelimbs, punching King Kong with punch after punch. This move of Godzilla is very similar to that of humans. What is it doing? The members of the expedition team were also stunned, completely unable to guess what Godzilla was thinking. It wants King Kong to surrender to it. In the animal kingdom, powerful predators can enslave other groups. Just like us humans. When they communicate. Bang! The sunken earth pit exploded, and then the ground they were watching vibrated suddenly, and the rolling earth collapsed in an instant, and then the surrounding ground collapsed and cracked, revealing huge amounts of the hole. When the surrounding dark hole is formed. Terrifyingly sharp claws protruded from the hole, more than 30 meters in size, and the terrifying-looking skeleton monitor lizard crawled out of the ground. Asterisk. Oh my god. It's them, skeleton demons. The veteran said in horror. More and more skeleton monitor lizards crawled out. The number was extremely large, and the size ranged from 3 meters to 30 meters in height and 10 meters to 60 meters in length. The large file size and small skeleton reptiles all landed on the ground. Soon the number exceeded 100. Sigh. The appearance is chilling. The head of the skeleton monitor lizard is covered with exoskeleton, without flesh, and the eyes have a terrifying green light, like the ghost fire in the skeleton. 2 strong and powerful forelimbs with sharp claws, and a strong tail body with complex muscles like snakes, along with them opening their bloody mouths. Their bites with extremely strong bite force are directed towards Godzilla, King Kong, and even humans. Rush. But at the moment they focus more on Godzilla, the behemoth they see as their primary enemy. Others, King Kong was seriously injured, and these weak reptiles of humans did not attract attention for the time being. But nonetheless, more and more people are dying because of this. More than 100 skeleton reptiles, perhaps the movement caused by King Kong and Godzilla awakened all the skeleton monitor lizards that had been sleeping for hundreds of years in the ground. There is also a king of skeleton monitor lizards. The body size is more than 60 meters, which is bigger than King Kong. Fizz. It seems to have caught Godzilla's attention. At the moment when these terrifying skeleton monitor lizards rushed up, Godzilla stopped beating King Kong. Then, when Luochen turned his head to look at the skeleton reptiles that were rushing in densely behind, his pupils shrank. These skeleton reptiles, which were bigger than the 3 skeletons from last night, made people shudder. Almost instantly, more than a dozen skeleton reptiles swarmed Godzilla's back, covering Godzilla's body surface. The sharp claws forelimbs tightly clasped Godzilla's hard-raised skin, and the terrifying bite force teeth bite on the skin, and more than 10 thorns suddenly appeared on the back. Painful place. Roar. Rage's Godzilla screeched, and then a massive energy gathered behind him. Pust. It seemed to be the sound of the cortex being torn apart, but immediately after that, a dazzling red light emitted from under Godzilla's dorsal fin, and the terrifying red light appeared indiscriminately in an instant, emitting countless light-like heat rays. Several flashes. I saw a dazzling beam of light shooting out from behind Godzilla. In the next moment, the skeleton reptiles who were biting at Godzilla's back shattered, and parts of the head, chest and other parts seemed to have been melted by extremely strong heat rays, and they could no longer die. Zitsy. Bitten by the skeleton reptiles, the skin with some scars recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 5 seconds, all the scars were swept away, wriggling muscle tissue and blood all over the body. Godzilla slowly stood up from King Kong's body. Then, it stared at the swarm of skeleton reptiles with its terrifying indifferent vertical pupils. Compared to King Kong, these creatures are the most threatening and ferocious monsters. Ow! King Kong fell to the ground and roared at Godzilla. It was useless and could not participate in the battle for a short time. At the moment, he stretched out his arm with difficulty, as if to say that these skeleton reptiles were his enemies, and let Luo Chen be careful. After realizing the meaning of the handsome boy on Skull Island, Luo Chen felt that it was not bad as a monster, and it was no wonder that some monsters on Skull Island were willing to support him, even if it was a sure defeat situation. Skull reptile. The momentum on Godzilla stirred the surrounding air like a storm, and the indifferent pupils were full of pressure. I don't think you know what awe is. Moment. Like an air explosion. The skeleton monitor lizard king, with the momentum of destroying the dead, stepped forward and rushed towards the Godzilla who was also running. Bang! The valley was shattered and roared, and the two giant beasts collided, and the skeleton monitor lizard king immediately wrapped around Godzilla's body and tightened tightly. Jaya. The skeleton monitor lizard opened his huge mouth with thick teeth and screamed, his strange green pupils staring at Godzilla. Immediately after, Godzilla's two giant claws grabbed the skeleton monitor lizard king's body, and then suddenly tore it apart. In an instant, the huge force tore apart the skeleton monitor lizard king's body one after another. Accompanied by the screams of the skeleton monitor lizard king, a large group of skeleton reptiles swarmed around. They were madly attacked without fear of death, and they didn't know what fear was at all. Throwing up and being trampled into scum. Broken like a vine. Burned to ashes by Godzilla's hotline. It doesn't matter how. They don't know how to step back. These creatures are born terror incarnations. In their eyes, there are only two concepts of edible and inedible. Boom! But Godzilla's brute force was much more terrifying than the skeleton monitor lizard king imagined. He directly pulled out its body, put its head on the ground, and stepped on it fiercely. In an instant, the huge force smashed the head of the skeleton monitor lizard king, and the ground of the valley trembled. Subsequently, the ground cracked open in all directions like a spider web, and gradually collapsed. This moment. The power of the strongest monster, at the moment, is revealed in front of all creatures. Roar! The domineering king of monsters stepped on the corpse of the skeleton monitor lizard, raised his head and howled. At this moment, it seems that Skull Island has completely belonged to it. But, along with the vibrations from the ground behind him, in Godzilla's biological radar perception, King Kong swayed to his feet and roared. It rushed over like crazy. At the moment, the swarm of skeletons and reptiles also followed, and the three parties fought each other, and the humans caught in it complained a lot. Asterisk. Now, rush out. The terrifying shockwave caused by Godzilla briefly created vacant humans and began to search for tunnels in the collapsed valley, escaping towards the outside. And King Kong. At the moment, the strongest force and the most violent offensive erupted in my life. Roar. Along with King Kong's roar, Godzilla also made a long howl, and the skeleton reptiles also screamed. Then, King Kong, who jumped on Godzilla's back, began to wave his arms frantically. With every punch, every blow made the air tremble, and he bombarded frantically at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Every punch has been played to the extreme, and it seems that he wants to vent all his previous grievances. The skin is all metal hardened. Godzilla, who held his breath, showed a dazzling metallic color on his body, but at the moment King Kong threw his fists frantically without knowing the pain. On the fist that was steaming with blood, the bones of the fingers were pinched in bursts. More and more skeleton reptiles are also spreading up. Godzilla is like a giant mountain that never falls. King Kong climbs on its back to attack, and the skeleton reptiles rush up from Godzilla's feet. At the same time, there are also skeleton reptiles that bite on King Kong's shoulders and legs. However, this extremely tragic melee intertwined. I thought that Godzilla would endure more than falling down, but who knows, after throwing 100 punches, King Kong actually slowed down somewhat exhausted. King Kong boy, since you fell down last time, I swear that this kind of situation will never happen again. Cultivation specifically for me. In the current state of my peak, can you afford it? Boom 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 boom. With Godzilla as the center, a loud clatter sounded, and the ground began to collapse outward. Superheat radiation. The heat energy all over the body spread out from Godzilla's body surface. This extremely terrifying shockwave powerful red-hot line directly blasted King Kong and many skeleton reptiles far away. And now, looking ahead. In an instant, centered on the thermal radiation of Godzilla, the surrounding earth began to melt rapidly as if it was baked by the sun. The lake and sea in the distance also swayed high waves due to this terrifying force, and the surrounding valleys and underground began to collapse. Get up, the skeleton crawler's lair was destroyed in a large area. And at the center of the terrifying momentum of at the moment, the radiation containing terrifying heat energy radiating outwards continued to emit, and the high heat caused the air to explode and crack, and the tremors kept on shaking. Soon, the irresistible aura that prevailed over all Skull Island monsters spread out from Godzilla. Roar! At this moment, the back of Godzilla's dorsal fin lit up with blue fluorescence, and a lot of terrifying energy was scattered in the air. Atomic breaths shook the air. The terrifying blue beam breath spit out from Godzilla's mouth and shot towards the sky. With a long and loud roar, this momentum instantly spread throughout the entire Skull Island. It's like proclaiming that Godzilla is the real king of monsters. King Kong fell on the side of the collapsed valley, and the cracked valley swept the skeleton reptiles and many humans inside, creating an abyss that engulfed them. While King Kong clawed on the ground, his lower body fell into the collapsed rift. At the moment Godzilla walked step by step, overlooking King Kong who was about to fall into the valley. Liangzi, do you want to accept this time or not? Godzilla looked at King Kong calmly, without speaking. Hoo-oo. King Kong stared at Godzilla's pupils, then fell silent and slowly lowered his head. Very well, Skull Island pretty boy, this is the smartest choice you've ever made. Godzilla turned around, the long tail wrapped around King Kong's arm, and suddenly threw it out and threw it to the ground. Then, the valley collapsed deeper and deeper. Staring at the dark valley floor, Godzilla glowed red, opened her mouth, and sprayed a large amount of radioactive black mist. Boom! Boom boom boom. The moment when the terrifying radioactive particle flame touched the bottom of the valley, the monstrous fire wave burst out, which can be said to be a very spectacular scene. All the skeleton reptiles at the bottom of the valley, all perish. And this is why King Kong surrendered to Godzilla, because Godzilla destroyed the most threatening race in the entire Skull Island. Even if there are still fish that slip through the net, it will not help. As for humans, probably all dead. Even if there were a few survivors, would they still be able to get out of Skull Island alive? Godzilla stared around, then closed her eyes. Bioradar. Capture, diffuse, scan. The heat and genes have been confirmed. Human survivors. There are 4 people left. They are a tracker, an Asian woman, a reporter weaver, and a 28-year veteran of the island. They ran as fast as they could to the north before the valley collapsed. It is estimated that the boat will soon go to the northern evacuation point. To kill or not to kill? Godzilla stared out to the land of the north. Just when it just moved, King Kong suddenly screamed. King Kong boy is asking about Luo Chen's purpose. Luo Chen asked King Kong, what is the most special place on this island? King Kong didn't understand Luo Chen's thoughts, but he mentioned several locations, one of which was his old lair. Then, when Godzilla tracked King Kong to his lair, he completely understood everything. I see. The mystery of Skull Island. Why are there electromagnetic storms around the island? Why is there a huge amount of unknown radiation? Why is there huge heat energy? And why are the creatures on the island mutated? All explained. It's also something that dyes the future Godzilla from red to blue. So much so that Luo Chen, who was silent in joy, ignored the escape of the human survivors. Presumably after this kind of thing, those people should be honest and dare not come again. Even if it comes again, the Skull Island will not be what it is now. Asterisk. King Kong's lair. After following King Kong back to its lair, Luo Chen caught a strong mysterious energy radiating outward. Surprise? Incredible. It can also be said that multiple emotions are intertwined, and Godzilla's expression at the moment looks rather weird. Ow! King Kong let out a cry, then folded his hands and motioned for Godzilla to come forward to observe. See. Luo Chen didn't have much hesitation, so he told King Kong to let him watch over here. Then, he drilled into the depths of the cave behind the nest. The cave is very large. The depths of the dark cave are dark, deep and extraordinarily silent, absorbing light, as if a spiral black hole is swallowing all the creatures that break into it. Sonar scan, start. Tick, tick. Godzilla perception is fed back by sonar, and while exploring the cave, it drills into the depths. Soon. Rather than reaching the end point, it is better to say that a rich source of radiation has been found. Suddenly, Godzilla stopped. Looking ahead, he was stunned. What's this? I don't know how to describe it in words, but the polygonal giant column stands in the deep and dark cave. The surface emits a faint blue light, and it continuously emits a huge amount of gamma radiation and unknown radiation. That's a weird thing. The intuition that used to be a human told Luo Chen that this thing did not look like a product of Earth civilization. It looks like it's from an extraterrestrial civilization. The high-energy plasma surrounding the huge column-shaped shape produces a strong electromagnetic field in Godzilla's senses, which interferes with the Earth's magnetic field near Skull Island, which is the source of the huge electromagnetic storm outside Skull Island. In addition to isolating the communication between the world and Skull Island, it also indirectly protects Skull Island from being invaded. I see. Is that what's causing such huge amounts of monsters on the Kongs and Skull Island? But what exactly is this mysterious column? Godzilla kept spinning around it in confusion. Immediately after that, it slowly deepened its claws and grabbed the edge of the giant column. An electric shock-like numbness spread throughout the body, followed by a weak pain sensation and electric current-like energy pouring in. In vivo. The indescribable feeling, I don't know whether it is comfortable or painful, but luckily my body can withstand this pressure. Withdrew his hand, Godzilla stared at the giant column and fell silent. Do you want to absorb this radiation? Since it is not the familiar nuclear radiation, I don't know if there will be any changes, such as adverse reactions, diarrhea, etc. No, diarrhea should not exist, but Luo Chen is afraid of this energy and his original absorption radiation conflict. By the way, ask the system. Detecting high concentration plasma, you can absorb it and unlock a new form. Luo Chen didn't know that the giant column in front of him had a name, it was called the Plasma Spark Tower. Anyone who has seen Ultraman should know. The human of Ultra Star evolved into Superman, which is a huge mutation caused by the radiation of this plasma spark tower. Definitely, there is no such setting as Ultraman in this world. Therefore, this thing similar to the plasma spark tower is the root cause of the biological mutation of Skull Island. Godzilla pondered for a moment, and finally made a decision. As long as it is radiation, it can absorb it. Whatever it is, take 2 bites first. That's all. After returning to land, Godzilla saw King Kong, and then explained that he settled down on Skull Island, and then went to the depths of the cave to sleep. Activate the new ability, Plasma Mastery. Electromagnetic value, 18, 28, 73, 129. Activate the new ability, Charged Particle Cannon. Godzilla is charged to gather positive and negative particles and collide to generate enormous energy. At the same time, ball lightning with charged particle clusters is emitted, and the temperature can reach millions to tens of millions of degrees. Any substance will be instantly evaporated in front of it, and living things will be instantly carbonized. Unlock the new ability, Plasma Cut. Godzilla's dorsal fin grows with ultra-high power plasma, and it can throw out a plasma cut equivalent to the length of the tail to burn everything up. Activate the new ability, Gravity Manipulation. By controlling and manipulating the flow of gravitons, Godzilla can levitate matter without worrying about how massive it is. Gravitational manipulation is not only controlled by gravity, but also affects the time flow and even the world line in the structure. At the same time, it can compress the graviton to launch the graviton cannon, which can instantly shoot through the material by the extremely strong graviton radiation. With extremely strong the destructive power is large. I don't know how to describe how powerful it is. Definitely, Godzilla didn't fully absorb the plasma. Absorbing the giant column that is comparable to the energy source base is not a progress that can be completed once or twice in a year or two. Rather, think of it as huge amounts of battery storage. The body shape has not changed much, but it has grown from 118 meters to 120 meters, the weight has not increased but decreased, and it is lighter. The dark shape, the hideous back, after activating the skill, Full Metal Skin, the skin has a metallic texture, the dazzling blue light is hidden in the dorsal fin, the terrifying energy is stored in the body, the tail can swing freely, with super high hardness and toughness and strong regeneration. Others are the same as before. Today's Godzilla, in the 4th form, plasma version. Asterisk. Imperial Organization. In 1983, the A07 District Branch. The Monarch Project, Monarch, the most mysterious organization on Earth today, is far more mysterious than Area 51. The purpose is to investigate and destroy unknown giant life forms on Earth. It has been a while since the Skull Island incident ended. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door, followed by a clear female voice of, "Please come in," and the door creaked open. A female secretary walked in, holding a notebook. "Professor Amanda," Mr. Lee C. said, "let you lead a person to understand our branch organization base." The female secretary's words aroused the attention of Amanda, who was buried in her work, and made her feel a little strange. Why doesn't he guide himself? Don't you know I'm busy? Amanda looked up at the secretary a little, then continued to organize the documents, and then said casually, "Okay, so who is the person who wants to visit the organization? Is it a man or a woman? What is the identity?" Seeing that Amanda stopped working, after she sorted out the documents, the secretary motioned her to follow her, and explained as she walked, "It's a woman, and her identity is not stated on it. It just said that you should handle it as properly as possible. So I sent me to inform you." "Oh." Amanda smiled, not paying much attention. Reception room. Standing by the leather sofa, staring at the weird photos on the surrounding walls, was a woman who looked very young. Miamon's provocative figure, with beautiful wavy golden curly hair exuding dazzling light, wearing a brown-gray military uniform and leather pants, showing a perfect figure. Blonde and blue-eyed. She stared at the surrounding arrangements and flipped through the pictures of the hanging paintings, her eyes full of strange colors. Sudden. There were footsteps outside the door. She looked over there as keenly as a cat, and then put the painting back in place, as if nothing had happened. Crunch, the door opened. The first to come in are women whose beauty and figure are not inferior to hers. Amanda has the same blonde hair, but it is not draped to the shoulders, but tied up behind the head, graceful and luxurious, without showing her actual age at all. "Hello, my biology professor here, Amanda." With that said, Amanda reached out and shook hands with the woman, and at the same time, the other party introduced herself bluntly. "Peggy Carter, U.S. government agent." The blonde woman smiled and introduced herself very decisively and directly. "What? Agent 13 of SHIELD, SHIELD. Amanda stared at the identity card of the agent Kate, and then looked at her suspiciously. "Isn't your SHIELD a special force of the International Security Council to deal with various strange events? Why are you interested in us? Oh, could it be that you are also interested in unknown giant creatures? I don't remember any tendency to want to know about this." March 22. A telegram came from California, on the Pacific coast of the western United States, saying that the cry of a mysterious giant creature was captured in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Recently, terrifying waves have erupted in the Pacific Ocean, and the waves are unbelievable. The speed swept a freighter to the bottom of the sea, and a ship turbulently sailed off the coast of the United States was instantly lifted by the raging waves. Having said that, the agent Kata paused, then looked at Amanda. The other party also pushed the frame of the glasses in front of him, stared at the agent Carter, and then nodded. "It seems that you are someone who believes in the existence of unknown giant creatures." "No, I just thought it was an accident." The blonde beauty shrugged, indicating that this was what she was going to investigate. "Well, come with me." After reading this, can you still maintain this calm attitude? After all, Amanda took the agent Carter to the elevator, and then landed deep underground. Ding! The elevator door opened, and she came to a steel door. "Dee, identity authentication succeeded." Putting the ID card in front of the sensor, Amanda motioned for Carter to follow. As soon as she entered this place, the agent Kate noticed something strange. She stared at the neatly covered documents and the text on it, and her expression changed slightly. "I found it, here." Amanda put her eyes on a cupboard, and then under Carter's gaze, she stretched out her hand. That document was encapsulated in a cowhide bag, which read, "The Emperor's Project, the Unknown Territory Exploration Archive, Top Secret." Have you heard of the incident 10 years ago? The U.S. military's helicopter swarm that ended the Vietnam War crashed due to an electromagnetic storm accident. The incident happened in 1973. It seems to have an impression. What's wrong? The blonde and blue-eyed beauty looked at Amanda suspiciously, and the other party raised her chin slightly with a serious expression. "What if I said it wasn't an accident, but was destroyed by monsters?" Pust. Carter couldn't help shrugging and laughing, but quickly realized that she was being rude, and quickly returned to her cold and calm face. "I know what you're thinking, but, my friend Weaver risked his life for this." Amanda took out the photos from the top-secret archives of Skull Island and handed them to the agent Carter. The other party took it in disapproval and stared at the photo. The smile raised at the corner of her mouth gradually froze, then disappeared, and finally her eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this photo real?" The King Kong, group is called the God of Skull Island by the islanders. It is only about 50 meters in the photo, still in its teenage years and still growing up. Amanda ignored Carter, but continued to explain to herself. Skull reptiles, a huge number of ferocious creatures, with mouths but no anus, long tongues can be used to strangle prey, living underground on Skull Island, veritable demons. The wings of Icarus, Vulture, the island, Skull Island, where many monsters live, all ruled by a terrifying monster. With it, no one has ever set foot on Skull Island since. Asterisk. It Carter stared at the last picture of the monsters with a look of horror and disbelief. In the photo, a pitch-black giant beast raised its head and howled, and a terrifying blue beam shot towards the sky, smashing the layers of clouds away in waves, imposing and domineering. Codename, Leviathan. Carter no longer had the calm expression she had before. At the moment, her expression was like saying, "Oh my God," and she instantly changed her personality. Leviathan is only a temporary code name, but its real name is not called this. We are more willing to call it than Leviathan, Godzilla, Gojira. Godzilla. Carter murmured the name, but was quickly raised by Amanda's index finger and made a silent motion. Don't mention this name casually, it's a no-no. We don't want it to answer our roar call and leave Skull Island and show up in our city, right? Amanda said slowly. The glasses reflected a strange luster through the light. She seems to be very afraid of this name. Carter doesn't know how much she knows about this monster called Godzilla, but from her expression, it must be more than just heard of it. What if I said it appeared in the Pacific? Carter looked at Amanda and said. But Amanda didn't seem to care about her words, and still said to herself, that monster is the object of my life's research, but even so. My understanding of it is only a very one-sided part. For human beings, what is good or not? The evil is unknown for now, but one thing that can be guessed is that it is the Asgardian of natural balance. I'm sorry, I lost my mind if I didn't pay attention. Nothing. Carter shook his head. Well. Amanda looked at her, suddenly stunned when she turned around, and then turned back. Oh, by the way, what did you just say? I said if Godzilla is in the Pacific, and there's a chance it's going to land near San Francisco, how do we get rid of it? What? Amanda looked at her in astonishment, and said emotionally, impossible. If it really appears in the Pacific Ocean, it is definitely not something that humans can deal with. At least we can't do it now. The information about it, history, habits, etc., we have no idea. If this beast breaks into the city, everything will be destroyed. She has no doubts. If Godzilla does appear in human cities. The whole city was in a panic of crisis, and local residents faced a huge amount of disaster. By the time. In order to quell the chaos and panic, the military will do everything possible to eliminate this behemoth. However, scientists are excited to study its mutation process and ecological structure. In order to grab the headlines, media reporters even risk their lives to track the monster's whereabouts. Okay. Carter shrugged and said, it's best to hope that it won't come to our territory to make trouble. After all, today's humans are no longer the savages who hunt with stone spears. If you had seen it with your own eyes, you would not have said such fearless words. No, I think it must not be a monster to mess with now. But researching them is a matter for you and the Animal Genomics Research Institute. I just need to report the specific and detailed information to the above. Compared to this, are you sure the creature making strange noises on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean is Godzilla? Amanda asked worriedly, a fearful guess in her mind. What's the meaning? Carter frowned suspiciously and asked, you mean, there are other monsters similar to Godzilla? No, there must be. Amanda's tone was very firm, and the seriousness in her eyes was extremely strong. I don't know the brains of those of you who study monsters. Well, sorry, I don't mean anything else. But I advise you not to think too much. After all, if it is just a simple maritime accident, what? Or maybe the Ocean Exploration Bureau treats whales like monsters. But when it seemed that Amanda was unresponsive, Carter sighed. She said, please. This is the M country, with the most powerful military equipment on Earth, tanks, missile fighters, and they can destroy any creature. If the monsters do come, then we can protect the homeland of mankind, we's home. I hope so. Amanda looked at Carter calmly, then stretched out her hand to make a request. Hearing that, Carter shrugged indifferently. Then his eyes swept over the top-secret archives again, and wrote down the research report on monsters here. In particular, there is a narrative of Godzilla's fighting style, the powerful energy it can spew, and the terrifying power similar to nuclear fusion. Speak. What kind of creature can shoot flames and cause the world to change? Mutants? It doesn't exist at all. Confirmed. After Carter made an assessment in her heart, she left here. Ocean floor. The unfathomable sea bottom, dark and deep, no light. In this deadly darkness, the silence makes people feel creepy, as if it is lying on an unimaginable behemoth. It is motionless, as if it is asleep. Suddenly, a pair of terrifying giant pupils suddenly opened, and in the depths of the pupils revealed a chilling coldness and coldness. It seemed to capture the battle signal from some powerful creature. Slightly squinting blood pupils, the terrifying pitch-black beast suddenly floated up from the bottom of the sea. Destination, San Francisco. Asterisk. The past 10 years. In 1974, the Stark Industrial Fair was held. Howard S. Stark recorded a video for his son and found an element, but was unable to create it due to the times. That same year, Dr. Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, created the Pym particle, which can change the distance between atoms. In 1979, Star-Lord's mother fell in love with Ego, an alien who came to Earth to sow seeds, and Star-Lord Peter Quill was born. In the same year, Wakanda's son T'Challa, the future Black Panther, was born. Now. In 1983, Godzilla woke up, attracted by some dangerous signal, woke up from the bottom of the southern Pacific Ocean, and headed to the western Pacific. That deep-rooted sense of mission guides it to do so. The sea surface shrouded in dense fog is confused, like a terrifying nightmare. Suddenly, through the solitary lighthouse, it became clearer and clearer that a large and terrifying dorsal fin emerged. The behemoth swims on the sea, its dorsal fins pierce the sky-shattering waves, its claws are sharp enough to cut through steel, its roar resounds through the night sky, and the fins on its back are like blood-colored swords, sparkling, accompanied by the fiery breath of its giant roar sucks anything and everything to ashes. Wherever it has passed, all traces of the enemy will be completely erased. In front of it, the only thing feared humans can do is to guess where it will appear next time. Godzilla, the king of monsters, it's back. I don't know when. A parallel universe, Breaking Point, has emerged deep beneath the ocean floor in the Pacific Rim. Then, an incomparably gigantic beast creature emerged from the crack, and terrifying radiation swept the surrounding area for several kilometers. What started out as only a few hundred meters in length constantly extended and eventually became a huge fissure several kilometers in length. The depths of the fissure constantly tilted outward with a blue light, and the respective invisible radioactive material began to diffuse outward constantly. That year. Godzilla, born here. Nearly 30 years have passed. After many years, the monsters that first emerged from the cracks were not in a hurry to land, they seemed to be planning something. Until today. When a fishing boat was destroyed and swept by earth-shaking terrifying waves, it officially entered the world stage. Ancient times. As early as the Triassic period, the Earth has been targeted by aliens. The alien monster, Pioneer, first established a wormhole with the Earth during the Triassic period 250 million to 203 million years ago, but the atmosphere of the Earth at that time was extremely rich in oxygen. The monster army was unable to adapt to the environment, and the colonization mission ended in failure. Monster, kaiju, is the word by which they were originally called. Godzillas are native to Earth and should not be described with derogatory terms such as monsters. They come from a planet called Antiverse in a distant galaxy. There are dark clouds, the Earth is barren, there are no rivers but rock formations, and the atmosphere is yellow. A kind of alien, Herald, lives in the rock formations. The Pioneer is about 3.6 meters, 12 feet, tall and resembles an aquatic insect in appearance. Walking upright, with 4 arms, translucent wings, like crustaceans on Earth, the skeleton grows outside the body, and the Pioneer has an alien-like fusiform crown. Pioneers are engineers who create monsters. The DNA of the monsters comes from their own genes. Pioneers originally did not contain toxins. Their genes cloned monsters with different shapes through toxin-making chemistry and biological mutation technology. The higher the pioneer level, the more powerful and poisonous the cloned monsters are. Pioneers, they are colonizing creatures that thrive by invading other planets. Chu masters extremely high poison-making chemistry and hyperspace technology, and can bridge other planets with the local by establishing wormholes, infiltrating and attacking from the inside of the enemy. They have created a huge, poisonous biological weapon, which is a monster as an army that invades other planets. When the first invasion. Because the oxygen content of the Earth's atmosphere is extremely high, coupled with the existence of the old ruler of the Earth, Godzilla. So much so that the first invasion of these alien creatures failed. However, with the advent of the era of human civilization, the first generation of Godzilla died, the pollution of the Earth increased, and the carbon dioxide content in the atmosphere increased, reaching an environment that can support the survival of monsters. This means that this is the monster that invaded the Earth. The second colonization mission starts. San Francisco. In the early morning, thick fog covered the bridge. The fog near the sea is heavier, and it looks like the surrounding is gray, which makes people feel uneasy. Drip. Drip. On the road in traffic jams, impatient drivers honk their horns frantically. Covered by thick fog, people cannot see the scenery 10 meters away, and can only judge the vehicle ahead by sticking to the color of the headlights. Oh my God. Please hurry up, I'm still in a hurry to get to the office. On the bus, a man in a suit wearing glasses and carrying a bag was a little fidgety, complaining why he had to be a bus today. Be quiet, this damn traffic jam. The driver was even more grumpy, and at the moment kept honking the horn, which made the people sitting in the car even more anxious. Oh my God. Carter shook her head helplessly, and she looked down at the document in her hand. After returning from the Imperial Order. She told her boss about the monster, but it was not taken seriously, although even she thought it was an unlikely event. Introduce her identity again. Asterisk. Peggy Carter. SHELD agent, a pure M countryman, was born in a wealthy family and could not sit back and watch the Nazis invade Europe and left home to join the resistance movement. During World War II. She meets Captain America for the first time on the battlefield, and despite their vastly different strategies and tactics, they are still working towards the same goal. This comrade-in-arms friendship soon blossomed into a flower of love, and it was difficult to survive in the battlefield where there were few people and many people. Later. Captain America is missing, and many believe he is dead. But Carter is convinced that he must be alive somewhere, even if the odds are extremely delicate. Besides, as one of SHELD's high-level agents, although Carter does not have any super ability, he has received more formal training in SHELD, is proficient in close combat techniques, and can skillfully use various firearms, knives and other weapons to fight. About age. Today, she is not too young, but her skin is well maintained, making people still look young. Same. She has long ceased to perform those dangerous agent missions herself, but is responsible for helping SHILD investigate some secret intelligence, investigating Hydra agents and other tasks. What's the matter today? Why are there so many traffic jams here? The passengers in the car looked distressed at the thick fog and the group of cars outside the car window, with unfortunate expressions on their faces. Carter also looked outside, frowning in thought. She also felt that something was wrong. The fog here was too thick, and there might have been a traffic accident ahead that caused the blockage, but what really disturbed her was not just the simple sight of being blocked. Excuse me, where is the end of this car? Oh, over there in San Francisco. When she heard the name San Francisco, Carter was shocked. She sucked deeply. I hope that such a coincidental absurdity doesn't happen. Speaking of which, this lady, I think you are quite unfamiliar. Is it your first time here? But it's unfortunate enough. It's the first time I encountered this kind of traffic jam. Well, I don't want to be so stuck every day. Carter smiled back, but in the next moment. Boom boom la 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 la. The sudden earthquake shocked everyone. The bus stopped in an emergency, and then the body shook violently. The passengers in the car screamed, and Carter's face changed drastically. What happened? Earthquake. Before people could react, the more violent vibration was accompanied by a loud noise, and the sound of the fog was blown away by a strong air wave. Carter looked into the distance on the bus, the dense pile of cars crowded together. In San Francisco, there are red steel frames on both sides of the Golden Gate Bridge, and thick steel cables support this magnificent gate. But at the moment, it vibrated violently for unknown reasons. Skull Island. Morning. Godly. King Kong sat on the ground, as if closing his eyes and resting. Around its huge body, unknown primitive villages on the island, humans surrounded it not far away, the fire was burning cracklingly, and a bunch of men, women and children were surrounded by the fire. Everyone's expression was the same, nothing changed. The atmosphere was extraordinarily quiet. Everyone held their breaths and didn't dare to pant loudly. The burning fire, the towering stone steps of the building, the giant beast King Kong sitting cross-legged on the steps tightly closed his eyes. It all looked so weird and the atmosphere was very weird. Tread. Holding a wooden staff, the old man climbed to the top step by step, staring at King Kong's body. There was no fear in his eyes, but more admiration and worry. The tribal old man approached where King Kong was, then knelt down and knocked on the ground. Along with the rhythmic sound, King Kong also opened his eyes as if he had been awakened. He stared at the old man under his eyelids, his wise pupils were full of doubts. The old man brought over the basin full of blood, as well as a few dominoes. He sprinkled the black blood on the ground, the dominoes collided together, making a crisp sound, and then seemed to be saying something. In the sunlight. The blood-stained hand clenched the domino, and he knelt in front of King Kong, holding it in both hands. And his face also showed solemnity, and he recited difficult and obscure language. God, listen. Calamity has come, my God. The solemn old man dipped the dominoes in blood and spread them out in his hands. At the same time, he seemed to be telling King Kong about his divination and the unease the people felt. Crisis. There is no doubt that this is the result of the tribal elders' repeated rolling. Looking at the storm over Skull Island, the old man opened his arms full of blood and knelt down. At the same time, the clansmen behind him also knelt down as if they were asking for something. Sudden. King Kong seemed to understand something. It slowly closed its eyes and let its mind go deep into tranquility, trying to feel the movement around Skull Island. Immediately. Suddenly opening his eyes, King Kong stood up, raised his head and roared. In its perception. One head is a huge crocodile, more than 100 meters high, fully armed with scales all over its body, huge amounts of toes, a streamlined head, and a monster with high-speed movement in the water landed on Skull Island. It was an extremely terrifying monster with a big mouth, but it was just a disguise. After the mouth was opened in the shape of 3 petals, its real head was hidden inside, and it was also a glowing object. If Luo Chen is here, we'll definitely recognize it. The 3-petaled chrysanthemum monster, the thunder beast that occupies his hometown. But why, at this time, it landed on Skull Island? Asterisk. Rumble boom. Dark clouds shrouded, and the roar of thunder and lightning suddenly sounded in the dark sky. Under the light of lightning intertwined with lightning and thunder, the dark dorsal fin flashed a few electric currents, and the thick and huge amounts of dorsal fin pushed the waves away. Just like the roar of the waves, it makes people psychologically shocked, and instinctively produces a sense of awe. Quan Lei wandered restlessly in the dark clouds, making a crackling roar. It was pouring rain, and the raindrops, accompanied by the storm of waves set off by the behemoth, washed on the dorsal fins that flashed blue fluorescent electric current from time to time. Angry. The anger that does not know where it comes from is born from the heart. From time to time, under the light of lightning, the pitch-black beast raised its head and looked at the vast and boundless sea. Dark monsters, torrential rain, loud thunder, and poisonous fog rising from the dim sky gradually began to pollute the changing air. Looking up at everything in front of him, Godzilla's eyes were indifferent, and his heart was beating non-stop, not because of strenuous exercise, but because of an unknown existence threatening the planet. Caught an unknown poisonous body, please go to the destination, to destroy it. Although I don't know what kind of monster it is. But Godzilla understands that this monster is an extremely hostile and poisonous creature, and it intends to destroy not only all human beings, but all creatures on Earth. So, as the bearer of the Earth, Godzilla must stand up for this kind of thing. San Francisco. Bang 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 bang. There was another violent vibration, the entire Golden Gate Bridge shook violently, and a huge black shadow appeared on the other side of the thick fog. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar echoed in the sky. What happened? My God! The people who came down after opening the door raised their heads and looked at the terrifying figures approaching in the distance as the thick fog gradually dissipated. Their eyes widened, some sat in the car in disbelief, others stood at the door and looked into the distance. When it became clearer and clearer to see the giant shadow on the bridge over the sea, people suddenly screamed in horror. Monster, monster! FK! What the hell? B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Run away. The bridge, which was supposed to be rectified by the traffic police, became messy. Countless passers-by were frightened by the vibration just now and the roar just now. Then they ran and screamed like headless flies, and everyone became extremely flustered. It is quite different from the panicked passers-by. Carter moved his legs quickly, got out of the car quickly, and then walked in the opposite direction in the crowd, and came to the highest point to observe the situation. After brushing past the panicked escape, Carter stopped. Because she had already seen the monster that just made a terrifying roar. End of sight. I saw a huge figure emerging from the sea on the foggy sea. This behemoth was more than 90 meters tall, with a dark gray body, its head like a giant axe slashing into the sky, and a cloth in its mouth. Full of terrifying sharp teeth, the huge body makes the scalp tingle. Oh, gosh. What the hell? With a foul language, Carter hurried back to the bus just now, and then shouted at the people inside, "Everyone, get off the bus and run immediately. Hurry. Talking." She rushed into the bus, and then pulled those who had difficulty moving and had yet to respond. "What are you doing?" The driver didn't seem to understand what was going on, but then he wiped the foggy glass with the wiper. When he saw the terrifying giant shadow, his face changed drastically. "Ah, weird, monster." The shivering driver opened the door in horror and ran out first. "Everyone, get out of the car and evacuate in the direction of the crowd." The Air Force and Navy departments should have already started operations, and everyone should hide in a safe area as soon as possible. At a critical juncture, Carter's calm side also gave many people psychological hope. However, the shaking of the Golden Gate Bridge is getting more and more violent. Suddenly, it was as if the world had lost its voice. A monstrous flame erupted not far ahead, and a fuel tanker exploded. Among the twisted passengers in the car, Carter could only do his best to shout, "Everyone, get out of the car and hide under the bridge." Rumble boom. There was another violent vibration, and the huge black shadow in the dense fog gradually approached. The entire Golden Gate Bridge was in chaos. Ow! Suddenly, a low-pitched roar came from the thick fog. The sound was deafening, causing people to have real tinnitus. At the same time, the sea water under the bridge was also set off by turbulent waves. Roar! The terrifying roar was accompanied by a huge monster rushing up from the thick fog, and people could see its posture clearly. It stood upright in the middle of the sea as high as the Golden Gate Bridge, and two sturdy giant claws slammed towards the Golden Gate Bridge, as if they wanted to destroy the obstacle that prevented him from walking. Asterisk. Boom! The terrifying giant claws destroyed and collapsed a large area of the Golden Gate Bridge in an instant, and at the same time nearly half of the thick steel cables were broken. The shaking of the entire bridge deck violently shook countless people and vehicles, and the cars on the edge of the bridge fell directly into the sea. As one of the largest suspension bridges in the world, the Golden Gate Bridge uses 6,412 metric tons of steel cables each and is made of 27,000 steel wires. Therefore, the structure is still very strong and has high toughness. Although the bridge shook violently, it did not break immediately, which also gave people a chance to escape. My God, what the hell is that? Help me. My child is still inside, please help him. Run. You stinky bee ***ch, get out of the way. Aw. People who were in endless panic on the bridge screamed desperately and fled desperately. Many people panicked and jumped directly from the bridge. Crunch and crunch. The steel cables of the Golden Gate Bridge screeched, apparently unable to maintain the structure. Carter was holding a little girl and trying her best to shuttle through the crowd. At this time, it was impossible for her to save the overall situation. She could only do her best to save some victims. Can save one is one. The axe-head monster that started to collide with the bridge, with a height of 392 meters, feet, saw the monster at first sight, and Carter regarded it as a mutant creature like Godzilla. The terrifying body and destructive power made the people on the Jinshan Bridge flee in panic. The helicopter circled around the monster a few times, from the exoskeleton head of the axe head to the mouth full of terrifying sharp teeth, and the huge body made the scalp numb. After coming into contact with the terrifying huge pupils, the soldiers watching this scene on the other side of the screen were speechless with fearful expressions. The entire Jinshan Bridge became a hostage. Everything you saw was ravaged and destroyed. The bridge deck was flickering with red fire, the car after the explosion, and the billowing smoke seemed to make the sky here gloomy. At this time, the monster seemed to be rummaging through the rubble of the car in the giant claw. Ah, help, ah, ah, ah. Although people didn't see what the monster was holding, the hysterical cry shocked the hearts of the people present. At that time, a wounded man, at the moment, was caught by the axe-headed monster. Although the man struggled desperately, what was waiting for him was a bloody mouth. On the screen, the axe-headed monster roared in the sky. Then suddenly hit the Jinshan Bridge with the axe in the head, and the whole bridge was split open in an instant, and countless vehicles and screaming people fell into the water. Fake. The commander who was watching this scene almost punched the keyboard, then stared at the monster angrily, and picked up the walkie-talkie with the other hand. The fighter is ready for battle. Do your best to prevent this monster from landing. At the same time, the rescue team is in place, ready to support. Emergency. The soldiers began to act immediately. The Naval Department also sent a large number of fleet support, and at the same time, the aircraft carrier formation also began to arrive. Buzz. Buzz. When the frightened people fled, there was a sound of sonic booms in the sky, and more than a dozen U.S. fighter jets flew towards the axe-headed monster with the clouds and mists generated by the bursts of sonic booms. All, free to fire. After receiving the order, the U.S. military's third-generation jet fighters launched one missile after another, and then bombed the monster with the axe head. Suddenly a large amount of blue blood splattered and dripped on the sea. After being diluted, it looks like a blue starry sky, full of weirdness, and the poison begins to infiltrate the sea water. At the same time, its highly poisonous blood began to evaporate in the air, and after some people inhaled the air, they began to fall to the ground frequently and die. When aware of this scene, the government department quickly ordered the evacuation of all the people hundreds of kilometers around. At present, they don't know the specific composition of blood, but judging from the dead people, the monster is covered with highly poisonous, especially blood can pollute the environment. If such creatures appeared in groups, the consequences would be disastrous. If you use bombs or nuclear bombs to deal with it, before the monsters die, human beings will be wiped out. The missiles and bullets continuously launched by the fighter jets attacked the monster, but they wanted to attract the monster's attention and give the people more chances to escape. But the third-generation jet fighter does not seem to have too much power and maneuverability. At most, it can break the skin of the axe-headed monster without hurting the internal organs at all, and there is no threat to the tough monster at all. Each step the axe-headed monster takes can cause a small earthquake. Its head is small, with huge amounts of axe exoskeletons growing on its head, exoskeleton bulges on its back, and sharp chelicerae claws on its limbs. It looks a little bulky overall, but it has a terrifying defense capability. Bleeding? That's a normal thing. Because these monsters are biological weapons sent by the pioneers. Their real meaning is to wait for humans to kill them with a nuclear bomb, a suicidal attack. Human conventional weapons have no effect on them, and although nuclear bombs can destroy them, they will trigger a massive release of toxins in their bodies. This is an act of natural selection, which changes the Earth's atmosphere, soil, and water source environment through suicide, and exterminates the Earth's creatures. That is to say, although the nuclear bomb can kill a certain number of giant beasts, human beings will finish the game before the giant beasts die. Asterisk. As more and more highly toxic blood began to pollute the air, the military was also facing great pressure, and the people looking at the screen were sweating coldly. Sudden. The commander hurried over to a man with a series of reports saying, "They can't continue to attack, otherwise the poisonous gas will enter the atmosphere and destroy the whole city." Not only that, but if the gas were to leak out, the same would happen to farther places. Those highly toxic aerosols have ingredients that they are currently difficult to analyze. Ordinary human beings inhaling them are deadly. At present, no living thing can withstand it. Joke. Don't attack and wait for it to come ashore and destroy the whole city. The upper echelons have given orders. At all costs, this monster must be destroyed. Even with the use of nuclear bombs, they would not hesitate. For a time, the entire M country was boiling. Now they are developing the latest fighter jet, the fourth-generation jet fighter, the F-22. It has not been developed yet and is still in production. So the third-generation fighter, no matter how harassing and attacking the axe-head monster, will soon be hit by its huge amounts of claws and explode violently in the air. In Pacific Rim. The axe-headed monster ravaged San Francisco for days, advancing under U.S. artillery fire and nearly destroying the entire city. In the end, he died in the nuclear bomb under the desperate resistance of human beings, but his highly toxic blood evaporated in the air, and the sixth largest metropolitan area in M country, San Francisco-Oakland Bay, became a barren land. The history of this disaster is known as the San Francisco Incident, and the day the monster landed is known as K-Day. It's here, run. When the axe-headed monster washed ashore, a group of people began to turn and flee. And at the moment, the monster has landed. Damn, there's no escape. Even if you escape the bridge, the monsters will already invade the city. At the moment, Carter has discovered how terrifying this axe-headed monster is. She hugged a little girl full of fear, soothed her emotions, and hid near an unmanned building. The army was approaching, and a large area of the people began to evacuate urgently. However, the crowd who did not have time to evacuate was the first to be swallowed by the axe-headed monster. With its terrifying giant palm falling, the defense line on the edge of the city was completely occupied. Where Carter is. It was near the ruins where the head of the axe had ravaged, and escaped in panic and escaped. But the crisis has not been resolved, because the axe head is nearby, and its unintentional every move may collapse this area. Even though more than a large number of people have escaped from the bridge now, some of them have not had time to evacuate. Some of them were killed and injured, and the rest of them hid, staring at the raging figure of the monster, while dodging the flying boulder, while escaping towards the safe zone. But the fighter's missile hit the head of the axe, and a large swathe of dripping blood evaporated. A thick and terrifying poisonous mist spreads across the city. With the movement of the axe-headed monster, Qi Jin brings wind and waves, and the poisonous wind swept in. Soon. Everyone must die. The fighter doesn't seem to be able to kill the monster. After glancing at the sky, Carter turned her attention to her surroundings. There is no communication tool such as a telephone. No matter how powerful SHIELD is today, it is impossible to save them. Avengers? At this time, Avengers, I am afraid that it has not yet been born, and Iron Man has not yet been produced. But the appearance of monsters has also made the country begin to pay attention to this aspect. It is estimated that the project of developing Iron Man or similar mecha warriors will be accelerated a lot in the future. Among the crowd. Due to the riot caused by the monster, the terrified white and black people pushed and even shouted and cursed, leading to some bloodshed. Run! The monster is here. My lord! Go away, don't get in the way. FK. Like a big tree standing in a river, even though the surrounding crowd is constantly crowded, Carter and the little girl are still standing there unmoved. At this time, the evacuation point is full of people. And that's where the axe-headed monsters are advancing, and before they leave, they will be caught up. The monster looks bloated, but its speed is actually not slow. One step is 40 or 50 meters, and each step can cause vibrations of 2 or 3 magnitude earthquakes. Boom! The tanker's gasoline exploded in an instant, and the shockwave swept across the axe head, causing it to rage and roar at the blast of fire. In case of an emergency, please go to the evacuation point for an orderly evacuation. Repeat, emergency. There was an emergency evacuation broadcast on the tower, and the U.S. government had already noticed the movement here. They hurriedly implemented the corresponding measures. These fighters were trying to attract the attention of the monsters, but it seemed that the monsters had more plans than them. Aircraft carrier formation heading to San Francisco. Dee Dee's alarm sounded, and the radar scanned that there were giant creatures approaching nearby. The terrified Navy and others hurriedly looked into the distance. The storm gathered, lightning flashed on the dark sky, huge waves suddenly rolled on the sea, a dark dorsal fin flashed a few electric currents, and huge amounts of dorsal fin pushed the waves away. Like the roar of the waves, it makes people feel extremely shocked. Strange, the same kind of monsters. The terrified Navy raised their guns and aimed their weapons at the giant beast. No, don't shoot. Someone hurriedly stopped them. Then the man walked to the side of the boat, took off his glasses and stared blankly at the huge amounts of dorsal fins and the huge shadows under the sea. That's Godzilla. As a member of the Emperor's organization. The young doctor named Sarazawa spit out the name dully. The San Francisco Police Department has sent an urgent notice that a monster has landed from the Jinshan Gate, causing nearly 1,000 casualties. The second aircraft carrier fleet made an emergency call and found that an unknown giant creature was approaching. Information from Vandenberg Air Force Base in Southern California that fighter jets cannot deal substantial damage to monsters. Fire support requested. Repeat, fire support requested. The Pentagon, where the U.S. Department of Defense is located, received numerous calls frantically, and the operators were busy. SHIELD Imperial Organization. This special mysterious organization has also begun to intervene. Office of the Department of Defense. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a man in a military uniform, with an appearance of less than middle age, a strong body and sharp eyes, walked in. He was Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Then, a few more people who came along with the entourage came to the office. They pulled out a seat and sat down immediately. After the representatives of the U.S. Secretary of Defense, the Imperial Organization, the Air Force and the Army gathered. Time is running out. Regarding the San Francisco incident, make a decision as soon as possible. SHIELD director opened the topic first, and then at the moment, several young female assistants in shirts followed, and a document came up. Director Nick, Your Excellency the President will hold a teleconference in a few minutes. Director Nick nodded and looked at the others with a solemn expression. Can you explain? Why is there a sudden monster invasion in San Francisco? A large number of people have begun to ask the military to respond as soon as possible, and similar situations have occurred in other areas. Accompany him to finish. Click. The heavy conference room door was closed. 2 waiting soldiers stood at the door, with a red light on the door, indicating that an emergency meeting at the highest level was in progress. There were people in the conference room wearing badges of different general ranks, and at the same time members of the at-the-moment emperor stood up and walked to the big screen, opening the image of the axe-headed monster that is now attacking the rampant in San Francisco. Gentlemen, I will report to His Excellency the President in a video conference. Before that, we must respond as soon as possible, and in the face of our enemy, the monster, everyone should have initially realized it. Then the representative of the Emperor organization picked up the remote control and played the aerial footage of the mountain-like huge amounts of axe-headed monsters ravaging San Francisco. At present, the Monarch organization has not found that the monster has any characteristics that are consistent with the creatures on Earth. Its blood is highly poisonous and can pollute various natural environments such as the air and the sea. Before the official name is given, we will temporarily call it intruder. So where did this intruder come from? What was the purpose? Someone asked. That's exactly what I'm going to say. The person in charge of the Emperor project continued. In the early morning, when the intruder appeared, San Francisco was covered with dense fog, and the satellite failed to convey effective information. Similarly, according to the blood of the intruder, it was detected that it did not conform to the ecological environment of the Earth. Therefore, it can be temporarily judged as an extraterrestrial creature. As for how it appeared, it remains to be investigated. But its purpose is currently guessed as Earth originally. You said, it's an alien creature. Not sure, but very likely. Do you mean you want to colonize the Earth? Not only colonization, but also to exterminate human beings. The composition of the monster's blood will affect the Earth's environment and change according to its preferences, and it will turn this place into a paradise suitable for its existence. If it is an extraterrestrial creature, it will be extremely there may be more than one. Moreover, attacks such as artillery shells will cause toxins to explode, causing a wider range of lethality, which is deadly to us humans. However, apart from the nuclear bomb, is there any way to destroy it? By causing internal hemorrhage, death to its monsters simply through physical attacks, it is possible to prevent toxins from polluting the atmosphere. Otherwise, when their blood contains violent toxins and the air comes into contact, they will not only emit highly poisonous oxygen-consuming poisons, matter can be transformed into an atmospheric structure suitable for their survival. Speaking of which, the representative of the Emperor's plan was also speechless and smiled bitterly. Put simply. However, they can't. The meeting room fell into silence for a while. Hands up for last-minute nukes. As the words fell, one by one, more and more people participating in the meeting raised their right hands. If it weren't for the helplessness, who would give up a city in exchange for safety? SHIELD director frowned. Even if he was intentional, how did he start to deal with such a gigantic monster? Can't you lead it into the sea? That's courting death. As I said, its blood will cause severe pollution, and if it enters the sea, it will spread farther. There was a sudden inhalation sound at the scene, and a chief of staff raised his hand tremblingly. Then, what should we do? Isn't the Emperor's plan established to deal with this kind of monster? You should be the one to go out at this time. What? The person in charge of the Emperor's plan was stunned for a while, and then said, "That's what I said, but..." Jingle bell. Suddenly, his phone rang. Some impatiently hung up the phone, and just as he was about to continue speaking, the phone rang again. "What time is it? Still calling? What? What did you say?" Somewhat angry, he answered the phone, and when the person on the other end of the phone finished speaking, his face changed drastically. What happened? The Second Fleet caught the movement of another monster, arrives in San Francisco in 5 minutes. Instant. Everyone suddenly stood up and looked to the other side of the screen. Aerial photography came up with an image. The dorsal fin of a dark and terrifying giant monster pushed away the huge waves, and the surrounding coastline set off billowing waves. With the tsunami, it approached San Francisco. Asterisk. Boom. The axe-headed monster raged across the street, and its 90-meter-tall body smashed to the side of the 20 or 30-story building next to it, and suddenly made a loud roar. The building was easily smashed by it, and countless concrete and glass were broken. Countless pedestrians screamed and fled in horror. Buzz buzz. The fighter jets circled around flight, and they received an urgent order to prohibit the use of cannonballs to attack the monster. Get as much attention as you can, take it to no man's land, and nuke it. Ow! The axe-headed monster roared, and the sturdy giant tail swept the surroundings carelessly, destroying the building, and at the same time grabbing the fighter jets beside it. Several fighter jets passed by the axe head from a low altitude, as if provoking it. Group A report number 5, unable to aim at the target, repeat, unable to aim. Group A report number 7, the target has changed course and headed to the 3 o'clock direction. Group A report number 3, target, ah. The incomparably terrifying sound of the explosion trembled in the air, and before a fighter jet had time to soar, it was photographed by the giant claws of the axe head and shattered in an instant. Hole. On the other side of the street, Carter crawled out of the ruins holding the injured little girl in dismay, and then cursed angrily. She raised her hand and patted the dust off her hair. The survivors of at the moment, the police and civilians, tried to form a gun team to deal with the monster, but were trampled to death within a few seconds. Ow! The axe-headed monster walked aimlessly, and every step caused the ground to vibrate violently, like a magnitude 7 earthquake. Someone else was shooting. But the axe head swung the giant tail, sweeping away the rubble of countless buildings and bombarding them out. What? Huge amounts of stones fell, and Carter and the little girl fell to the ground, so they spread out. With her pain roar, her right leg was fractured, at the moment was unable to move smoothly, and at the same time, the axe-headed monster came towards this side. Every step shook the earth. The indifferent monster-eye pupils, like looking at some bugs, destroy, and transform this place into their own paradise. The axe-headed monster who was given such an idea stepped on the blonde human woman and the human girl who fell to the ground. Sudden. When it was about to fall, it seemed to be surprised by something strange. Slowly dropping his feet, the axe-headed monster turned around. Swarms of helicopters circled in the sky, huge amounts of tsunami surged, and the rumbling ground began to tremble. Boom! The tsunami is coming. Shortly after the violent shaking, the giant waves roared and attacked quickly with a destructive momentum. Those collapsed buildings were swept away by the robbery of the stormy waves. The calm sea in the last second is completely unrecognizable in the next second. Crash! The tsunami rolled up high in the sky, and the rain poured down, washing the highly toxic air above. The dark sky seemed to twist. Looking up at everything in front of them, Carter and the girls' faces were pale, their heartbeats were pounding fast, the sea water poured on them, and the sticky hair fell weakly over their shoulders. The feeling of fear is dissipating because she is losing consciousness, and even fear is difficult to form. Carter's lips were white, his brain was dizzy, and everything in front of him became blurred. The distorted monster shadow and the flashing light of the cannonball, as well as the roar of the fighter roar in his ear, the roar of the monster, gradually faded away. Gradually calmed down. Am I dying? In her drowsy consciousness, something suddenly came to her mind. And then, it sounded like something. Deep, like a sound from the depths of the sea. It was as if the soul was being dragged away, being called away, and gradually breaking away from the shackles of the body. What? I tried to make a sound, but found that nothing could come out, and the sound was stuck in my throat. His eyes trembled involuntarily, the sound in his ears gradually faded away, and various blurred lights and shadows appeared in the picture in the field of vision, gradually becoming dark. Hoo-oh! A roar that was loud enough to shake the world suddenly came, which made Carter's consciousness suddenly shake and regained consciousness. In the gradually clear vision, she saw the shocking scene that will never be forgotten in this life. In the foggy sky. The thick fog that filled the vision was extinguished by the swept tsunami. As far as the eye could see, the violent sea was twisted, forming a huge vortex that swallowed everything. And in the very center of the vortex, it is some kind of terrifying behemoth that is unimaginable and indescribable. Raised huge amounts of dorsal fins from the sea, stood upright, stepped on the shore with one foot, and made a roar that shook the earth. An incredibly huge body, every move, a roar inhalation, seems to make the air tremble. It's here. At the moment of his debut, he showed his greatness to the whole world, as if every move could subvert this tiny world. Godzilla. The pair of indifferent eyes overlooking everything is looking towards this side. Looking blankly at this scene, Carter's brain has lost its ability to think, and only deep tremors and fear enveloped her and the little girl's hearts. There is no way not to be afraid. This kind of fear stems from the instinct of life, and it is the awe of the huge life. For the axe-headed monster, all she has is anger and despair, but for Godzilla, there is only deep fear. But at the same time, there is also an irresistible worship and a fanatical sense of faith that permeates from the deepest part of my heart. That's right, that's the feeling, fanatical belief. It's like human beings instinctively worship the sky, the sun and the moon, and the stars. This kind of worship does not need any explanation. It is just because human beings feel their own insignificance and humbleness in front of things that are too grand and incomprehensible, and they feel a strong sense of fear, resulting in a sense of obsession and worship. Suddenly there is a feeling of wanting to give everything. The pitch-black beast they were staring at, Godzilla walked towards this side step by step. Roar! In the majestic rain, the deafening beast roared. Godzilla, who came running wildly, collided with the axe-headed monster that slammed into the past. Asterisk. Boom! The air was like an explosion, and the shockwave generated by the energy was blowing away. The violent collision between the giant beasts caused the surrounding buildings to collapse with a bang. Under the majestic figure that almost connected the sky and the sea, Godzilla looked like the master of the world. Roar! Huge size, huge amounts of strength, super thick defense, axe-headed monster mixed with the three, its head is like a giant axe slashing into the sky, opening its mouth full of terrifying teeth, roaring at Godzilla. Immediately after, the terrifying power that Godzilla erupted directly knocked the axe-headed beast to the ground, and then the giant claws were torn away. Click! A large piece of flesh and blood on the chest of the axe-headed monster was destroyed, and the bright blue blood flowed down Godzilla's claws, sizzling when it touched the air and the ground. Poisonous. Godzilla stared at the blood of the axe head on his forelegs, his pupils shrinking. It noticed that the surrounding oxygen had been destroyed a lot, a suffocation was coming, and the deadly toxin seemed to be interfering with its body. However, when the toxin penetrates into the body, it is engulfed by G cells. But despite this, Godzilla still has a certain degree of discomfort. Although it is not harmful to the body, it is uncomfortable and uncomfortable. A highly toxic substance has been detected, it is being analyzed. The analysis has failed, and the universe gene database is being loaded. The analysis is successful, the matching factor has been found. The intruder is named Axe Head, and the bloodline factor comes from the ambassador level Pioneer. System solution, complete destruction. The axe-headed monster, who stood up, shook his body and rushed towards Godzilla again. Roar! Godzilla is obviously very upset. This bloated monster is not strong in attack, but has a lot of strength, rough skin and thick flesh, and is very resistant to beatings. When humans were paying attention to the battle between Luo Chen and the axe-headed monster, they also rated this new beast as the highest level of extreme danger, codenamed Godzilla. The Imperial Organization clearly knew this monster. 10 years ago, Skull Island fought with King Kong, destroying the terrifying king of monsters that destroyed hundreds of skeleton reptiles. Boom boom boom. In the roaring sound, mixed with the explosive cloud of air caused by the violent friction between the terrifying force and the air, Godzilla slammed the axe-headed monster to the ground like an uppercut. From a distance, it seems that the axe-headed monster has been beaten unilaterally. Space screams. As the terrifying tail whip swept across, the air visible to the naked eye was forcibly squeezed and pushed away in this terrifying and arrogant impact. And the sea not far away suddenly sunk deeply. Jaya. The air and sea water were squeezed frantically, and the huge force brought by the tail whip swept the body of the axe-headed monster that had just stood up, drawing a lonely line in the air, and the heavy body suddenly fell between the city floors. The overwhelmed ground cracked outwards. High-rise buildings shattered one after another, and these cracked ground stretched to the seaside, resulting in the splitting of the coastline, and one after another crack spread outward from the place where the axe-headed monster fell heavily. For this beast, human buildings are like building blocks that can be pushed at your fingertips. Just the aftermath is so terrifying, like a violent earthquake. Whoa! The axe-headed monster's leg bones seem to be shattered, struggling to get up, but constantly falling. A large amount of blue poisonous blood flowed on the ground, overflowing in all directions. Godzilla suddenly charged violently. The violent wind pressed down on the axe-headed monster, and the heavy pressure made its bones crunch. Follow closely. Godzilla slammed into the axe head suddenly, and the body of more than 90 meters slammed back on the spot. The next moment, Godzilla's claws grabbed the shoulders of the axe-headed monster, and the claws went deep into the flesh and embedded in the bones. The heavy force made the front shoulder bones of the axe-headed monster crunchily shatter, like a heavy mountain pressing down on it, no, not one, but 10. Hundreds. The indescribable terrifying power made the flesh and blood of the axe-headed monster blur, and the thick gray-black skin was torn apart, revealing the flesh and blood with blue blood. Buzz. Roar's roaring fighter passes between the two monsters colliding. Then the roaring missiles hit, huge amounts of explosions shot into the sky, and the roaring explosion sounded beside the axe head. Before Godzilla could move any further, a second wave of fighter jets emerged from the sky. Damn, these idiots. Godzilla really wanted to swear and roar like this. It was about to push the axe head into a corner, and these idiots began to explode with fighter jets. Don't they know that their missile weapons are ineffective? Secondly, the explosion of the missile is to quickly catalyze the highly poisonous blood of the axe-headed monster. If this goes on, even if the axe-headed monster dies, its mission has been completed. Swish. Swish. The second wave of missiles roared, and the Emperor Organization and others, who were watching this scene from behind the screen, watched the behemoth that crushed the axe-headed monster to the ground raised its head. Godzilla's icy pupils showed no trace of hesitation. Go away. Godzilla roared in a low voice, like thunder in the sky, and the air trembled. The dorsal fin lit up with blue light, and then the long tail swung abruptly, and the terrifying blue light swept away toward the missile rain. In an instant, the plasma cutting burned out all the missiles that were coming in densely. Asterisk. Boom. The air tremors stem from the throbbing of airborne missiles being intercepted and exploding, Godzilla repulsing human weapons. Watch this scene. The members of the Emperor Organization were stunned. They didn't understand why Godzilla suddenly started to help the axe-headed monster. Aren't they hostile? The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, and the thunder and lightning that shuttled seemed to feel the breath of oppression. Instead of screaming and flashing like before, it became much quieter. Roar on. Godzilla roared at the fighters, and their hostility forced them to scramble into the air, out of its reach. The indifferent pupils have a disturbing luster, domineering and domineering. It holds its head high and overlooks the human beings. This contemptuous action shocked the commanders who watched the aerial footage. The huge and terrifying monster opened its deep mouth and roared at them. "Stop attacking." The members of the Emperor organization quickly said that they caught Godzilla's roaring sound waves, and combined with its actions, they could understand a little bit. If the human fighters attack again, Godzilla will destroy them all. What's the situation? The SHIELD director had an ominous premonition in his heart. The monster, Godzilla, is hostile to the fighter jet. Maybe it knows something. The blood of the invader it suppressed, all the blood evaporated in the explosion, the poisonous gas submerged in the clouds, it spreads out for a few kilometers around, it's very fast. The members of the Emperor's organization quickly operated on the computer, and at the same time displayed an icon similar to thermal imaging, with a cloud of highly toxic gas beginning to rapidly dissolve into the surrounding air. Who gave the order? Why did they launch a second wave of missiles just now? The head of the Imperial organization's eyes turned red as he yelled at the communicator. It's useless to say this now, let the fighters withdraw quickly, let the monsters fight. I suggest firing nukes at times like this to kill them all. A chief of staff raised his hand to speak, thinking of destroying these two monsters that threaten mankind, so that mankind can rest assured. No, I object. A member of the Emperor organization stood up and said loudly, although the origin of these two monsters is unknown, their purpose is unknown, and their meaning is unknown. However, the monster codenamed Godzilla is attacking the intruder who attacked us. From this judging that they should have some kind of hostile relationship, but judging from Godzilla's reaction, it is also the first time to fight this kind of monster, and it seems to be afraid of its blood. I think Godzilla should be on our side. Just kidding, how can monsters sympathize with humans? Who said it was sympathetic to humans? The member of the Emperor's organization opened a top-secret file and explained, the skeleton of a giant Godzilla-like beast has been found in archaeology, and research has found that it ruled long before humans were born. Earth, it's not so much destroying our home, it's driving us away from its home. Similar to Skull Island, there is more than one place on Earth, and there are many other ancient creatures. When dealing with monster-related content, the members of the Emperor's organization have an absolute right to speak, and at the moment other representatives are listening and contemplating. Human beings arrogantly think that nature is under their control, but they don't know the fact that the opposite is true. In short, nuclear bombs must not be used. Because this will awaken more ancient beasts, and they will give us planetary worms. Clean it up. That is to say. SHIELD director looked at him deeply and said, that monster called Godzilla is actually helping us, right? Accurately, it doesn't care about humans, but the planet. Heard. The meeting room fell silent. The Minister of Defense tapped his fingers on the table, and then said to the communicator, the First and Second Fleet are surrounded to assist Godzilla to deal with the invaders. Yes, the tallest one, be careful not to attack and lead them into the sea. The waters outside San Francisco, the vast sea, are now extremely dignified. The two huge aircraft carriers, together with the destroyers in more than 10 battle groups, floated on the sea like giant beasts. Over the aircraft carrier, more than a dozen fighter jets are being formed, ready to attack at any time. There are different types of guided missile destroyers in the fleet, and all the combat power of the entire two aircraft carrier formations are gathered here. This is the sea monster with the highest technology of mankind, revealing a strong chilling atmosphere. The mothership broke through the waves, and the huge amounts of the hull rose and fell with the waves. The file-size muzzle on the battleship is aimed at the position of the coast of San Francisco, aiming at the two monsters that are terrifyingly fighting and fighting. Whether it is a vertical missile or an air-to-air missile, they are all aimed at the coast. Lead the monster into the sea. Swish, two battleships flew in front of Godzilla, and they drove dangerously at close range, attracting Godzilla's attention with their lives, and seemed to want to lead it and the axe monster into the sea. The wave of attacking the axe-headed monster just now was the wrong attack of human beings. Now, do you still want to lead it towards the fleet encircling net? Are these human brains sick? Don't they know how fast the monsters are in the sea? However, compared to the axe-headed monster, he fought better in the sea, so Godzilla understood what humans meant. They want to help themselves in this way. The fleet on the coast formed a siege net, trapping the monster in it, allowing it to attack. Great idea, but no need. Because any misjudgment by human beings may cause this monster to run away, causing thousands of human deaths and large-scale pollution. Asterisk. Roar. The axe-headed monster's body was covered with scars, and at the moment the gaze towards Godzilla became a bit more brutal. Although it is huge and looks like it is slow, in fact, its strong muscles give it a terrifying speed. In a word, it is not necessarily comparable to a fighter. A random movement of the axe-headed monster can tear the sound barrier. Roar can span hundreds of meters between suctions. Although its moving speed is slow, its attack speed is very fast. Coupled with its super thick flesh and blood defense, it is difficult for humans to resist. Violent roar. The axe-headed monster rested on the ground with its leg bones that had not yet broken, and then aimed the axe-shaped exoskeleton of its head at Godzilla. Then the skin and the air rubbed violently, making it like a coat of airflow, and it began to charge frantically. Destroy it with atomic breath? No, that would cause a large amount of poisonous blood pollution to leak. Godzilla is very clear that the axe-headed monster is just the first wave of tentative attacks sent by the ambassador-level pioneers. After the monster dies, the pioneers can use the data returned by the first wave of attacks to continuously update the biological characteristics of the alien monsters to make them more adaptable to the Earth's environment. Pioneers are divided into 3 levels, from high to low. Bishop. Cardinal. Ambassador. As with the aliens, the feature that distinguishes them is that the larger the crown, the higher the rank. Getting closer. The axe charged desperately, as if he wanted to break his defense and rushed towards the sea. Want to escape. At this moment, Godzilla made several judgments. Attack. Sweep the axe-headed monster's body with its tail whip, then rip through its ribcage and crush its heart with claws. Or, let it run away. In this way, you can track the past, leave a mark on it, find its lair, and track the specific location of the alien pioneer. Moment of judgment. What made everyone stunned was that Godzilla thought that Godzilla would intercept the axe-headed monster, but who knew that Godzilla turned around in a dislocation and let the axe-headed monster knock over a large metal barrier with an exoskeleton axe, destroying several buildings along the way. Then he rushed straight towards the sea. Pfft. Accompanied by a loud noise, the monstrous waves suddenly burst into the sky, and the axe-headed beast entered the sea, and then desperately swayed its giant tail and rushed towards the outer sea. Damn! In the summit conference room, the commander watched in panic as the axe-headed monster sank into the sea, and quickly issued an order the entire fleet to immediately surround Haikau, keep the engine at the highest state, and prevent the invaders from escaping. The person in charge of the Emperor organization sneered, "Now you know what a wrong decision this is." The commander didn't look at him either, his face was ashen, obviously furious. At the moment he stared at the giant beast Godzilla displayed on the screen, and at the moment it also started to move towards the seaside. Reconnaissance plane, report the location of the intruder. Report. Target lost. Where's the radar? Radar switches multiple bands, no response. A*****. The commander grabbed the communicator and shouted, "Attention all units, once an intruder is found, immediately destroy it, and the entire fleet can fire freely." As soon as the words fell, the whole field was boiling. "You're crazy!" the head of the Emperor's organization shouted. The other chiefs of staff also looked at each other. At the moment, they all stared at the image on the screen. Boom rumble. The 2 aircraft carriers formed an 8-character siege. At the same time, more than a dozen combat ships filled the gaps and turned on their engines with all their strength. At the same time, the fighter jets also took off quickly, spiraling in the sky to find their targets. With a loud roar, approaching the open sea, the axe-headed monster suddenly surfaced. The terrifying waves erupted, and at this moment, along with the missile launcher spewing out large flames, dozens of missiles took to the sky with long flames, which looked like a dense meteor shower from a distance. Not only that, the dense bullets on the patrol ship kept firing. Bang, 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 bang. Countless missiles and bullets continuously exploded on the axe-headed monster, and the strong explosion sent the surrounding waves hurling tens of meters of giant pillars. The missiles drew flame trails in the air, constantly bombarding the axe-headed monster. Thick smoke billowed, and the waves roared. Only the shuddering evil gray giant pupil is clearly visible, making the already ferocious axe-headed monster even more terrifying. Crash! Crash! Godzilla entered the sea, and its heavy body set off huge amounts of waves. Its biological radar found the position of the axe-headed monster. At the moment, the 2 aircraft carriers and more than 10 battleships hardly caused any major injuries to it, let alone was fatally wounded. Emergency roar. Target lost. Repeat, target lost. Along with the rolling waves, the axe-headed monster burrowed into the deeper sea. At the moment, the human attack caught its attention, and immediately rage rose. It can't beat Godzilla, but the mere humans can't beat it. Look for the target trail. Turn on the sonar. However, before the words fell, a terrifying huge wave suddenly broke out on the sea surface of the aircraft carrier. With a gesture like a whale jumping through the water, the head of the terrifying exoskeleton of the axe head fell vertically and swooped away. In an instant, this ship had a displacement of 10 to 10,000 ton aircraft carrier USS Nimitz was knocked in the middle and hit huge amounts of gaps. Whoa, whoa. With the roar of the waves and the deafening loud noise on the aircraft carrier, there was a dull explosion under the water again. After destroying the aircraft carrier, the axe-headed monster quickly dived into the bottom of the sea. This raid alone caused a major gap in the entire fleet formation. Humanity's highest-tech maritime weapon ended in complete defeat. Asterisk. All units, pay attention to underwater targets and turn on active sonar. Order the attacking nuclear submarine to immediately jump in and prepare for battle. The commander's eyelids jumped, and a large gap was broken open on such a huge ship as an aircraft carrier, which shows how terrifying the power of this invader. But they were fairly calm. There was no quarrel in the entire conference room, because they were all shocked by the wonderful performance of the monster. Only Godzilla can deal with it. After realizing this, the commander took a deep look at the person in charge of the Emperor's organization and sighed, "All the fleet, open the defenses and let Godzilla enter the outer seas to pursue." The dark and terrifying dorsal fin pushed the waves away on the sea, and in the aerial photo of the plane in the sky, only a blur of huge amounts of shadows could be seen rapidly approaching. Godzilla has been keeping an eye on the movement of the axe-headed monster. It didn't choose to run away. Instead, he chooses to fight with himself in the sea, which is not like the thinking that a normal creature should have. It can already be determined. This axe-headed monster is disturbed by mysterious and unknown fluctuations in its brain, as if some kind of creature is controlling it and giving orders. Then, it should be a pioneer. Really smart, worthy of being an alien creature, extremely intelligent. But that's it. Since I don't want to let myself find the real lair, but as long as I dare to appear again, it will be destroyed once, come and kill. Boom, crash. Countless artillery shells and missiles exploded on the sea, and the axe-headed monster rushed out of the water and set off a large wave of waves. The axe-shaped exoskeleton on its head cut through the water from time to time, pushing the waves to swim. At the moment, it quickly approached the position of the Second Fleet. It wants to destroy all these human weapons. Whoosh! The intensive defense systems on several destroyers frantically fired at the axe head. Thousands of bullets were fired every second, streaking long trails of fire on the sea, and then these bullets hit the axe-head monster without any traces at all. Effect. Although it can cause a little skin trauma, the blue blood in those wounds will spread in the seawater. Everyone panicked when they saw the monster getting closer. It's coming. It's coming. Shoot. Shoot. The Navy had been screaming in horror, and these crew members were almost on the verge of collapse after witnessing the first aircraft carrier being knocked out of a gap and then sinking. At the moment the axe headed straight towards them, the axe-shaped exoskeleton breaking through the sea, making waves like a shark. Done. Everyone has this idea, even if the aircraft carrier is drifting and dodging on the sea surface at an extremely fast speed, but as soon as the words fell, the axe head dived suddenly, and then rushed up from the sea. Violently slapped the other mothership with its claws, and as it constantly exerted force, its lower limbs suddenly lifted into the sky. Whoa! The second mothership tumbled and sank into the sea. There were still more than 10 destroyers and battleships lingering on the entire sea, but the two largest motherships had already sunk into the sea. The commander outside the screen was pale, silent for a moment, and said in a hoarse voice, "Prepare, a nuclear bomb." After speaking, he seemed to be a lot older, and his tone was full of helplessness, mixed with human fear and desperate sighs. Everyone in the conference room bowed their heads. SHIELD director is also helpless. This monster has been beaten by Godzilla like that, and it can still explode with such power in the sea. Let Godzilla kill it if I knew it earlier. Self-righteous humans always feel that they can control nature and deal with monsters. But it turns out, those proud high-tech weapons are nothing at all. The one who can defeat the giant beast can only be the giant beast. Or, a mecha battle body as huge as a giant beast. When mankind has given up resistance and chose the ultimate weapon, nuclear bomb. Suddenly. Dee dee, the radar suddenly rang, and then the conference room fell into a dead silence. When everyone looked at the screen, it was as if the sound had stopped spreading. The next moment. Bang bang. Near the remnants of the battleship, a huge amount of water was suddenly aroused, and the axe-headed monster suddenly surfaced. Godzilla bit his arm, leaping like a fish-eating whale. The picture freezes at this moment, and the axe-headed monster screamed and turned its head to bite Godzilla, but the next moment, its entire arm was torn apart by the roots. Whoa! The roar of the waves came slowly, and everyone who saw this scene off the screen stood up. His palms were full of sweat, and he couldn't help cheering for Godzilla. This is their only hope, and they put all their expectations on Godzilla. So, humans are such creatures. If you don't experience a desperate situation, how can you know what it means to be in awe of nature? Bang! In an instant, Godzilla collided with the axe-headed monster. In the huge waves that shook the world, countless destroyers shook violently, and the sea trembled. The dark clouds and thick smoke in the sky also seemed to be scattered in the impact, revealing the scorching sun in the sky. Then, the sun shone into the sea. I don't know if it was the distortion of the light, or what happened. An extremely dazzling light came, and the shivering breath filled the audience. The tens of millions of tons of seawater roared, and rolled violently. It was forcibly broken by a terrifying force and had to be divided into two. Like a tornado, a large number of battleship remnants swept into the sky. Countless sea waters are suspended by Godzilla's, manipulating the gravitational stream. In the vortex. The head of the axe was bitten by Godzilla and lifted up abruptly. Asterisk. At the same time, Godzilla spit out a terrifying stream of graviton radiation and shot through its chest, and countless poisonous blood dripped frantically, but they did not fall into the sea, but were controlled by Godzilla's graviton stream to float. Roar. The axe-headed monster in severe pain let out a dull instinctive roar, and the loud roar resounded through the surrounding fog. 5. 4. 3. Godzilla's tail gradually lights up with a terrifying blue fluorescence, getting brighter and brighter, and the surrounding throbbing is getting stronger and stronger. 2. The monstrous wave set off, Godzilla stood in the sea, the body of the axe-headed monster was bitten by it, and it was lifted sideways, struggling frantically. 1. In an instant, extremely terrifying positive and negative particle lightning surged out. Godzilla spit out a ball of charged particle clusters, the temperature soared to millions or even tens of millions of degrees, like a small sun erupting in the sea water and poisonous blue blood floating around, together with the surrounding hundreds of meters all matter evaporated instantly. The air is so twisted that it forms a vacuum like a black hole, and any matter is quickly annihilated. The axe-headed monster quickly blurred its flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye, and only huge amounts of bones were left in less than half a second. Next up. Its bones melted quickly, turned into ashes, and then carbonized. Oh! Godzilla raised his head and roared angrily. The roar resounded through the sky. On his neck, face, huge black body and dorsal fin, the lean muscles and tendons burst out because of the force of anger, because the eyes that were full of murderous intent burst out. Hitomi became extraordinarily deep and looked extremely terrifying. With its roar, Godzilla slowly drove past the edge of a patrol ship, his dorsal fin slitting huge amounts of waves. Then, under the horrified gaze of the young Dr. Serizawa, he drilled into the deep sea, the giant tail raised a large wave of waves, and the ship shook non-stop. The knot, is it over? The young biological research doctor of the Imperial Organization, Serizawa leaned on the side of the boat and looked at Godzilla, who was leaving in the distance, getting further and further away, gradually disappearing. That roar just now was a sign of anger. What exactly happened? Why did Godzilla suddenly rage and destroy the axe-headed monster without leaving any slag, and why did it get angry? Meanwhile, why did Godzilla attack that monster? Is it good or evil for human beings? Serizawa didn't know, but the desire that drove him to explore made him look forward to it. The deep impression Godzilla left on him will become the biggest motivation for him to work hard in this area in the future. Same. When the axe-headed monster invaded, it was only after 2 of these aircraft carrier formations were completely wiped out that people realized that this monster was simply invincible in the sea. Therefore, the Naval Combat Department is completely abandoned, except for occasional symbolic escort, it can only be transported. At the same time, Godzilla's roar carried a strong killing intent, mixed with the sound of rage's wind and waves, and began to quickly swim towards the South Pacific, Skull Island. Fluctuation. The heartbeat fluctuations can only be sensed between the giant beasts from King Kong. And, only a short sentence. Skull Island has been invaded. Under the gloomy sky, dark clouds were turbulent, and the violent storm did not stop. And in the deepest part of the sea, a behemoth is swinging its long tail, at the moment landing on the northern part of Skull Island. The cold-blooded vertical pupils reflected the storm on Skull Island, as well as the lingering rich and fierce. The teeth all over its bloody mouth are razor-sharp, and at the moment roars terrifyingly toward the sky, like an upright crocodile. The beast is fully armed with scales, huge amounts of toes, and a streamlined head. Suddenly, a group of screeching sounds came from the sky. Several giant birds flickering with lightning flutter their wings, and their slender bones emit a series of muffled whines to activate echolocation. When the invader of Skull Island is caught with a strong ferocity and danger, these are similar to bats. The winged predators suddenly showed a psychopathic mania, and they began to rush into the lake, swallowing the highly poisonous puffer fish unique to Skull Island. Immediately after, the tyrannical mental state of these strange birds was activated, and a manic toxin produced by chemical substances began to spread in the sky. Boom rumble. The sea was trembling, and the sea was rising, because Thunder Beast roared towards the birds in the sky, erecting the 109-meter-high body in the sea. It walked towards the forest cliff of Skull Island step by step. However, the thugs in the sky, the black horrified vulture group regards the Thunder Beast as the enemy of the dangerous invaders, and starts to attack it frantically. Roar! The Thunder Beast is like a huge amount of crocodile, swooping along with the vulture group. It bows its waist and uses the sudden force of its tail and hind limbs, leaps high, opens its bloody mouth and bites several winged predators in its mouth. Then it was torn to pieces, and then rolled in the sea. The giant tail exerted its strength, and fought with hundreds of air thugs. Thunder beasts are outsiders, extraterrestrial invaders. It is a monster of the same race as the axe-headed monster and belongs to the fourth tier of monsters. The Cry Vulture group is a variant of Skull Island, surrendering to Godzilla and belonging to the Earth lineup. Before Godzilla left, he had explained to them that once outsiders invaded, they would be destroyed. But nonetheless, the scale defense power of the Thunder Beast, as well as its high mobility and moderate toxicity, all make people feel very difficult. But the horror vultures aren't scary, they're like lunatics. Even if a moth flies into the fire, it will drench the flesh and blood of this giant beast. Asterisk. Lakes, woodlands. King Kong, who sensed the intruder, also rushed forward with all his might, and when he saw the Thunder Beasts fighting with the frightening vulture group, he roared inwardly. Roar! Suddenly, Congo's rage roar caught Thunder Beast's attention. The huge amount of crocodile walking upright immediately ignored the frightening vulture group, started swinging its giant tail, turned in the direction of King Kong, and then dashed away. Stab! With a tingling screeching sound that made one's scalp tingle, King Kong lifted a giant tree, wiped away the tiny branches with his hands, and folded it into a sharp club-like weapon. Thunder Beast swooped in. King Kong swung the giant tree stick and hit it on the head with a heavy blow. Immediately, the 100-meter level monster swayed a few times, using its long tail to support its body without falling. The Thunder Beast roared, the scales rubbed against the air, and opened its bloody mouth to bite at King Kong's shoulder. There is no doubt that its attack speed is extremely fast, but King Kong's reaction speed is not weak at all. After jumping to the side to avoid the bite of the Thunder Beast, King Kong rolled to the side and came behind the Thunder Beast. Whoosh! The Thunder Beast swung its long tail with dense scales and attacked King Kong. Before the tail whip swept, King Kong took advantage of the strength to hug the Thunder Beast's giant tail, and then swung it around. Boom! The Thunder Beast picked up by King Kong was thrown out like a heavy object, and fell hard on the cliff, causing a violent roar in an instant. The gravel on the mountain trembled, and crashed down on the Thunder Beast. Can't die. King Kong doesn't think this monster is easy to deal with. However, Godzilla, which is 100 times stronger than this monster, dares to fight, not to mention a monster whose weight is not as good as Godzilla. Crocodile. The teeth of the skeleton reptile are much sharper than this guy. At the moment Thunder Beast climbed up from the pile of rubble, shook its head, while biting a stone with its mouth open, suddenly exerting force, the stone suddenly shattered like a bean. Ow! Staring at King Kong's body, the Thunder Beast's ferocious vertical pupils are always full of unruly aura. Whoa! An indescribable low roar came, representing a certain emotion. The Thunder Beast's pupils shone with the light of wisdom, and with it, strange colors appeared in its hideous vertical pupils. Humiliation. Like the humiliation caused by being thrown out by King Kong, the strong discrimination against the weak and weak of life on the earth, and the bravery they dare to resist, the Thunder Beasts have such a suffocating anger. It is now very eager to do something, and that is to tear the King Kong apart. There was a faint light on the sharp crocodile teeth, and at the same time King Kong stared at it vigilantly. The angry it also began to roar and hammer its own chest, and the Thunder Beast at the moment also bowed and bent, ready to go. Ho-ho! The crocodile-like hind limbs of the Thunder Beast stomped on the cliff behind and dashed forward. King Kong's eyes widened and he punched up. Crunch! The Thunder Beast seemed to be spinning in midair, and the giant tail moved the air to keep its body turning smoothly in the air, suddenly dodging King Kong's fist and biting on its right arm. Then, death rolls. Gotcha! King Kong's right arm seems to be fractured, and the flesh is blurred. The teeth of the Thunder Beast seem to be able to draw the blood of prey. The sharp holes and sharp teeth continuously drain the blood of King Kong outwards. Ow! The severe pain caused the hairs of King Kong's body to burst out, and the toxins in the Thunder Beast's body began to spread away. King Kong's other hand kept searching on the ground, groping for something. Soon, it grabbed a huge amount of stone and started smashing it towards the Thunder Beast's head suddenly. Bang! Bang bang! The impact was heavier than the impact, the boulder smashed on the Thunder Beast's head, and there was a low tremor in the air. But the Thunder Beast seemed to be completely incapable of feeling it, erecting icy pupils full of intense savagery, viciousness and brutality, and nothing else. Whoosh! At the moment in the sky, more and more thunderbirds and giant birds swooped in, frantically attacking the body of the Thunder Beast. On the huge crocodile-like surface, some scales were pulled off, and the flesh was blurred. But when the blue blood was swallowed by the strange birds, the poison broke out, and they fell to the ground instantly and frequently. Roar! The body of King Kong was eroded by the poison, his consciousness became more and more blurred, and the Thunder Beast was pressing on its body, like a terrifying predator that never died. Beautiful boy from Skull Island. King Kong's wailing caught the attention of Godzilla, who swam from the sea. Telepathy. Godzilla at the moment felt that the life breath of King Kong was very weak through the special fluctuation of interconnectedness among allies of the giant beast. Stand up. Godzilla seemed to be angry at it, and a sense of humiliation came from the bottom of King Kong's heart. You are the second in command of Skull Island, Lao Tzu's first younger brother. I won't allow you to lose to this rubbish alien creature. Stand up and beat it. Whoa! The large amount of blood seeping out almost dyed the cliff red, and King Kong, who had been suffering from severe pain, suddenly opened his eyes tightly. 1, 2, 3, 10, when the fingers regain consciousness and clench into fists. As if a chain reaction had been triggered, King Kong's knotted muscles violently burst out, forcibly pushing the Thunder Beast's scaly body away. However, the Thunder Beast didn't let it go, and tried to break King Kong's arm by launching a death roll again. However, Kong Rage's hammer slammed into its jaws, pounding his fists from near the neck up and down, trying to smash its brains to death. Can it be done? There is no room for answering such a thing. Must do. Or die, with humiliation, in the mouths of alien monsters. Asterisk. Boom. The entire cliff was shaking, and King Kong turned over and pressed down on the giant crocodile Thunder Beast. Both pupils were congested and turned red, and he punched the Thunder Beast's abdomen fiercely, while his right arm suddenly broke free. On his body, unprecedented heavy pressure spreads all over the Thunder Beast. Its vertical pupils are full of hideous and bloody colors, and its scales and armor are bruised by birds, and its blue blood is blurred. Despising King Kong's eyes, full of ferocity and brutality. The King Kong sitting on it also seemed to be responding to it, and then the two giant beasts let out a deafening roar. The Thunder Beast opened its huge crocodile-like mouth and bit towards King Kong. As for King Kong, he slammed his fist into its bloody mouth, and then grabbed the luminous object that opened in the shape of 3 petals in the huge mouth, which was the real head of the Thunder Beast. The head hidden in the giant mouth is also the only part of the body that is not covered with scales. Roar! The crocodile Thunder Beast that attacked King Kong with the strongest attack, as if he was saying, "Go to death," was severely pierced by an arm in his throat. Then, pulling suddenly, the arm covered with bright blue blood was pulled out, and together with it, the real head of the Thunder Beast was completely crushed by King Kong. In the next instant, the Thunder Beast died. Roar! Roar roar! Roar roar! The heavy sound of roar breathing came from King Kong's mouth and nose, and then it fell heavily. Like fainting from exhaustion. Into a deadly slumber. At the same time. Ocean floor. Challenger Deep, the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. A low roar came from the deep sea, accompanied by an angry shriek that triggered a series of chain reactions that continued to spread throughout the dark deep sea. And in the depths of this dark crack, a pair of huge giant pupils are slowly opening. The monster base camp was awakened. Wormhole. Also called crossing. The heralds linked the earth to their home location, from which they were drilled. Wormholes are made of atomic energy by folding spacetime so that 2 points of space coincide. The energy of the wormhole comes from the activity of the Indian Ocean Plate and the Pacific Plate, and it is in a long-term, stable open state because of the energy generated by the geophysics. Now, outside the deep and eerie crack, there are more than dozens of monsters with terrifying size. Their levels range from 1 to 5, the higher the level, the bigger the size, the stronger the attack and destructive power. The largest, 3 times the size of Godzilla. The smallest ones are comparable to heavy trucks. In addition to the ultimate monster, the wormhole is guarded by its little brother, and the monsters that extend to the outside are all over the place. The wormhole has a biometric function, which can only allow monsters like them to pass through freely, and other objects cannot complete the crossing. It's like the barcode for shopping in a supermarket, you have to scan the barcode to pass. And this biological barcode is the pioneer's own DNA and the monster's clone from its own DNA. Jaya. A monster with an alien crown, a fan-shaped head, and 4 pairs of insect wings screamed like a dead fish eye. It is the pioneer. Although he didn't understand the alien language, he could feel the shrill voice full of anger. 2 images flashed in Pioneer's brain. One was the domineering figure of Godzilla who destroyed the axe-headed monster, and the other was the image of King Kong who fought against the Thunder Beast. Immediately, the Herald kept in mind the 2 guys who destroyed its first wave of tentative attack monsters, and then proceeded to modify the clones based on the power they displayed. Power, defense, speed and poison. All enhanced. At the same time, the pioneers also knew that there is a race of civilized society called human in this world, and it began to desperately create more terrifying biological weapons against human beings. This is a bishop-level pioneer. The highest level among the alien pioneers, followed by 2 pioneers with slightly smaller crowns, the cardinal level responsible for monster cloning, and the ambassador level responsible for commanding monster actions. And it provides its own DNA genes. At present, these are the only ones that have invaded the Earth for the time being, but this is not all of their power. The bishop level is the highest known high-level pioneer. But above it, there is the Pope class. That is the master of the planet. Sitting on the planet all the year round, casting spell orders, under normal circumstances, will never do it yourself. At the moment pioneers, gathered together, on the edge of the wormhole, and guarded by a group of monsters outside. At the same time, there is also a monster with a height of 182 meters, with the highest speed, strength and defense, sitting at the bottom of the abyss. It is also the strongest among these monsters, with a head like a double-tipped shark. Its intelligence, attack power, and toxicity are all unpredictable. Its cortex is thick and elastic, and ordinary physical attacks are completely ineffective. Ordinary human bullets and missiles do nothing at all. At the same time, it will also summon its younger brother, and monsters lower than it will obey its orders. Monster code name, Poison Woman. Level 5. Clone, Bishop level Herald. After ordering the Poison Woman to start guarding the surroundings and forbid any creatures from approaching, the pioneers held an impromptu meeting. Unlike humans, they find a place to sit, but float in the sea and send out special wave signals to convey ideas. The weird rhythm sounded from time to time, and no one could understand what was being said. But the general meaning is that they are discussing how to kill Godzilla, the Asgardian Earth that they consider the greatest threat. Asterisk. Pioneer Conference. One of the ambassador-level pioneers proposed to create a 5th-level monster with more poisonous and larger size. They are extraterrestrial races with very superb poison-making chemistry and biological mutation technology. It is not difficult to create monsters specially designed to deal with Godzilla's genetic cells. But the key is to make it not necessarily beatable. Therefore, a single particularly strong individual consumes more resources, and it is possible that the same resources can produce more low-level individuals. The strategy of winning by quantity is good. However, for Godzilla, it is not very easy to use. After some discussion, the pioneers made the best strategy. By destroying the Earth's atmosphere and environment on a large scale, it causes oxygen deficiency, and destroys living things by eliminating oxygen. During this period, more monsters were brought in through the wormhole. At the same time, the pioneers took the opportunity to create terrifying monsters comparable to Godzilla. Monster code name, Tyranny. Level, unknown. Clones, Ambassador-level heralds, body, limb clones, Cardinal-level heralds, core, strength clones, Bishop-level heralds, toxins, intelligence clones. This will be a monster made according to Godzilla's prototype, and its purpose is to destroy Godzilla. But in order to prevent humans or Godzilla from discovering this place, they started a split plan. The pioneers returned to the Antiverse planet of their own galaxy through the wormhole. And those who attack the Earth will be taken over by the cloned 5th-level biological weapon, Poison Woman. At the same time, in the seafloor cracks, more than 10 first-level monsters, 5 second-level monsters, 2 third-level monsters, and 1 fourth-level monster. Under the order of the Poisonous Woman, they spread out from the Pacific Ocean towards the world, launched an attack. This is an invasion war that has swept the world and the whole Earth. Time limit, none. It may be decades, it may be hundreds of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. The wormholes of the pioneers linking bridges, even when destroyed. But they can continue to establish connections elsewhere, and they have already memorized the coordinates of the Earth. As long as the timing is good and the preparations are right, new colonial invasions will take place. In March 1983, the Axe had invaded San Francisco, at the same time, died at the hands of Godzilla. In March 1983, Thunder Beast invaded Skull Island, and at the same time, died at the hands of King Kong. In April 1983, the monster code name, Demon Witch, Spiny Lizard, Bad Brain, Karloff, Scythe Head. Avengers and other monsters invaded the world. In May 1983, apart from SHIELD and the Emperor Organization, a new organization, Hunter Plan, was born for hunting monsters. Successively formed one of the 3 giants of the Earth Alliance. In September 1983, on the Pacific coast of the Southwest, the first-class weak monster, Karloff, that invaded Vancouver was killed by a giant steel chariot. The gray-skinned, tall, slender creature that resembled a dryad or a Frankenstein became the first monster in history to die at the hands of a human. Although this is the weakest monster, it also brings great confidence to the plans of humans and hunters, thus kicking off the curtain of future Mecha vs. Behemoth. In October 1983, the Emperor Organization restarted the plan to investigate the ancient creatures of the Earth. Therefore, I want to wake up these ancient creatures and fight side by side with humans against the invaders. In December 1983, the monsters were still raging, but more monsters had begun to dive and disappeared. But everyone knew they were still alive and would attack again sooner or later. But what people don't know is that they disappeared because of Godzilla. In 1984, Black Widow was born, the movie version. Same. Since the San Francisco incident, humans have gradually mastered their habits, weaknesses, and attack methods under the constant attack of monsters. From the biological research conducted by the Emperor Organization, it was found that monsters were divided into 5 levels. The classification standard was based on the size, quality and comprehensive combat power of the giant beasts. The higher the level, the more powerful and dangerous it was. The Big Three of the Earth Alliance. The Emperor Organization is responsible for researching monster-related content. It is their responsibility to investigate and study the ancient creatures of the Earth. At the same time, he is also investigating the monsters in the extraterrestrial creatures of the Pacific Ocean, and named them KJ, Kaiju Beast. SHIELD is responsible for researching technology and weapons. A few years ago, the alien, Kree, were incarnated Dr. Lawson, the Earthman, and went to SHIELD to participate in the Pegasus project, using Tesseract to study the speed of light engine. Hunter plans to study large-scale mecha manufacturing technology. 15-year-old Iron Man Tony Stark is studying at the University of Electronic Engineering, and his dream is to join the Hunter Project after graduation. In the early morning of April 26, 1986, monsters invaded Chernobyl, Ukraine, causing the most serious nuclear leakage accident in history. Intruder. Monster code name, Tyranny. Level, unknown. Landing from the seabed and wreaking havoc on the ground, the number 4 reactor of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded. Successive explosions sparked fires and released large amounts of high-energy radiation into the atmosphere. The fallout covers a large area. The radiation dose released by the disaster was more than 400 times that of the atomic bomb that exploded on Hiroshima during World War II. At the same time, Godzilla was also alarmed by this movement. Depart from Skull Island in the South Pacific and head to the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, that no-go zone, for mankind. Asterisk. Death is the fairest thing in this world. No one can escape the entanglement of death, all people will eventually return to the dirt, good people, cruel people, sinful people, there is nothing in this world except death. Fair. The Lamentation of Chernobyl. On the night of May 14, 1986, an image of a person appeared on every TV screen that was turned on here. 2-year-old Natalia, the future Black Widow, stares at the TV screen in the arms of her parents, whose faces make her seem uneasy. Looking down the line of sight of my parents, there is a person talking on the TV screen. That's the supreme leader here. On this evening, the top leader at this moment spoke on TV and finally announced something that people around the world and even the whole world are very concerned about. Good night, comrades. 18 days ago, the accident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant caused global attention. For the first time, we faced the danger that nuclear power is out of human control. We work day and night. Together with the scientific team, come to rescue this catastrophe. The whole country is mobilized. The bureaucracy is put aside, and whoever needs the contribution, we will ask for it immediately. At this moment we don't care about the cost, we need what we need. Whatever comes out, we're on the front lines. This is the first time the top leader has spoken out publicly, and it has been 18 days since the Level 7 nuclear accident happened. That was 18 days of hell. The time goes back to April 26, 1986, at 1 a.m. In the middle of the night, the vast majority of the tens of thousands of residents have fallen into sweet dreams. This nuclear power plant, which represents mankind's successful use of nuclear energy for peaceful construction, has shown the most cutting-edge technology of mankind with its development. Its name is Chernobyl. At 1:19 in the morning, when the vast majority of citizens fell asleep, the experiment begins. Report. Genset 4 has been shut down. Report. Test the turbine generator of the nuclear reactor and everything is fine. Very good, start reducing the power now. Hold on, as soon as something else happens, cancel it immediately. At this moment, 176 staff members are still working overtime. This nuclear power plant is composed of 4 reactors, providing 10% of the electricity of other countries. It is many times larger than the small nuclear reactor on the chest of the future Iron Man, but the energy difference is not big. At the moment, technicians are testing whether the turbine generator can generate enough power to power the reactor's safety systems in the event of a lack of power. The test begins. The chief engineer ordered a spell. In this experiment, the reactor was operated at a lower power, reducing the energy of the reactor from the normal power of 3,200 megawatts to 700 megawatts. When the order was given, the technicians began to rapidly reduce the power of the reactor. Report. The xenon-135 in the nuclear reactor is increasing rapidly. A monitoring staff hurriedly reported. This is the product of nuclear fission in which neutrons are attracted, that is, a sudden increase in this element due to too fast contact of the control rods. What's the situation? The chief engineer asked. Report, the control rod was put in too fast, which caused the rapid generation of this product. According to the safety regulations, we need to shut down. Shut down. The chief engineer glared at the man. If it stopped, the experiment would fail, which means that so many resources and time were wasted, and it was all in vain. Can't stop. Now pull the control rod back, and those byproducts should be reduced within the normal range. Theoretically speaking, it should be possible. The technician nodded. Continue the experiment. In the morning, 1:22. Pull out the control rod, the pressure is critical, the heat wave is climbing. A frenzy is brewing in the heart of the furnace, and the tiniest, most terrifying, unseen danger looms. People are expecting, this will be a happy roar, or a desperate beginning. At the moment, the gauges are not showing any exceptions. But what they didn't know was that something had already happened in the nuclear reactor. This is the consequence of the immature technology. Faced with this situation, human beings are scrambling to make various attempts. If Godzilla is here, they will be called stupid, because Godzilla has an organ structure similar to a nuclear reactor in his body. Chaos has started because of the nuclear reactor at the moment. Power continues to rise. The experiment went well. Time passed minute by minute, approaching 1:23. Boom! Suddenly, there were bursts of earthquakes, as if struck by some kind of giant creature. Report. A mutation occurred, and the temperature of the fuel in the nuclear reactor rose rapidly. At that moment, the alarm bell rang loudly, and roar screamed the internal imbalance. The technician took a deep breath and pressed the emergency stop button. But the steam was still leaping and surging, and the turning machine was furious. However, in the next moment, no one expected the situation. Boom! The temperature of the reactor core fuel instantly rose from 330 C to 2000 C. Like an exploding balloon, the roof of the nuclear factory was immediately lifted, and a large amount of the internal nuclear materials disappeared on the spot, while the core was exposed to the air, and terrifying blue and white light shot into the sky, vigorously. It was the rays emitted by radioactive elements. The picture freezes at this moment. With the explosion of the roof, the high-temperature graphite blocks of the reactor exposed to the air instantly combined with oxygen, causing a terrifying fire. The fire swept through, making the radioactive material spread rapidly. After hearing the shocking explosion, the chief engineer ran out on the spot, quickly got into his car, and fled the scene desperately. Warning! Warning! DDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDDD. A terrifying alarm sounded frantically. After the lieutenant on duty at the nuclear power plant heard the sound, he took the time to bring 20 or 30 firefighters closer. When they arrived at the scene, they were completely stunned. There was already a sea of fire here, and there were scattered reactor residues everywhere, as if the magma had melted. The high temperature made the night sky look extraordinarily strange. Something has happened and cannot be undone. All they can do is to put out the fire as much as possible and avoid causing more damage. Disregarding the safety of their lives, the firefighters rushed towards the fire desperately, and they did their best to extinguish the flames. At the moment, the flame of the number 4 reactor is approaching the running number 3 reactor. If a chain reaction occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. Even though he was dizzy, nauseated and painful, he still persisted. It wasn't until they fell to the ground when it was dark in front of them that they were carried down, and the next group of people came up. Although, blood was already flowing from their nostrils, eyes, and ears. At the moment. In a town 3 kilometers away from the nuclear power plant, the people are still asleep, and they don't know any of them. The air is filled with countless radioactive dust shrouding the city. Here, it is no longer their paradise. But hell. Ambulance. Doctor, please give first aid. Doctor, look at what happened to him. In the only hospital in the city, the doctor on duty was interrupted by the noise outside the door. More and more cars, ambulances, fire trucks piled up. Hearing the sound, the doctor immediately put on a mask and walked outside. The first few are firefighters, their skin seems to be burned and festered, and the most serious one, bleeding from mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, has severe radiation sickness. With emergency rescue. But it is still ineffective. Those strong radioactive substances cause more and more patients to lose their hair, have serious blood lesions, severely decrease white blood cells, and increase the incidence of various cancers wildly. Including opacity of the lens, cataracts, permanent infertility in men and women, and hematopoietic dysfunction due to damage to the bone marrow. Now, almost everyone is not very familiar with the concept of radioactivity. They don't know how radioactivity will harm the human body. At the moment, which firefighters are covered with strong radioactive dust on their clothes. They haven't realized it yet. What a terrible disaster this will be. Some died on the spot, and many more were forced to evacuate, choosing to give up everything at home. Thousands of acres of land have been polluted, and thousands of people have been infected with various diseases due to the leakage of high-radiation nuclear fuel. 3 days later. When the nuclear power plant exploded, it did not attract the attention of Soviet officials. In the information obtained by nuclear experts and leaders, it was only a fire in the reactor, and there was no explosion-related content. Therefore, the rescue was delayed until 48 hours after the accident, when the radiation cloud filled Sweden. The Swedish people called the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union realized how serious it was, and some villages close to the nuclear power plant began to evacuate. Because of this oversight. After the accident, more than 200 people were taken to hospital for treatment, of which 31 died and 28 died of radiation overdose. Most of the dead were firefighters and ambulance men. They did not know the danger of radiation in the wild. In order to control the spread of nuclear radiation dust, they immediately sent people to evacuate their homes with 135,000 people. Among them, a large number of people died of cancer due to radiation. Thought it was over? No, this is the beginning of hell. It is no longer known how many people died and contracted the radiation. In the near future, the final statistics are as follows. Deaths, 93,000. Cancer-causing population, 270,000. Abandoned Chernobyl is as quiet as a ghost town. Here's a piece of news. There was a serious accident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, a nuclear reactor was destroyed. We are taking measures to eliminate the impact of the accident, and implementing assistance for special disposal. We have set up a special government meeting. Latest report, officials have decided that a 30-kilometer radius around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant has been turned into an isolation zone, requiring all residents to be evacuated and surrounded by barbed wire. On the 15th day after the accident, the vicinity of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was deserted, and there were high-concentration pollution areas everywhere. Gentlemen who are watching, it has something to do with everyone in the world, whether it's the West or the East, because this is a disaster for all mankind, and it knows no borders. On TV, the reports go on and on. At the time of the nuclear leak. It's the scariest thing in the world that no one knows about it. Humans feel that something completely invisible is entering and destroying the world, and likewise, it can enter your body unknowingly. Quarantine is a separate world. It exists in this world, but it is unlike anywhere else in the world. They called Chernobyl an accident, a disaster, but it was a war. 18 days later. The government is sending countless manpower and material resources to finally put out the fire in the reactor, and at the same time control the excessive leakage of radiation. At the same time, they began to thoroughly investigate the incident. Some people say that the cause of the nuclear leak was an operational error and a malfunction. Some people say that it was caused by an earthquake and that unknown creatures attacked the nuclear power plant. It was night. There is no such thing as surveillance in the vicinity of the nuclear power plant, and the firefighters did not find anything unusual when they patrolled. But monsters attack nuclear power plants. It's not impossible. It's better to throw the blame on the monster than to say it's the fault of your own people. Therefore, after controlling the temporary nuclear radiation from leaking, the Soviet officials immediately sent someone to contact one of the most mysterious organizations in the world, the Emperor Organization.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.